Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life. Oh, hello. But freedom doesn't come free. No! Sweet liberty! No! Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
Join the Helldivers. Become part of an elite peacekeeping force. See exotic new life forms. And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero.
I want to be a hero.
Become a legend.
I want to be a legend.
Become a Helldiver.
I want to be a Helldiver. What's up, everybody? Listen. I noticed that 4 of y'all showed up and we already got 3 likes. I was gonna say 1 now. Hang on. Hang on. Something's messing up. There ain't no way. Let me refresh. Who's slacking, damn it? I think it's me. Anyway, I was gonna compliment you guys on your watch to like ratio, like 30 seconds into the stream, but I take it back. Some of y'all are slacking. Anyway, oh my god, y'all, I can't tell you guys how excited I am this week. I haven't been this excited for a Helldivers week since I heard the minigun was coming out, which in that particular situation left me with a lot of despair. I think despair is the only word they could handle. Listen, for you guys that didn't watch me back then or don't remember, after the minigun Warbond got released, I was waiting 2 years for that thing to drop. I was begging for 2 years for a minigun. After they dropped it and I saw that it was possibly the worst weapon in the game, and not like, and I just to explain myself, because there's some people out there that go, worst weapon in the game, he just hating. Listen, I'm not saying the worst weapon in the game because it kills things slow, which is what some people would think. No, it's not. That's what they would think. The minigun is officially the worst weapon in the game because it has the most downsides of any weapon in the game by far, like 3 times. It has 7+ downsides, which is wind up, wind down, no knockback, which really affects it since you can't move. That's another downside. So you can't move, there's no knockback, so you kill a bug, and then the bug blocks you. You can't shoot through the bug, because there's no heavy pen. That's another one. You can't shoot through the bug that's dead, but you also don't knock it back. So other bugs just swarm you, and there's nothing you can do, because you can't shoot them, and you can't run away, because there's a wind down, and even if you're not firing it, but the gun is still winding down, you still can't move. Holy crap, that gun's ass. Anyway, I waited 2 years for a minigun. I love miniguns. Every game I ever play, sometimes I play a game just because there's a minigun. I love miniguns. They really let me down with the minigun. That's not the point. The point is, when I heard they were releasing a minigun, I was more excited than I've ever been in anticipation for that. And other than that point, today, I am more excited than I've ever been because we got the new Melt-A-Gun coming out this week. Oh, I'm so excited for the 40k Warbond. We got the Melt-A-Gun, which is amazing because for some reason, every single anti-tank weapon in the game is explosive. It's some sort of different version of a damn rocket or a nuke to kill things like Chargers or Bile Titans or something, right? Sure, you can shoot them in their squishy parts, but that's not very effective. Anyway, the Melt-A-Gun is coming out this week, which will be like the first iteration of an anti-tank weapon that's not explosive. And I love tracking weapons. It's the tracking weapon. I'm so excited for this Melt-A-Gun. Also, just in case the Melt-A-Gun sucks, we also have an excellent addition to the armors. We're getting an armor that gives you extra reload speed on support weapons, which is already sick. But on top of that, it also gives you better ergonomics. So the big heavy, weapons that have really crappy ergonomics, like an HMG, are going to be able to be aimed faster and reloaded faster. That's such a sick combo. This Warbond coming out is cooking. I'm so excited for it. They say, now let me throw out my 2 cents right here. They say, this isn't 2 cents. That's not the right description. They say the Warbond's coming out on a Wednesday. I need to throw this out here. We have never in the history of 3 years of Helldiverism have ever had a Warbond come out on a Wednesday. We have, however, heard the devs say that a Warbond was going to come out on a Wednesday, and then it came out, I think, a Tuesday. I don't think it was actually. It was either Tuesday or Thursday. Warbonds always come out Tuesdays or Thursdays. I don't think a Warbond has ever come out ever in the last 3 years on a Wednesday. It's always Tuesday or Thursday. The main reasons for that is Helldivers is a console first game. It was a PlayStation exclusive for a while, so I believe they're PlayStation first. And consoles such as PlayStation do their main updates on Tuesdays and Thursdays, making Tuesdays and Thursdays the main release days of any content on consoles, for you guys that didn't know that. So I find it pretty unlikely, unless there's some kind of weird event going on, which is possible, that we're actually going to get the Warbond on Wednesday, which means prepare for Tuesday, because we might get the shit on Tuesday. Also, I'd prepare for Tuesday anyway, because I think we're getting an event on Tuesday, regardless of whether we get the Warbond on Tuesday or not. So I'm thinking there's one of two things that are happening. One, the devs said we're getting it on Wednesday, but we're gonna get the Warbond on Tuesday for some reason. I don't know, because this isn't the first time they've done that. They've done this in the past as well. I don't know why they say Wednesday when it's very unlikely to come out on Wednesday. Or Tuesday, we're gonna get a new event, because we got that teaser with the teddy bear that you guys might have seen online. Tuesday, we might get a new event that leads into the Warbond that we would have already downloaded on Tuesday, but it gets released to us on Wednesday. That's less likely to happen. Like I said, we have never gotten a Warbond on a Wednesday before, because that's not the typical day that consoles update. So I find it unlikely we're going to get this Warbond on Wednesday unless there's some sort of substantial event. So either of those two things mean Tuesday's going to be a really big day. Anyway, if there's a big update drop Tuesday or Wednesday morning, yes, I saw someone ask, I will be here in the morning for that, but I'm still going to try to stick to my normal night schedule. So if I'm here in the morning, it'll just mean like I got no sleep and I was up for like 24 hours straight. And then I'm going to just play a little bit of it and then come back later that night to do my to do follow-up playthroughs or whatever of the new stuff. Anyway, today I'm excited for the new stuff, so I'm just excited today. Nothing really too special is happening in the world, I don't think, right? We're getting so much shit this week. So we're getting this new body armor here. In like 6 hours. What's the timer at? We're getting this new body armor soon, so that's going to be this week. We're getting a new Warbond this week. That's 2 things. And I believe we're getting new content this week as well from that teaser we got. So, like, this is going to be a huge week. I'm super excited. Anyway, as of right now, there's nothing new right now. But that doesn't stop my excitement. Yeah, we have 5 hours, 30 minutes before we get the new armor. And the new armor is fire resistance, which is really cool because I've been loving the double-edged sickle, so I will be using that with my double edge. I don't really feel like the new armor brings anything new to the table besides that. Like the new 40k armor is gonna, the new 40k armor is gonna make so many support weapons so much better than they already were. And some weapons, like the HMG, that aren't very good. Some people would argue that. Bot divers would say the HMG is pretty good. But let's be honest, there's not really any reason to ever bring an HMG over an AMR. An AMR is just an HMG on steroids. You can reload it faster. It's got a scope. It doesn't block you with muzzle flare. You can reload it on the go. Like, there's just so many reasons to bring the AMR over an HMG. But this new armor is going to make the HMG reload faster. The Warbond armor, not the MO armor. Don't be crazy now. So HMG will be a lot better, and I'm going to personally use it a lot more. I can't wait to see how this armor does with the new HMG reload speed, with the stalwart, with the de-escalator. Oh my god, the de-escalator is going to be god tier. Oh, I'm so excited. This is going to be such a big week for us. You doing some driving lessons tomorrow? Alright, see you later, $1.50. Best of luck to you in your driver's lesson, sir. What are we doing? Are we being directed somewhere? No? DSS is here. What? Alright, well, I'll check it out. I'll give it a gander. I was gonna clean my room until I got high. Ooh, get up and find the broom until I got high. La da 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 da. Sorry, I'm in a good mood today. I sing when I'm in a good mood. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess up y'all's ears like that. Alright, we got a couple good modifiers.
This operation will fuel Liberty's future.
It might be good, but it ain't peak like peak physique. Nah, I think it's better than peak physique. I'm a huge peak physique user. I use peak physique. Anytime I ever use a support weapon ever, I refuse to use support weapons without peak physique. Peak physique is like my 90% go-to armor, but that's mainly for support weapons. So this new armor is gonna help support weapons in 2 ways instead of 1. Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be way better than peak physique. Never apologize for singing. I sing good. I sing good sometimes. Not all the times, just sometimes. Alright, I'm gonna start out with this. I'm probably gonna whip out a stalwart and then probably regret it because there's gonna be a bunch of medium armor bugs. But I feel like hitting some spray and pray to start off the day. So that's what I'm gonna do. Do. We're gonna start out with a solo run with peak physique. As we say goodbye that I'm probably never going to use peak physique armor again, which is crazy because like I have like a 90% pick rate on my peak physique. I never choose anything over peak physique nowadays. When I'm running, well, that's not really true. I choose a lot of armors over peak physique, but that's because ever since the last update, there's been a lot more medium bugs. Bugs are my favorite faction. So I used to always bring the stalwart versus bugs, especially on a mission like this. But after the last update, it seems to be a lot more medium armor bugs, so Stalwart's a lot less fun to use. So I don't use the Stalwart, I don't use peak physique. And I'm not saying the Stalwart needs peak physique. You could definitely use a Stalwart without peak physique, but I love my peak physique. Anyway, today might be the last day I ever use peak physique, because when the Warbond comes out, it's going to be 40k armor for life. Hopefully it looks good. Hopefully it's got some good swagger to it. I know people were complaining about the way it looked, and I think Arrowhead responded with, yeah, we're gonna work on it or something. Because it'll probably be my new main armor. But I'm gonna run a stalwart today, and I'm gonna do mines and a Gatling gun. Yo, what up, Jinx? I gotta change my armor. Peak physique. Where peak physique at? There it is. That's my baby. Yo, what up, Forgetful Mind? Who else did I miss? Who was first today? Let me just give props. Yo, Rook solo in the house. I mean, solo. You said solo. Rook's first in the house. I see you, Rooks. That's why you're my favorite. Always beating everybody to the punch. Yo, Big Guy in the house as well. How you doing, Big Guy? How you doing? Where you been? Probably doing hoe things, because there you hoe again. That was Ludicrous. That wasn't me. That was Ludicrous. Ludicrous said that. All right, let me switch. If I'm running the Stalwart, I like to run the Scorcher with it because my primary is going to be my secondary and my Stalwart's going to be my primary. Scorcher is an amazing secondary because it can kill heavies, but more importantly, it can kill like flyer nests and stuff from a distance. Oh, we got a free barrage. Is that a 380 or a walk-in? That's a 380, right? I'll take it. That's a good one. All right, let's try this loadout out. Here we go.
Hellpod launch initiated.
No other armor has a reload buff than Siege Ready, but that is... Yeah, and the thing about Siege Ready is... No, Siege Ready is pretty good. Never mind. I was going to say that the other perk on it isn't good. No, the other perk on it's amazing. Gives you extra ammo. But for primaries, if you want reload speed faster, Warhammer armors. Oh, Warhammer armor. So I'm so excited for Warhammer armor. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Oh my god, I haven't been this excited for a Warbond since the last Warbond. And that's just because, like, I feel like I really wanted another Warbond. Listen, I always get excited for Warbonds. I feel extra today. I feel extra. I might not be extra. This might just be my normal excitement levels. But I feel extra, and that's what's important. Peak makes your support and secondary better. Beat that. Granted, you have nope. You're wrong. You're wrong, worshiper. Peak physique. I mean, you're not. You're kind of wrong. Because peak physique, the peak physique part of it makes your primary and support weapon better. This is true, but the reload speed only affects your primary weapon. And with the new 40k armor, the peak physique part, the ergonomic part of it, is also going to affect your primary and support weapon. But the reload speed will affect your support weapon. It's pretty much peak physique. Wait, no, peak physique has a melee option. I'm thinking siege ready. Yeah, peak physique has ergonomics that affects both primary and support weapon for the ergonomics. But then it's got a melee bonus. Like, who gives a shit about melee? The new Warhammer armor is also going to affect your primary and your support weapon. It's also going to affect both. Granted, 10% less. But the reload speed actually isn't a worthless perk like the melee perk is.
Deploying equipment package.
We got a stalwart. It's fine.
You'll never destroy our way of life.
I was gonna clean my room until I got high. Ooh, get up and find the broom until I got high. La da 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 da. Uh-oh. And I know why! Why, man? Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. La da 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 da. Looks like we got the double Alpha Commander seed. This is gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one, boys.
You'll never destroy our way of life.
So, for you guys that don't know, seed means the type of enemies that are spawning. That's what seed means. And Alpha Commander seed isn't really a thing, since every single bug match you're going to see Alpha Commanders. So if you just say I got an Alpha Commander seed, some people would be confused. So what this is this is a double Alpha Commander seed, which means you got your normal Alpha Commanders, but then you got the seed of Alpha Commanders that doubles up on how many Alpha Commanders you have. But also, I've noticed on an Alpha Commander seed, you also get extra heavy. So the double Alpha Commander seed is actually the hardest seed that you can play on the bug front, because you get swarmed by enemies from the Alpha Commanders, but you also get swarmed by heavies. Holy shit, can I breathe for a second? Do I have any stratagems? Oh, I had binds this whole time. Reload an ultimate faster. What? Ultimatum? That's not a support weapon. What are you talking about, Rooks? Are you calling the ultimatum a support weapon? Damn, there's a lot of bugs in the AO. I'm gonna just try to beeline it to this flyer nest and hit it with the ultimatum. Oh my god! I would love some gas grenades right now. Gas grenades would be killing it! Oh my god, I'd be doing so... Holy shit, there's more Alpha Commanders. Not no more there ain't. Got him. Ultimatum out.
Last reload! Objective critical stratagem available.
Skadoosh. Alright, progress has been made. All I gotta do is take out this Bile Titan, and we can drop a Tesla to clear the rest. I missed that on purpose, but I didn't mean to miss it by that much. I'm a little rusty, damn! Alright. Oh my god, there's another heavy over here. Can I drop another ammo? Perfect. Let me throw it on that charger. Perfect nail. Oh, almost got him too. That would have been a beautiful shot. Alright, let me chuck this over here for later. Take out this charger for now. Completely miss him. That's okay. I'm getting warmed up. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Is there a Tesla somewhere? Oh man, I'd love a Tesla. They're bug breaching again? My God. Damn, we out here struggling. Alright, I'm gonna try to make it to the... Don't I have a minigun down here somewhere? Did they eat it? What the hell happened to my minigun? Woo! Oh my God! Oh, I got a 380. Drop that right there. That'll do something. Okay, that's gonna do something. I just need to recover here, and then I'll be alright. I just need a little bit of recovery. Yo, contrary to popular shit going on here, I feel like I'm doing pretty good because I killed a flyer nest under all this harassment. All right, 380 killed a heavy. That's huge. Can it kill that heavy? Target that one. Gunship guy shooting the barrages. Target. I marked them for you. Sir, yes! Oh my God, if that worked, that'd be so cool. Get that one. Get that one, gunship guy. No way, it worked. He got him. All right, I do believe we have officially recovered. Let's go. Damn. I don't know what happened over there. All right, let's do some objectives. Damn, that took me 10 minutes to recover right there. We got it, though. We got some footing here. I really don't understand how people don't play this game solo more. Okay, can you guys explain to me, chatty chats? Can you guys give me some without saying I like playing with my friends? Because I feel like that's just a good way to avoid the question. It's a good answer. It's a good answer to avoid the question, though. Can you guys tell me why? Like, I can tell when I watch other YouTubers YouTube, right? I guess this is mainly directed to other YouTubers because I can't watch normal people play. I can only watch other YouTubers play. But whenever I watch other YouTubers play, they don't ever play solo. But at the same time, they can't use the excuse, I like playing with my friends. Because, like, I notice that other YouTubers don't really talk to the people they play with very often. They just play with them just to play with them. And I'm just curious. Is the game too damn hard solo? Is that why people don't really typically do it? Is that the real reason? Like, don't get me wrong. Playing with friends is cool. Playing with friends is cool, but I like being challenged sometimes. Like, there's got to be a better reason why people don't play solo. Hello there, Meep. Welcome. I do solos quite a bit. It's not too difficult for me. It's not too difficult for you. All right. Yo, Meep! Yo, Meep, are you on right now? I would love to see you solo these bugs today. Next run. You got next, Meep, if you want it. You let me know. We're gonna spectate you soloing the bug front on the planet that I'm at right now, because these bugs are looking pretty cracked. If you want it, Meep, show us how not difficult it is. I want to see these skills. If you're online right now, Storm. Did I say Meep? Wait, no, I said Meep. I meant Storm. I meant Storm. I meant Storm. I just got Meep on the mind. Yeah, Storm. If you're online right now and you're good to go for the next game, I am currently on 4E Prime. I want to see you solo a map on 4E Prime, Storm. Yeah, I know you got confused. You've just been on my mind. I think about you a lot, Meep. You got a cool-ass name. Meep's such a cool name. Your name's not really Meep, though, so I can't give you all the credit for having a cool-ass name, because it's not really Meep. It's just what I call you. Yo, Storm, you're really good at not answering questions, my friend. Are you trying to go next or what? Where we at, Storm? You got next? I need you to give me an answer, sir.
Joining the fray.
Oh my God, these bugs are crazy.
Freedom forever.
This is like the one time where I regret not bringing gas grenades. My God, why am I running so damn slow? There we go, I can run faster now. Holy shit, there's millions of them. I do not think I brought the right loadout to deal with this amount of bugs. I think gas grenades would have been better. And definitely a Tesla turret. Whoo, these bugs got me sweating. Yo, did anybody besides Storm saying that solos are too easy for him? Did anybody else tell me why people generally don't play this game solo? I love playing this game solo. There's no way I'd rather play it. And I'm really curious why people don't play solo more often. When I say specifically why, because I don't know how you guys play personally, I'm just assuming y'all don't play solo. I'm specifically talking about people I can see, which is only other YouTubers. But a lot of other YouTubers complain the game's too easy, but then continue to play in a full squad. And I'm just curious what that's all about. Like, is it just, do we complain just for funsies about the game? Because I'm not just talking about YouTubers. I'm talking about people in general like to do the same thing. I only really have proof of other YouTubers doing it. I'm just curious. Is there a reason you guys play in a full squad? Do you guys just like play in easy mode? It can't just be about friendship, because I know some of y'all be playing with randoms, alright? A team with turrets and orbitals can be deadlier than the enemy. Main reason for me is that I haven't unlocked everything yet. Okay, you want to unlock everything before you go full sweaty? I see you. People don't stream the game solo because it creates clips. People don't. I ain't asking about people, I'm asking about opinions. I ain't asking you to tell me other people's opinions. I don't think that was accurate, by the way. I didn't finish reading that. But let me finish reading it. People don't stream the game solo because it creates clips. People don't play the game solo because the game is difficult. People don't stream the game solo because it creates... I don't understand that first sentence. I think you need to reword that first sentence. People don't stream the game solo because it creates clips. What does that mean? If it created clips, people would do it. They wouldn't not do it. I'm confused by that statement. Damn, I suck today.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
All right. I suck, but I'm still getting through the mission. What's your guys' excuse? Who want to go next in solo running? Who got next? Let me know, chat. I want to get some new people up here. People play multiplayer because it creates clips. You could create clips in solo. Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? How multiplayer can create clips that solo player can't? Are you talking about clips of people talking to each other? Because I disagree. The majority of clips I see, now maybe my YouTube is biased, but the majority of clips I see is people doing clips of themselves, whether they're in a team or not, usually in a team because people don't really play solo. But they're normally doing shit that they can perfectly do without teammates. I completely disagree with the sentiment that you need teammates to make clips. I completely disagree with that. But if you can give me some examples, I can understand a little bit more why you would say something like that. Am I doing all right? 25 minutes? Not really. Are we done with this, though? Yo, Storm! Yo, Storm, listen, I need you to stop bragging about being good at the game, all right? It's eating up my soul a little bit, Storm. I've seen you play. I've seen you play, Storm. I try not to dog on my people, but you're doing too much bragging here today. I've seen you play. You need to stop saying solos are easy, Storm, all right? I've seen them skills, Storm. I ain't trying to hate on you, but God, you just keep bragging. I've seen you play, and I think there's like a 3% chance you would get through a solo max difficulty bug mission. So you gotta cut the bragging out. Listen, I wasn't gonna call you out, but the brag is getting a little crazy. Saying solos are boring to play is wild. I've seen you play. There's no way solos are easy for you, all right? Quit making stuff up, sir. I wasn't gonna call you out, but like third time's the charm. You just kept saying how easy it is, like you wouldn't stop. If you would have said it's easy one time and moved on, I'd have gave you a free pass. But I seen you play. And you need to stop making stuff up, Storm. All right, quit it. Quit making all that shit up.
Last reload.
Do. I would love to do a run. What, like today? But still got a few. Okay, so the run will be later.
Ready to
Ooh, there's so much typing. It's so hard to. This is crazy. There's so much going on. I'm trying so hard to read all the chats, but I'm like getting cooked out here reading chats. I'd be doing so much better if I wasn't reading y'all chats. Listen, I ain't blaming y'all. Y'all keep chatting it up. I'm just saying, I'm giving myself an excuse for why I'm probably gonna end up failing this mission. I'm just playing. I ain't failing. I never fail. We're definitely passing this mission. I fail all the time, by the way. This just ain't gonna be one of them. Do. All right, one down, two to go. Do. No. Oh, I saw my life flash before my eyes right there. Okay. Yo, these alpha commanders are getting out of hand. This is crazy.
last reload.
So much more is happening on the field with other divers. I like watching solo, but I couldn't play it myself. What do you mean? Hey, could you explain to me, what do you mean by so much more is happening on the field with other divers? Because if you're talking about playing yourself, I guess that makes sense if people play together. But typically, and I'm talking from a streamer standpoint, right? Typically, I'm going back and forth from a streamer standpoint to a regular person, non-streamer standpoint. Typically, when you play with other people, sure, there's a lot going on, but everybody's scattered like cockroaches when the light comes on, so you can't see everything that's going on, so it's like nothing's going on, typically. It's very rare that Helldivers nowadays will actually play with teamwork. And if you're watching a streamer like me play, and I was playing, because that kind of makes it sound like there's so much more going on, so it'd be better to spectate, which I disagree with, because everybody would be scattered. So there'd be a lot going on in the distance that I wouldn't even know what's going on. They would just be stealing all my bug kills. Stim Fairy about saving him? Multiplayer was needed. Well, that's okay. Well, one example someone said. I guess it was a bad question for me to ask you. Give me some examples, because you could obviously give examples of how multiplayer can get you clips. Like, obviously, if I die and I'm solo and I react like, I died, that's obviously not as epic as if I die solo and a 4-player squad goes, solo died, all at the same time in unison, right? So obviously, like, there are examples of how playing multiplayer will give you better clips, but I disagree with the sentiment that there's a lot of it. I think it's few and far between. I think the majority of clips that you see about Helldivers is a guy playing with a full squad, off by himself, doing something completely by himself that he could do in a solo lobby. So this is why I disagree with your statement. Sure, you could get clips where like you got 16 turrets up all at once because everybody's using turrets, and you got stuff like that can happen, but like I said, those awesome stuff like that is few and far between. That's not the norm. That's not the norm for YouTubers trying to get clips. Oh, that's gonna take out that bug hole too. Let's go. Get that nest cleared. You got to consider your team strats coming in so much more, in my experience. Not really. Not really. In my experience, playing with teams, everybody splits up, and nobody's got to worry about anybody else's playstyle because we're just all split up and doing our own things. I don't know where you guys are finding these teams where everybody stays together. I can play with randoms, I can play solos. It don't matter what I play with, everybody's just scattered throughout the map.
Sending down sentry.
Fire in the hole.
Like, I really don't understand how you guys are playing in teams and you're dying to each other's stratagems. Like, that's not some shit I understand. If you go no HUD, that's a weird thing to say. Who would play no HUD? Who would do no HUD except for like a fun challenge one day? Why would you do such a thing? Why would you put yourself through that? The curse of high level, everyone's skill too high, you don't know. That's the thing though, if you play level 10s with randoms, everybody's a high level, that's the issue. That's why if you want a good challenge, you can't play on level 10. You got to play on like level 7 if you want a really good challenge, because you'll see less high levels there. But if I play on level 7 as a streamer, people will be like, people will join the stream. It'll be hard to find new viewers because people will join the stream. They'll go, ew, he's not playing on level 10, and they'll leave, right? So they'll just do some drive-by ews on me. So as a streamer, I have to play on level 10, but level 10 is not actually the hardest difficulty because everybody who plays at level 10 is a sweaty. So if I lowered the difficulty, my games would be harder because the randoms would be worse, but people would go, he's struggling at level 7, ew, it'd be hard to get new viewers. And sadly, the biggest part of being a streamer is trying to get new viewers. Sadly, if I'm not making new viewers, I'm failing as a streamer. So I have to care about what the viewers care about, and the viewers want to see Super Helldive. Viewers don't want to see level 7 difficulty. I hate people who say, ew, no 10, you bad. I completely believe, Lily. No, I said that wrong. I completely agree, Lily. I think level 7 is the funnest way you could possibly play this game with randoms, because with level 7, you never know what you're going to get. But at level 10 difficulty, you always know you're going to get at least one sweaty that's going to go solo the entire map by himself, making it extremely boring for everybody else. Level 7s ain't like that. Level 7s is by far the funnest way to play this game if you're playing with randoms. Whoo! Yo, by the way, Blythar. Kind of stupid ass name is that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm trying to be a nicer person. All right, I'm gonna just call you Worshipper. By the way, Worshipper. No HUD would be really fun. I'd agree with you. I would agree with you if there wasn't a time limit in the game. The fact that there's a 40-minute timer in the game, if I was to play with my playstyle, which is completely purge the area of enemies, which as you can see from my timer, playing this way kills my entire timer, right? I don't have time to search a map by not having a HUD. I literally don't have time to do that. If there wasn't a timer, I would completely agree with what you're saying. That would be the best way to play for sure. But because every match is limited by a short-ass timer for some stupid-ass reason, I gotta disagree with you. Playing with no HUD is only something someone can do if they're getting carried by their teammates. If you're playing solo, that's a straight-up challenge run, and it's not really fun. So it's not that you can't play with no HUD. It's not that you can't do it as a solo player. It's that it isn't fun as a solo player because you got so much. You can't just enjoy the game. You got to be sweating to find all the shit. But if you play with teammates that are using HUD to do everything for you, sure, you could turn off HUD and have a good time. I'm assuming with the way you keep talking about no HUD being so much fun, I assume that you play with a bunch of teammates that do all the shit for you, and you just enjoy not having a HUD. But as a solo player, that doesn't really agree with the way soloism works. As the 40-minute timer would kill the fun in the game, and just I could not find this damn ammo.
Freedom never rests.
Oh my god. I didn't finish the damn thing. Okay. Okay. 15 minutes left. I gotta start I might have to start ignoring y'all. I gotta start locking in here. Yo, Storm, are you saying you're ready to do your when you say you forgot you have nothing to do today, is that your way of saying you're willing to do a solo run? Just so you know, Storm, out of everybody in my chat, out of anybody that could show up, there's no one I'd rather spectate than you on a solo run today, Storm, if you're ready to go. You let me know. You let me know when you're willing to do it. There's no one else I'd rather see. Did we do it? I did it. I cleared. Damn, look at all them alpha commanders. Oh my god. not allowed to because of school. Storm! Storm, listen. Listen, Storm. Listen, and don't take this the wrong way, Storm, all right? Listen. I got a serious question, and I need you to not lie to me, Storm. Because, like, I can see through liars. I can see through liars pretty vigorously. And you're giving me a vibe here, Storm, so I need you to be really honest with this answer. I need you to be really honest with this answer, Storm. Storm, are you lying about solo runs being too easy for you? Were you making that up, Storm? I need you to be really honest here. Were you making it up to sound cool, Storm? Did you completely make that up? Because it seems like you try real hard to avoid the challenge. Be real honest now, Storm. Be real honest with me. All right? Were you making it up when you said you do solo runs all the time and they're super easy? Were you making all that up, Storm? What up, Tank? I got one objective left in like 10 minutes. We got this. No, they can be too easy. All right, I have to take your word for it till we see you run one then. You let me know when you're ready one of these days, Storm. I would love to see some new chatters up in my chat who haven't done these, who haven't done one of my spectator sessions yet. If you're new up in the chat, I would love to, yeah, we're having a whole no HUD debate up in the chat here, Tank. I would love to see some of you people try a solo run. If you're in the chat right now and you think you got what it takes to solo run bugs on 4E Prime, on Super Helldive, of course. If you guys think you have what it takes and you haven't done it before and you want to try it today, I do these things where I spectate you guys solo running and I give epic live commentary. And unless you guys are like super bragging about how good you are at the game and then you do your solo run and suck, unless something like that happens, I'm pretty nice to you. Like, I'm not gonna, you could try, and if you fail, I'm not gonna be mean, I'm not gonna laugh at you. No one, we just like seeing the runs. That being said, if you're one of those people that brags about how good you are at the game, and then you show up and you suck, you might get made fun of. So probably don't do too much bragging unless you're him. But y'all let me know. Y'all let me know if there's anybody in the chat that wants to show off them solo skills, or doesn't have them solo skills and wants a little it wants a little tutorial, or not tutorial, little teach test. I do solo runs one-handed, right? And I feel like that authorizes me to be a teacher in the arts of Helldivers. So if you guys also wanted to learn how to play solo, like you don't think you're good enough to play to run solos in the game, but you want to learn, we can also do the same thing, but instead of just giving epic commentary, I can give an epic coaching sesh on what you should and shouldn't be doing, and like examples of what you could have done better in situations where you die. Y'all let me know if there's anybody out there that wants a coaching sesh or just wants to show off some skills. Y'all let me know. Solo Sensei's got a nice ring to it. I love that. Well, it would be Sensei Solo. You would put Sensei first. It'd be Sensei Solo. It wouldn't. You almost nailed it there. You definitely got to put Sensei. You got to put some respect on the Sensei name. Come on now. Sensei first and then Solo. But yeah, Sensei Solo got a nice it's got a nice ring to it. I like it. I really would love to do like every Tuesdays, do like teaching Tuesdays. Or something else that rhymes with coaching. And I would love to coach people into solo diving. The issue with that is I would need a large amount of people that wanted to participate. And I don't think there's a large amount of people that want to learn solo dives. Most people just want to play this game with a team and they don't care about solos that much. So I don't feel like there's a huge, what's the word I'm looking for here? A huge calling? That's not the word, but we'll take it. I don't feel like there's a huge calling for teach me how to solo dive. You know what I'm saying? But if there was quite a few people in the chat, I would love to like have one day of the week where I just do like Teacher Tuesdays. Every Tuesday, I get you guys in the chat, spectate you guys, tell you guys what you could do better, what you're doing wrong, and some of the meta stratagems and items you could bring to make running solos a lot easier. I would love to be a coach. I actually really wanted to be a coach in a PvP series a while ago. But because I don't play PvP games anymore, I don't feel like there's a huge desire for coaching. But if you guys were out there and you wanted some coaching, I would love to do some coaching days. What about getting embarrassed? I would try, then get embarrassed. Nah, if you agree to if you agree to get a coaching sesh, obviously everybody's gonna know that you're probably not cracked. People no one, you can't, it's hard to get embarrassed if you agree to a coaching session because you're admitting, hey, I need help, right? So it's not like people go, ha, he sucks. Like, what if you're agreeing, hey, I want to learn how to do solos, I'm not good enough to it, can you teach me? Obviously, we're going into that with the expectation that there's some learning required. There's no reason to be embarrassed. There's an expectation there. You know what I'm saying? Now, that doesn't mean if you're cracked at the game and you want a coaching session, just to be glazed the whole time, that's a good idea either. Some people do that. I used to, way back like a year ago, I was doing like, I was trying out Teacher Tuesdays, and sometimes people would just show up really good at the game just to be glazed. That shit's annoying. Don't do that. That shit's annoying. That being said, I've noticed, out of the various thousands of people I've come across, there is very, very little people that are so good at this game that they can't get any coaching at all. There's almost none. Like, I think even the great Layden could probably use some coaching sometimes. I see mistakes even Layden makes sometimes. Do I? I think I probably have. I don't know. If anyone here is closest to perfection as possible, it would be Layden. But I feel like even the great Himothy himself could use some coaching on. Like, there's things he can learn. You know, he doesn't know it all. We give Himothy some coaching sometimes. I'm level 19, so I don't think I'm gonna do it to be glazed. Well, I mean, obviously that didn't refer to you, though. I don't feel like that statement was irrelevant. You know, you gotta keep in mind, Meep, that not every statement is directed towards you. I feel like your replies make it seem to you that every time I say something, it's directed at you. Just throwing that out there, just trying to make you a better you, Meep. Not everything I say is directed towards you, so you don't need to respond to everything that I say like it's directed towards you. Like, you being at level 19 means that response that you said there was kind of irrelevant. Didn't really need to be said. No offense, I mean that in the nicest way. Only reason I'm bringing it up is because you do stuff like that all the time, by the way, Meep. And I know you've been trying to better yourself, so I'm just letting you know that you respond to things that don't really need to be responded to with responses that don't really fit the situation very good all the time, because it seems like you take everything I'm saying like it's like I'm talking directly to you. I'm not dogging on you or anything, Meep. I just know that you're a pretty big fan, and I just want to make you a better you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build you up. I'm just trying to let you know some things you do that could be done a little better. Just for you specifically, Meep. You should feel special. I wouldn't give anybody this type of coaching, all right, Meep? Just you, because I like you, Meep. I like you. But responding to every single comment like I'm directly talking about you sometimes comes off a little bit weird. Just letting you know, Meep. You keep being you, sir. Alright. What do we got? 2 lives and 5 minutes. We got 1 bug breach down. I believe. Actually, that might have been a natural bug breach. We haven't got it started. Are we done? Oh my god. I'm in a whole nother world. I didn't even... Come on, man. I needed that life. Yeah, by the way, that's kind of good advice from Rooks. I only read the first sentence. Like, I got a lot going on. I can't read that entire paragraph. But I kind of agree with that first sentence that Rook said about embarrass yourself and then laugh about it. Because being embarrassed is like a muscle that you can work on. And the more you deal with it, the better you get at dealing with it. That's a muscle that can grow. So if you find yourself being embarrassed early, sometimes it's good to put yourself in situations where you're embarrassed to try to grow that muscle so it affects you less. That's a muscle that you can keep flexing to get stronger. You know what I'm saying? The more you use it, the more you lose it type situation. Is that right? I mean, I'm picking up what I'm putting down. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down with that statement? Kobe.
Last reload.
All right, everyone's talking really good about that sentence. I think I'll read the whole thing. I can't, though. There's so much happening. Boom. right, are we good? Meep! Embarrass yourself a little bit and laugh while you're doing it. That is when you learn most, and that is the ultimate goal. Not gonna lie, I need to follow and eat words. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Rooks kind of said what I was trying to say there. But left out the part where the more you do it, the less it feels embarrassing, right? So if you go out of your way, not saying go out of your way is not really. Okay, here's a good way to word it. If you go out of your way to not avoid doing embarrassing things, and you just thrive in it, eventually you're not gonna really care about being embarrassed. You're working that muscle. You're making it stronger. I was like that when I first started streaming, by the way. Just so you know, Meep. When I first started streaming, everything I did to me was embarrassing. I gotta sit right. I gotta make sure I say the right things. I can't do or say anything that someone's gonna clip later and might throw in my face. And now I'm like, bring them on. What are they gonna do? I'll look at the clip and be like, yeah, I remember doing that shit, right? Like, over time, you're flexing that muscle so many times that eventually you no longer care, and that is the ultimate goal. I no longer care. I no longer care about doing stupid shit. I actually go out of my way to do stupid shit or look dumb in some situations because it's funny. It's funny to look stupid sometimes. So I go out of my way and make people think I'm dumber than I really am sometimes with the way I word stuff or something like that. Just because I care so little about someone clipping me that I just let that shit happen. Also, if they were to clip a really embarrassing moment, it feels a lot less embarrassing knowing that I did that shit on purpose. I'm like, they fell for it. All right, we might be in trouble here. We got to survive 2 minutes with only one life. I got to lock in, boys. I might be in trouble. I'm all out of lives. Got no one to save me. Oh my God, they're beating my ass. Woo, don't go that way. Oh my God, don't go that way. Oh! They're everywhere. Not no more. I blew their asses up. Holy shit, there's millions of them. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, these landmines should protect me as I go grab a new backpack. Once I get that new backpack, I think we'll be all right. All right, Clive. Okay. We're cooking. We're cooking. I threw that grenade. Hang on. Okay. If you smell what I'm cooking. Yo, I feel like the gas grenades absolutely clutched up for me right there. There was millions of them, and then there weren't. How you doing, Wolfpack? We're doing pretty fine. This is a great week. I'm actually really excited this week. This is a great week for Helldivers. We're getting some of the biggest updates I expect anyway from this week at Helldivers that we've had in a while. They are cooking. Oh no! Ah! Oh my God! They're avidly trying to surround me. Take that, heathens! Yeah, I'm so hyped. This is gonna be such a... I might not sleep this entire week. Back! No! Bro, I chucked that so far. I chucked that so far. Anyway, anybody want to go next? Let me know who trying to show off their bug killing skills to show us if you got what it takes to solo the bugs. Just so you guys know. I could have won that if I wanted. I chose to go out that way. I thought that'd be more epic. I did that on purpose. I don't want no judgment. I did it on purpose. You're stoked for Wednesday? Took a payday off for the entire day? Yo, that's sick. I love to hear that stuff, Wolfpack. That's awesome. Keep in mind, Wolfpack, just so you know. Keep in mind, the Helldiver devs have never dropped a Warbond on a Wednesday before. Never. And this isn't the first time they said it was going to be a Wednesday. Just throwing that out there. So it might get dropped early or late. But if it does get dropped Wednesday, that very likely means there is something extra, something huge going on, which is very possible. Because we did just get a teaser for what looked like some new stuff going on with the Illuminate front. So it is possible that Tuesday we're gonna get a huge update for some kind of new content, and then that follows into the Warbond Wednesday. But I feel like it's much more likely that the Warbond date is wrong. Keep that in mind. The Warbond very well could come out Tuesday, which would mean your day off Wednesday isn't a waste. You could still do the Warbond stuff Wednesday. But keep in mind, I do believe in the past they have said Wednesday before, and then it showed up on a Tuesday. And in the past 3 years, we have never had a Warbond drop on a Wednesday. We only get them on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which, once again, I talked about this earlier, once again is because consoles are updated on Tuesdays and Thursdays primarily. And this was originally a console-only game. So keep that in mind about the Wednesday thing. Keep that in mind. It'll very likely get released Tuesday, but you'll still be good for Wednesday. There's a small chance that Wednesday could mean Thursday, though. I don't know. I don't know. A Wednesday Warbond is very odd. It's very unlike them. I had almost 1,000 kills that game. I gotta be honest with you guys. This is not the first time they have given us a wrong date or a wrong time. They do seem to do that quite a bit for some reason. I don't really know why. But sometimes they'll say, hey, this is dropping at 10, and then it doesn't drop until, or like 5. They'll like, just drop. There was this one day in particular that really bothered me where I was waiting on something. I think it was a Warbond. I was waiting on a Warbond from like 5 a.m., which really messes up my schedule. I was up like 24 hours. And then that Warbond didn't drop till like 10 a.m., so 5 hours later, and I was waiting up for absolutely no reason. And I remember that really killed my soul. So like I said, I've been paying attention to dates and times being off a lot as a content creator since I'm trying to get there first. And I gotta tell you, it happens a lot. It happens a lot. Might get a Warbond soon after. It's possible, yeah. An OP Warhammer Warbond on Wednesday. First time for everything. Yeah, it'd definitely be interesting. If they dropped it on Wednesday, there would be a reason. Because so Helldivers used to be a PlayStation exclusive, meaning the devs primarily patch everything for PlayStation, probably, very likely. And PlayStation updates on Tuesdays and Thursdays, meaning a Wednesday update would be very odd. Like as a game that has a lot of console players, doing a console update on Wednesday is very strange. It's very strange. So if they do drop it on Wednesday, there's a really good reason behind it. But I also need to say, once again, this isn't the first time they said we're going to get Wednesday shit that dropped on Tuesday. It's not the first time. We need an inside joke for solo stream only. Like what? Like what when you say that, it tells me that there's inside jokes like other streamers have inside jokes. Like what? Like what are the other inside jokes that you're referring to, out of curiosity?
Resources.
Coordinates locked.
Yeah, as a content creator myself, Wolfpack, as a content creator, I see the time stuff is going to drop, and I try to be there so I can be the first to do the content. And their times and dates are normally extremely inaccurate. And it really kills me as a content creator because it kills my schedule, kills my sleep. It kills everything about it. Commissioner Kai and his group with Tana, with Epoch. Commissioner Kai and his... Epoch's not a... How'd you word it earlier? Epoch? Okay, I guess... I don't feel like Epoch is an inside joke, though. I feel like it's a very well-known thing that Tana loves the Epoch. I'm assuming it was the way you typed it. Epoch, I guess, was the inside part of it. I don't know. I feel like that was a bad example. Everybody knows Tana loves the Epoch. Tana's like the most famous damn YouTuber there is nowadays. She's like surpassed everybody. All right, I'm gonna drop over here. Yeah, I feel like that was a bad example. For me, though, I think my epoch is gonna be the Melt-A-Gun that comes out this week. They're gonna call me Melt-A-Man. That'll be my inside joke. Though I don't consider that an inside joke. I don't think it. Epoch is not an inside joke. I think you got your I think you're wording it wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I could be Melt-A-Man though, if that's what you're saying. I'm gonna love this Melt-A-Gun. I feel out of the loop. Who is Tana? Nah, he playing. Ain't no way there's someone out there doesn't know Tana. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's messing with us right now. All right, I'm gonna bring a better loadout because that last run was a struggle, and I don't want to struggle this time. So I'm gonna bring an I haven't brought a super overpowered loadout in a while, so we're gonna pretend that I'm doing a Teacher Tuesday today. And as a teacher to you guys trying to learn solo dives, this is the most overpowered loadout you could bring against bugs, and why? Supply pack for extra grenades and stims. Supply pack very OP. Napalm Barrage because it's the single-handed most powerful stratagem in the entire game, hand down. Hand down! The most powerful stratagem. This stratagem is so powerful it should be a consumable. You should have to pay samples to use this shit. This shit shouldn't be free. All right? I usually avoid it because of that, by the way. But just because we got cooked that last round, I'm going to bring the powerful. Gas mines are the most powerful stratagem in the entire game if there wasn't a Napalm Barrage. I do like gas mines a little bit better than Napalm Barrage if I was only to bring one, though, because yo, you'd rather watch me than Tana. Thank you. That's so nice, Wolfpack. I'm gonna need a 3-paragraph essay on reasons why. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration, Wolfpack. Gas mines, not as powerful as Napalm Barrage, but a better stratagem in my opinion because the cooldown is like half, maybe more, than the Napalm Barrage. You get these way more often. So they're almost as strong as Napalm Barrage. They are as strong as Napalm Barrage with the crowd control. They're just not as strong with death. Napalm will kill stuff faster than gas will, but the gas confuses stuff with is equally as good. Faster cooldown makes mines almost stronger than Napalm Barrage. Almost. Napalm Barrage is still the king. And then we got Tesla, which as long as there's no heavies around, if no Bile Titans or Chargers spawn, a Tesla will single-handedly take out an entire bug breach on its own. Super strong loadout right here. Let's see if we struggle. I'm gonna say no. Also, because we are not bringing a support weapon, I do not need the passive effect of my armor, which is peak physique, since my primary weapon has good ergonomics. So I'm gonna bring what I consider the strongest armor in the game, stim armor, medic armor. The reason this is the strongest armor in the game is not because you get extra stims, which is a nice bonus. It's the extra 2 seconds of stim duration. While you have the stim duration, if you stim up, you have typically 4 seconds. 4 seconds of invincibility from anything but one-shots. So if bugs are slapping you around, you just survive all that shit while that 4 seconds is going. This armor extends it 50%, an extra 50% length, up to 6 seconds. So every time you stim, you'll be damn near invincible for about 6 seconds, making this armor extremely strong. Hey, my essay is ready. More funnier. You interact with your community and come up with new games. I do interact with my community. I gotta say, Tana interacts with her community too. I do admit though, I do it a lot more. I try to read like every message. I'm one of the very rare YouTube streamers that try to read every message. I say try. I definitely don't read every message. I do try to read any messages directed towards me, though. A lot of times in my chat and just you streamers' chats in general, you guys talk amongst yourself in the chat. So sometimes that starts happening and I just start ignoring it, and then someone will direct a message towards me and I'll miss it because you guys are talking amongst yourself. But I do try to read every message that isn't weird or rude that's directed towards me. Any meaningful message anyway that's directed towards me, I do try to read them all, which I notice a lot of other streamers. That's pretty rare in the streamer world. Come up with new games is definitely specifically me. I don't think anyone's got that creativity level. Not to toot my own horn, but we do be doing that. You're a on-handed Badass. Helldivers spreading nothing but pure democracy. All right, we'll take it. I like being called a badass. Hey, Solo, will you make community for your channel? Will you make a community for your channel? You mean like a Discord? You mean like, will I make a Discord from? Is that what you're asking me? What the hell's a community? We have it. We are a community. What do you mean make one? I don't make a community. The community makes itself. And I think we're here. We're already there. Take a look around. Do, 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 do. All right, here we go. Actually, because we're running... I like this setup. This is better. Like on YouTube. I know you made a Discord. We have a community on YouTube. I'm assuming you mean like an option or some shit on YouTube. I'm not very techie. I'm not the tech guy. Lugo has arrived. What up, Lugo? I'm not very techie, so if there's a bunch of different options and shit on YouTube, I just hit the stream button. I don't get into it that deep. But to say that my community is not a community, it's a little bit disrespectful, sir. All right, you watch your tone when you talk about my community that way. We have the best damn community on YouTube. All right, my community's awesome.
And fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but just
My community's awesome. I take offense, sir. All right, I'm gonna throw this 380 at this bug hole just for funsies. And prepare for a bug breach. As soon as they bug breach, I'm gonna drop a napalm barrage. Now it does appear that we're getting a shit ton of alpha commanders, meaning we got the hard seat again. But we brought the sweatiest. We brought the sweatiest stratagems we could have brought, so I feel very confident. Drop that right there. The medic armor's keeping me alive. Oh, I ragdolled. All right, medic armor keeping me alive. I'm gonna let that napalm barrage cook, and we should be completely reset to invincibility again. Nothing survives the napalm barrage.
get some!
No, it was not. I brought my favorite booster, which is the turret on top of my ammo. I love that because it helps me clear areas and stuff. This is my favorite. Kobe.
Last reload.
Oh, right in the brisket. Somehow he survived it.
Throwing grenade.
Layden in the house. Yo, Layden, I got a question for you. For you specifically. The other day, somebody said that all of our sweaty divers were bringing... He didn't say this specifically, but I'm going to say what he meant when he said what he said. All of our sweaty Helldivers were specifically bringing the ammo backpack for that challenge the other night because there was nothing else that you could bring to survive that challenge. Do you think that's true, Layden? Do you think that challenge would have been possible without a supply backpack? I'm curious. That challenge was very difficult.
Objective near your position.
You think I'm saying it's not some of the most chill and chaotic people I've seen in a minute, and they are basically there. This is called a channel community. I don't know what you're talking about, channel community. If there's an option on YouTube for a channel community, I don't have any intentions of making it. That's what my Discord's for. If people want to join the community, you guys are already here. The live is the community, in all honesty, y'all. The live is the community. But if you guys wanted to join a little extra community for when I'm not live, click on my channel, go to my description in my channel, and there's a link to my Discord where you guys can hang out and stuff when I'm not live. Really, the live is the community, though. If we're not live, then people can hang out in the Discord. There's not really a necessity for a bunch of different random communities everywhere. Alright, throw that Tesla directly in the middle. That should clear out that entire point. I got gas mines on standby for if they bug breach again. And I'm going to drop this, which will give me ammo and a turret to help me clear the area. It's a super strong build. It's super effective. I gotta tell you guys, this medic armor is like really saving me this game. The amount of time these stims are lasting and making me invincible is incredible. I used to actually only run medic armor when I first started playing this game. This was my go-to until I found peak physique, and then I loved running LMGs. So peak physique is I'll never run a support weapon like an LMG without peak physique. And I used to only play against bugs with a stalwart until they started spawning a ton of these medium armor bugs. Like if I had a stalwart for this game, this wouldn't be a very fun. I feel like I wasted an entire slot because the green bugs here are medium armor. And so are the hive guards. So there's like half of the bugs are medium armor. I'm gonna drop both of these things because if I knew I had my napalm, I would not have dropped the gas mines too. But because I already dropped the gas mines and I had napalm, I'd rather use napalm, and the gas mines are on such a fast cooldown, I just drop it anyway, right? That's the theory there. About to cook that entire bug breach. Damn it! My first death. Actually, the only reason I died there is because I hit reload, so I couldn't stim. The reload canceled my stim.
Point me to the enemy.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Fire in the hole.
Get off me. Okay. What am I missing? Oh, I'm not missing anything. We're good. Alright, I feel like they're coming from every angle, so I'm going to go ahead and drop my Tesla right here. And that should clean up whatever survived that mess going on. Can you swap weapons to cancel the reload? I feel like the reload cancel only cancels the stim sometimes. I think it depends on how fast you try to stim after hitting your reload button. I don't feel like it's something that always cancels the stim. It only affects me sometimes, but it definitely affected me right there. And yeah, you can switch weapons to cancel the reload if that's what you're asking. I feel like that's a strange question. Yeah, I used to do that all the time actually. Well, not really. I would reload to cancel. I would switch weapons to cancel reload. Like sometimes I reload. I'll use a weapon that I'll reload a lot, like the Scorcher. Oh, I hear stalkers. So I'll constantly be hitting reload, but then I'll whip out the Stalwart, shoot a couple bullets, and try to hit reload because I'll forget that it's the Stalwart, and then I'll weapon swap to cancel that reload so it doesn't throw a whole mag away. But I've never weapon swapped so that I could stim. I've never done that. I don't think that the stim cancel is that big of a problem. But in theory, yeah, that should work. Yeah, for some reason, reloading a weapon doesn't always cancel your stims. It just does it sometimes. I haven't put my finger on quite why it only happens sometimes. I think it's a timing thing. If you hit reload and then instantly try to stim, it won't work. But if you hit reload and try to stim a second later, I think it will work. Which is why swapping weapons wouldn't really be helpful if that's the case. I haven't tested it though, that's just a theory of why sometimes you can and sometimes you can't.
How'd you like to taste for freedom?
Dude, he blocked the computer? Nah! Nah, there's no way he could have died in a worse spot. Now I gotta wait like 30 seconds for him to disappear. Alright, looks like we have stalkers coming from this way constantly, so I'm gonna just throw a Tesla over there. Never mind, there's a map. Well, that was a terrible Tesla. It's gonna land on the mountain. Oh, all I gotta do is pull the lever, you right. Now I'm gonna pre-stim. The medic armor's gonna just keep me alive, and I can do whatever I want. Alright, they're bug breaching again. I can drop mines here. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I want to, because we got a napalm barrage for the next area anyway. So we're just gonna drop mines here. That'll deal with that entire bug breach, so I can just go to the next point. Now, I did die once, right? And that one death was because I was reading chat. I don't know if that's true or not. It's probably not true. But usually, my deaths are because I'm reading chat. So I'm gonna just blame it on that nonetheless. Anyway, I did die once, but you guys can see the difference between this gameplay and the last gameplay. All I did was change a couple things on my loadouts, and this run became extremely easy. In case you guys are here to learn, this run got so much easier since I switched my loadout around that I think it's mainly the Napalm Barrage. I'm gonna be honest. Napalm Barrage just makes the game super easy. But if you only bring Napalm Barrage, it's not gonna carry you. It's a combination of things really, but the Napalm Barrage is so damn strong. I think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in my community specifically, Layden, who like to say that if you bring Napalm Barrage, you just insta-win. This is not true at all. Napalm Barrage is the best stratagem in the game. It will definitely help you win better, but there's no way that an average diver is soloing level 10 difficulty just because he brought a Napalm Barrage. There's no shot. There's just no way that's actually happening.
Sending down an equipment package.
Are they, reaching? Holy shit, there's a lot of bugs here. Alright, I'm gonna just Napalm Barrage to clear this area. And then we'll have our landmines for the next bug breach. Typically, I'd want to save my Napalm Barrage for a bug breach, but there's a lot of shit going on here that I simply don't want to deal with. And we brought gas mines that can equally handle a bug breach, like the Napalm Barrage does. If I didn't bring gas mines, I would have definitely saved that Napalm Barrage for a bug breach. Just in case you guys are looking for tips out here. Always use your Napalm Barrages on a bug breach, unless you brought another stratagem to deal with bug breaches. They're coming from every angle. This is crazy. They didn't even bug breach, and I feel like I'm being bug breached upon. Alright, we're gonna drop a 380 to hopefully kill some of these big guys.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
And, damn, that Napalm Barrage barely did anything. This is why I feel like saying Napalm Barrage is an easy win button is inaccurate. I actually really dislike that stuff. I have some people in my community that I really like, but I really dislike some of the things they say. Like how Napalm Barrage is an insta-win button. It's not. It's not, but it can be. If you're running a stack of 4 and everybody's running Napalm Barrages and every time something happens, one person throws a Napalm Barrage, so you always have them off cooldown, then yes, that could be the case. But it's not an instant win button in every case. As you guys can see here, I'm already down 2 lives. I'm struggling a little bit, and I got a lot of experience soloing bugs specifically. I haven't said that in months. Listen, I ain't trying to call you out specifically. I'm just honest, Layden. I like a lot of what you say. Damn it! I like a lot of what you say, but that statement, you dissing Napalm Barrage, it kind of bothers me all the time. Like, sure, if someone, all they ever do is use Napalm Barrage, you could bring it up. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like you brought it up a lot. And it's never not bothered me. It's okay, though. I'm going to let you speak your mind. We're all entitled to our opinion. But I'm just saying. I wasn't trying to name drop. I didn't name drop you, didn't I, Layden? That's my bad. I didn't mean to name drop you. That's my fault, sir. I'm just saying, Napalm Barrage is not as good as a lot of people make it sound like it is. It's the best stratagem in the game. That being said, there is no stratagem in the game that can single-handedly win games. Including the Napalm Barrage. That's just not a true statement. That's all I'm trying to say, alright? Did I get that bird with that? Damn it. And there's a stalker lair harassing me from somewhere too, which I think there's 2. I think I have a stalker lair on 2 sides of me. The stalkers seem to be coming from multiple directions. And these flyers are relentless. There might be a flyer nest too. Let me go take a gander over here real quick. I think it's the strongest strategy in the game, not the best. That's a good statement. I like that. See, that's a statement I can agree with. I can also agree, Layden. There is a flyer nest right there. I see it. I'm a little far from it, though. Am I tripping? Nah, there's definitely something over there. Nah, that's way too far. There's no way that's spawning flyers at me. I can also agree, Layden, that if there's a Helldiver bragging about how good he is, but he'll never play the game without Napalm Barrage, that diver's probably not very good at the game. I can also agree with that statement. But there's a lot of statements I don't agree with, by golly. Those are just 2 that I do. Oh my god, I don't know how I survived that. Watch this shot, right to the dome. Right to the dome. Never mind.
Grenade!
Oh my lord. Even with this super strong loadout, I'm still being bullied. This is crazy. Do I have ammo down? I'm gonna drop some more. Alright, I'm gonna stim up again before I turn around. If I'm stimmed, I'm pretty... Damn! Oh my god, bro! Can I breathe? I'm out of lives. I was talking all that shit about how my loadout was so strong. This is easier, and I'm out here getting bullied.
Point me to the enemy.
Sir! Alright, we got the Tesla down. That thing's gonna start cooking. I hear another stalker in this direction. I think I'm surrounded by stalker lairs. I think that's the problem here. I think there's like 3 stalker lairs. I think I'm surrounded by 3 of them. Yo, what up, fella? We out here struggling, you know. It's what we do. There's a lot of things I do good, but what I do the best is struggle. That's why I'm such a damn good entertainer. People love the struggle. We thrive in the struggle around here.
Fire in the hole.
Structure destroyed.
Bum bada bum when they see me coming. Alright, I have recovered from the struggle for the time being. I think there's still more stalker lairs. We'll still be harassed, but we'll be harassed slightly less now, and I'll take it. Like, I literally can't think of a stronger setup than the shit that I brought this game. I don't know how this game is this difficult. I love mods for this game. I'm on console, so sadly I have access to no mods. I'm gonna be honest, George. I'm gonna be honest. Anytime y'all bring up amazing mods, it hurts my feelings because I can't use them, alright? Don't rub it in my face, George. Don't rub it in my face, sir. I appreciate you. Alright, do we need a restock? We do not. Good to go. 2 down, 1 left. Yo, chatty chats, are you guys super excited for the Warhammer Warbond, or is it just me? I am so excited. I am so excited because Arrowhead is known for giving us stuff pre-nerfed, and they let us down a lot. But I should learn to mod Helldivers. Oh, that would be cool. I would definitely do it if I had access to mods. One of the things I would do is I would make the minigun better. I would make I'd play every game with the minigun the way the devs should have made it, and my goal would simply, thank you for the thumbs up, my friend. My goal would simply to use the minigun every single day and get enough people to view how fun the minigun looks that the devs would actually change the minigun. That would be my goal. my one goal in this game would be to get the Helldiver devs to make miniguns great again. I would mod the shit out of the minigun. I wouldn't make it overpowered. Actually, I kind of would. Minigun's supposed to be overpowered. I'd make it slightly powerful. I'm not going to call it overpowered. I'd make it slightly powerful and remove all of the completely nonsense negatives that are on that gun. Just to go over a few of them, it's got spin up time, it's got spin down time, can't move while it spins up or spins down, whether you're shooting it or not. You can't dive while it spins up or spins down. Takes up the most important slot in the entire game, the backpack slot. Doesn't really do much more damage than a standard LMG. But you get less ammo because you could bring an ammo backpack with the standard LMG to get way more ammo than a minigun, even though the minigun comes with a backpack that only resupplies a minigun ammo. It's got a whole ass smoke bomb that comes out the barrel, so if you try to use it in first person, not only does it not have a crosshair, but you can't see shit! You can't see shit, even if it did have a crosshair if you try to use it in first person. It doesn't have knockback on bugs, so when you kill the bugs, they just stand in front, the dead body just stands in front of you, so you can't kill bugs behind those bugs. You can't even move to go around the bug that's blocking your view to shoot at other bugs, because you can't move while shooting it. And it's not heavy pen, which some people would argue for some reason that bullets shouldn't be heavy pen, that's for explosives. And I would argue there should be other options to kill heavy shit in the game, like Bile Titans and Charger, other than just explosives. The minigun, if it was heavy pen, would be an amazing weapon. Would be an amazing weapon to take out heavies with, like Bile Titans and Chargers. The fact that they gave us a boss-killing weapon, like a minigun, but don't allow us to kill bosses with it because the penetration level isn't high enough, is the wildest decision of all of the decisions, in my opinion. The minigun is so bad, 1,000 rounds only, 1 point. The 1,000 rounds only in the minigun, by the way, is so bad because it comes with a backpack. That's the reason why that's so bad. If the minigun did not come with a backpack, that actually wouldn't be bad. The fact that it comes with a backpack, so you can't bring an ammo backpack to resupply ammo, so you only get the 1,000 ammo and can't resupply it by will like you can with every other LMG, is why that ammo economy is so horrendous. Just to put into perspective, not only does an ammo supply pack resupply ammo for weapons, it resupplies stims and grenades all in the same backpack, and at a significantly higher rate than Solo is my hero. Oh my god, someone made a YouTube for me. But not only does it resupply ammo, it resupplies stims and grenades. And it resupplies more ammo than a backpack designed for only resupplying ammo, which makes 0 sense. And these are the reasons why the minigun has the lowest pick rate out of all weapons, which quite frankly is extremely disrespectful to miniguns. Miniguns in video games are the highest sought after, most legendary weapons to ever be put into existence in video games. And to give us the most legendary weapon ever created and to make it the biggest piece of shit we have on the game is crazy. It's crazy! Anyway, rant over. I'm gonna enjoy my bug mission now. Oh my god. Alright, there we go.
Get some! Get some!
Watch this Kobe, y'all. Watch this Kobe. It's gonna land right there and kill all the bugs, clearing that off. Oh my god, I couldn't have thrown that better if I did it myself. Which makes sense, because I did do it myself, so obviously I couldn't do it better. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, there's a lot of shit that way. I'm gonna go back this way. Oh my god, that's a lot of shit. Let me throw some landmines. Whoo! Bro, none of them bullets hit? I mean, I realized I was a little squirrely, but damn. Oh man, I'm sweating. Bugs got me sweating out here today, boys.
Sending down equipment package.
Alright, what I miss in the chatty chats? Okay, Solo, you've been making good points, but one thing. You can kill enemy in the game with just Scorcher if you hit them in the right parts. That's not true. Is it? Is that true? That's not true. You can't. That might be true, actually. That might be true, but it's irrelevant because then nobody is shooting Chargers and Titans in the squishy parts to kill them when you could just one-shot them with an EAT. There needs to be a bullet weapon or some sort of tracking weapon that's as good as explosives, so we have other options besides just explosives when it comes to dealing with anti-tank stuff.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
By the way, Scorcher's medium pen, so if you were to say that about a Scorcher, you'd also be saying about the minigun. But if you ever try to use a minigun to kill a Bile Titan or a Charger, you would see how that statement is you're just saying that shit just for an argument. Nobody's out here killing Chargers with the damn minigun. Nobody's doing that shit. You can kill a... Oh, yeah, I don't think you can kill a Leviathan with a Scorcher. That you might have found the one enemy. Yeah, that's not possible. You can't kill a Leviathan with only a Scorcher. If you open up a weak point, maybe there's a medium weak point, but I don't think... I think the weak points only go heavy pen. Yeah, I don't think you can kill a Leviathan with a Scorcher. Good counter argument. We have Leviathans. Leviathans are a terribly designed enemy, by the way, in my opinion. terribly designed. But I got other shit to complain about besides that. Like, that isn't my biggest complaint about the game. I didn't say minigun because you have to stand still. So, that doesn't mean you can't do it. Like, killing a War Strider with a Scorcher might be possible. I'm not even sure if that is possible. But it might be possible, but you wouldn't do it. Just like you could kill a Charger with a minigun, but you wouldn't do it. In your statement, because you have to stand still. But you don't even have to stand still with a Scorcher. And you still wouldn't do that shit. You still wouldn't kill every enemy in the game with a Scorcher. You said you can. You didn't say you would.
Deploying minefield.
Man, I feel like I'm blitzing through ammo here. This is crazy. Do I got another ammo pod? 10 seconds.
Fire in the hole!
You did find a weakness in my argument, and I have another enemy you can't kill, Hive Lord, because you need to break the armor. Technically, you could kill a Hive Lord with a Scorcher. You just couldn't kill him Scorcher only. But you could kill a Leviathan with it. That's not possible. I don't think there's any point where a Leviathan has less than heavy armor. Thoughts on Cremator? I don't like flamethrowers personally. I like machine guns. I don't like flamethrowers or explosions. I'm not a big fan of those things. I like machine guns. I like to go burr. I like to Rambo it up. But that being said, if I was into flamethrowers, the Cremator is possibly the most overpowered support weapon in the entire game. The Cremator? Oh shit, why'd I do that? I thought that was ammo. I'm stupid. I'm stupid, leg it! I was talking, I didn't realize I loaded up a napalm barrage instead of ammo. Why would I do that? Who needed a napalm barrage right there? Anyway, the Cremator. So I think the Cremator first off, I think it's an amazing design weapon. I think it's overpowered, but in the best ways. I think because it's a backpack-fed weapon, so it takes up 2 slots. It takes up your support slot and your backpack slot, especially being that your backpack slot is the most overpowered slot in the entire game, in my opinion. I think if any weapon in the game takes up those 2 slots, they need to be overpowered. And I think the Cremator does that the best out of all of them. The Cremator perfectly shows what a backpack weapon should be like. That's my opinion on the Cremator. It's perfect. The Cremator has the perfect weapon design.
Freedom never rests!
I'm just gonna go for it. Done. We out of here. Are they bug breaching?
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. Deploying minefield.
Okay. Why'd that lob to the side? You know what's weird? If you hit a Bile Titan with an ultimatum shot, it staggers the Bile Titan so it won't spit at you. It'll stop spitting. But if you hit a Bile Titan with a Giga Grenade, it doesn't stagger the Titan so it stops spitting. Yeah, the Cremator is as strong as the minigun should have been, by the way. Just so you guys know, I am in complete disbelief that the Helldiver devs have made a flamethrower 3 times stronger than a minigun. That's just disrespectful. Just so you guys know my stand on that. It's absolutely disrespectful that they made the Cremator as good as they made it, and they made the minigun as shitty as they made that. Just so you guys know, extremely disrespectful. That being said, as far as backpack weapons go, they finally did a good one with the Cremator. The Cremator might be the first really good backpack weapon that we've received. So I do gotta argue the recoilless rifle is also a very nice weapon. The only thing wrong with the recoilless rifle is, over time, Helldivers has actually been getting harder than it used to be. The spawns, the amount of heavies, everything in Helldivers is harder than it used to be back when people would struggle more. The only thing is there's been power creep in the game, giving us more powerful weapons to make it seem like Helldivers is actually easier than it used to be. And it's true. Helldivers is an easier game than it used to be, but the spawn rates and amount of heavies and light enemies that you get is actually harder than it used to be. It just doesn't seem that way because of all of the powerful stuff we have nowadays. And because of that power creep, I believe that hit the recoilless rifle as well. So the recoilless rifle isn't as strong as it once was as a backpack weapon. I think as far as backpack weapons go, the recoilless rifle used to be the standard, but no longer is. I think right now the cremator is the standard for backpack fed weapons. If you're gonna make a weapon that requires a support slot and a backpack slot, two very important slots, it takes out both of them. That weapon needs to be very strong. And right now, the only weapon I believe is that strong is the cremator. I don't think any other backpack weapons are good enough to justify taking up 2 slots. Though I do gotta say, I think the recoilless is a close second. The recoilless is really good. The recoilless, if you're running a team and you're the anti-tank guy, the recoilless is very hard to beat. Alright, let's row this boat.
Roger. Pelican 1 will re-attempt pickup at extraction zone.
Have a taste of democracy.
I am by a flyer nest, which I think is causing extra flyers to spawn, which is going to make this extract a little extra epic. For some reason, I got faith in this one, though. I think we'll make it out of this one.
Throwing grenade. Last reload.
Wrecked. Bum-ba-da-bum when they see me coming. Got him. Alright, we're already a minute down.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Where are they coming from? This direction? Check that over there.
Orbital barrage incoming.
Oh, that was a good toss. Oh, that was such a good toss. By the way, for anybody you curious, there's got to be some people up in here. We got a lot of people up in here. Some of y'all got to be curious. For anyone who's curious why a Giga Grenade sometimes one-shots chargers, but most of the time doesn't, if the Giga Grenade lands on the armor part of a charger, like the face or the body of a charger or a leg, it won't one-shot them. But if it lands on the butt, which is the squishy part, or under the charger, like that grenade right there landed under the charger, it will one-shot a charger. So with Giga Grenades specifically, you don't really want to go for direct throws at the charger. You want to try to throw it under him or next to him. Just so you guys know, for you guys curious out there. I go balls out, recoilless rifle after the new Warbond drop. Oh, recoilless. All of the support weapons are going to be so much better when the new Warbond drops, because it's giving us an armor that lets you reload support weapons so much faster. The Epoch, the de-escalator, oh my god, recoilless rifle, all of the LMGs, oh my, you know, the medium LMG actually might start seeing some play after this new Warbond drops. This new Warbond is going to be an absolute game changer. I'm so excited for it. The HMG is what I'm most excited about. I personally am most excited to use the new armor with the HMG. I love the HMG, but I don't feel like power-wise, on the bug front anyway, it's actually pretty powerful on the bot front. On the bug front anyway, I don't think power-wise the HMG keeps up. But with the new reload speed, I'll struggle less with it. I will be using it way more as my anti-tank on the bug front once the new armor comes out. I'm super excited about this. Man, I cooked that, what do you call it? Extract. I literally cleared the area, killed everything. Let's go. Let's go, boys!
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Whipping it out. He's whipping his chicken out.
You
What uses what?
The metal of the Helldivers.
What are you talking about? See you later. Nice little banger drop and then just run away. The hell are you talking about? Why are you whipping your chicken out? Alright, Orion. I'll see you soon, my friend. Oh yeah, autocannon, a de-escalator are probably gonna be the prime. So the autocannon has for a long time been one of the best weapons in the game, and a lot of people know it. All right, so this new armor passive is gonna make the autocannon so much better because it's already been one of the strongest things in the game. The de-escalator I feel like has been the biggest underdog in the game. In my opinion, the de-escalator is the strongest non-backpack fed support weapon in the entire game. And I word it that way specifically because the only support weapon that I think is better than the de-escalator is the cremator. But if you don't want to take up your backpack slot, like if you want to run a drone or an ammo backpack, like a lot of people do, the de-escalator is the strongest support weapon in the entire game, in my opinion. And I don't really know why more people don't use it. It's so good. One of the goodest things, by the way, about the de-escalator, I almost corrected myself, but I think it was funny to say it that way, is the de-escalator does electric damage that doesn't damage the user. Now, you can kill teammates with it, but you can shoot a de-escalator directly at your feet and just clear the area around you, and it doesn't damage you at all. Zero damage. So the de-escalator is a great oh shit weapon. Like if you're surrounded and you got one of them oh shit moments, you can just whip out the de-escalator and just start blasting without any worries of killing yourself at all, which makes that weapon super strong. Call me dumb, but I didn't get the point of the Illuminate trailer with the teddy bear. Yeah, I didn't get it either. I think if you look really close at the trailer, by the way, Mars, if you look really close at the teddy bear, the eyeball in the teddy bear, I think, shows an enemy or some shit. I think that's what it was about. I don't know. Yeah, I also don't know how people even know that the teddy bear thing is Illuminate related. But I think it's the eyeball. If you look really close to the trailer, the eyeball on the teddy bear, I think, teases an enemy or something. I don't know. I don't like to look too far into it because I'm not trying to be disappointed. Even if I knew what was coming, I wouldn't really want to know because I get excited and then enemy will suck and then I'll be like, I was excited for nothing. I don't like being let down, so I try to keep my hopes low. But I'm just excited for anything new, right? So I don't care what the teddy bear is teasing. I just care that it is teasing, me personally. I'm super excited to see what's to come. I'd rather just like the surprise. I don't even want to know what it is. I'd rather be surprised. But I like that I know that there's a surprise coming, and that's what makes me happy about the new trailer. Plot twist, teddy bear will be in the hive. I think I'm over bugs, y'all. I'm gonna go do some bots. We about to bot it up. What we got? We got this one. Do we have any new planets? I haven't played on a snow planet in a while. I might do some snow. Oh, that's a cool looking planet. Is that Borgs? We got the Borgs over there. Do we have snow on the cyborg front? We don't got no snow? We don't got no snow. Disappointing. All right, I'm gonna start out just with some regular bot play, and then we'll move up to some Borgs. We'll probably do some Borgs later. Let me just do a nice chill sesh right quick.
For only the most elite.
Initiating FTL jump to the Martal system.
I love how everybody in the chat knows so much about the new teaser we got. I too was also very confused how the teddy bear was a massive tease. I also didn't think that the teaser for the Warhammer 40k Warbond just showing a pistol was a really good teaser either. But everybody freaked out over that. I guess it was a good teaser because it was just telling us in general that we're getting our Warhammer 40k Warbond. And there's a lot of Warhammer 40k fans out there, so I guess that checks out. I don't know what this song is that I keep humming, but it's stuck in my head for some reason. I have no idea what it is. Alright, let's do... I've been enjoying mortars lately against these guys. Wonder what else? Hang on, let me think. What is your guys' go? If for you solo runners, none of that team play crap. Because if you're in a team, you can bring whatever stratagems you want and they feel like they're good. If there's anybody in my chat that runs solo against the automatons on Super Helldive, what do you guys bring for your loadouts? What's the overpowered picks? I feel like laser cannon's probably really strong. Because I think you could take out entire bases with it. Walking barrage is also really strong. This is the best armor in the game for bots. Oh, you guys don't know. So bulwark armor, let me give y'all a rundown real quick. So regular heavy armor, normal heavy armor gives an armor rating of 150. Normal armor gives 100. Just medium armor gives 100 rating. Heavy armor gives 150, so 50 more armor. Then you have extra padding, which gives 200 more armor. But on the bot front, one of the biggest things you're hit by is explosives. So you normally run explosive resistance armor and not extra padded. However, the bulwark armor, which I believe you buy in the store, you got to buy this in the store, not in a Warbond. The bulwark armor has not only explosive resist, but also has extra padded, making this thing amazing versus bots. Hand down the best armor you could bring against bots. It's so good. Extra padding and explosive resist. This armor is so good, you could walk over any landmine in the game and not die. Including anti-tank mines, but only including them because they just won't explode if you step on them. They won't go off. Anti-tank mine will absolutely kill you. Those things are super damn strong. But they won't go off. So yes, with this armor, you don't even need to look for landmines. You could just walk over them like you're the Juggernaut. It's so damn good. Highly recommend if you guys play against bots, y'all buy some bulwark out of the store. It's so good. There is no stronger armor for the bots in my opinion. All right, let's do, hang on, let me see y'all suggestions. What are you guys saying is good against bots? Somebody said Trident. I think Trident will be really good against cyborgs. Against regular bots, I'd rather have something with a little more range. Missile pistol, I should switch to a missile pistol. That's a good suggestion. Rocket Sentry supply pack. Orbital Gatling. I feel like that's a really good loadout. I'm not a big fan of the Orbital Gatling. I can see why you choose it, though, because you could use it to kill fabricators and heavies alike. I feel like that's a really strong loadout. Damn. Porky, you know your shit. I'm not a big fan of the Trident, though. For someone who, like, really thrives in accuracy, and I love practicing my accuracy, it makes shotguns less fun for me. And when I'm shooting typically at longer range, I don't see the Trident being that useful. Against cyborgs, definitely, because you constantly got those dudes running at you. Definitely remind me to use the Trident when I switch over to cyborgs. Definitely, I've been wanting to try that out. Remind me to whip that out for cyborgs the next run. I'm going to do regular bots right quick, and then I'm going to go do cyborgs. Remind me to try out the tribe. Remind me, before you got to be early. You got to be early. While I'm extracting, remind me the Trident for cyborgs. All right, I'm going to go cluster bomb. I'm trying not to bring a support weapon. The AMR is probably the best support weapon for bots. I agree. I'm trying not to bring a support weapon, though, because I want to bring more stratagems. So I'm going to go... Hang on. I'm going to go Walking Barrage first. And then we're going to go Cluster Bomb. Actually, Rocket Sentry. And then Cluster Bomb. I've really been liking the cluster bombs lately, and I think with the bulwark armor, I can probably survive the clusters. I think I could cluster bomb myself and lay down and live with the bulwark armor. I might be attempting this game, by the way. This shit might be attempted. I'm not going to switch to the missile pistol because I think the ultimatum's better for taking out the big-ass dog things. So if a big-ass dog shows up and I don't have my ultimatum, I'll be hating life. Which means if some of the gunship guys show up, I'll be scorchering them only, which isn't a problem. I'm a pretty good shot. I scorcher the hell out some damn gunships. I feel like this is a very odd loadout, but a very strong loadout. Let's see how it does.
Hellpod launch initiated.
K9 is heavy pen. Love it against bots. I've never really heard about K9 versus bots before. I can see that working well, though. I agree. I can see that working very well. I'd say Orbital Napalm is good for bots, but I would also say, Meep, that the regular Napalms are better because the regular Napalms kill the heavies. Orbital Napalm doesn't do the best at killing heavies. Where like I would say a 120 might be better than orbital napalm. But orbital napalm is definitely still going to be good against bots because it'll clear out the majority of the enemies. But a 120 might kill all of the enemies. Is the difference. Sometimes it's nice to kill everything, is all I'm saying.
Deploying equipment package.
Also, does anybody ever run a shield backpack for bots? I feel like a shield backpack could be pretty good because the amount of times you get one shot on the bot front, I feel like a shield backpack can mitigate the one shot. Alright, we're out of here. Dom bada bom bada bom bom bom. Yeah, a lot of people hate the Worst Riders. Alright, so this is why we bring this is why we bring the ultimatum. Now, if I had the missile pistol, I could shoot the turret off of the top of him, which is a huge bonus. But it would be significantly harder for me to kill the dog in general, which I guess wouldn't be that big a problem if we brought a missile pistol. I don't know, it's arguably, the missile pistol's arguably stronger against these big ass dogs than the ultimatum. I just like to kill stuff, and the ultimatum just feels better for me. Let me see if I can hit him from here. Yo, I got him. Haha, let's go. Get wrecked. Man, that was satisfying. Is that 2 jammers? Is that a jammer right there?
Objective located.
Oh my god.
Objective located.
Oh my god. Does that mean I can't hellbomb the jammer because they're both right next to each other? Thank you, Jackson. Thank you. I felt like that was a really good shot myself. I actually felt like it was a little bit off. I think I got really lucky that it killed him. But it did feel pretty satisfying when I pulled it off. Alright, so I'm not going to be able to use stratagem, so I'm going to drop my rocket turret here. I guess that'll probably clear this area. Rocket turret, I believe the rocket turret shoots up to 100 meters, so it should clear this area. And then I'm going to move forward and try to do this jammer. Actually, better yet, let me go try to bait a bot drop over here so that I don't have to deal with it for the jammer. We got to use our strategies out here. So I'm going to go try to bait a bot drop somewhere. Hopefully there's an enemy around here. I see a little guy. Alright, so I'm going to bait a bot drop. Then we're going to run back to the jammer and be able to take the jammer out without dealing with reinforcements. Is that it? Perfect. Ah, you fell for my ploy! Haha, sucker! I'm out of here. Alright, it looks like we got a double jammer here, so we're going to just disable them. I'm probably not going to hellbomb either of them. Ain't nobody got time for that. But we're not going to have to worry about bot drops while we do it, which is a big benefit in my opinion. As long as I get there fast enough. I am using the chunky man armor, so I'm getting there a little bit slower than I expected, but we are getting there nonetheless. Ah! The hell was that? What was that? Is there a dog over there? What the hell was that? Who sees what that was? No clue. Alright, I'm bum rushing. By the way, I'll do a lot of dive shooting like I'm playing Max Payne. I'll dive before I shoot a lot. For anybody who doesn't know why I do that, see you later, Storm. You have a good one. For anybody who doesn't know why I like to dive before shooting when I'm shooting at long range, it's because when you're prone, you have much higher accuracy and much less recoil when you're prone. And when you dive, while you're in the air, it mimics being prone. So while you dive, you have perfect accuracy, just like if you were laying down. So if I'm trying to be really accurate, a lot of times I'll dive before I shoot. For anybody curious, I like to give tips and tricks around here, right? Let me do me, all right?
How about a nice cup of liberty? Last reload.
Oh, I'm jammed. No, shit, I thought we were doing a different mission. What happened? You guys are doing a challenge? I can't read that right now. I'm in the thick of it. I'm about to come back to that comment, my friend. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. Shit, they're bot dropping. Can I get out of here in time? You damn Skippy, I can. We're done, right? That's it? I think I'm done. I'm going to the next one. They bot dropped here, which means the next jammer shouldn't have anything over there. Problem is I need to restock before I head over there. Oh, I don't think I can use the same technique. I need to get restocked first. Alright, let me just try to evac the area and restock.
Main objective near your position. Deploying equipment package.
Oh, damn! I might have just killed myself. Hang on. Let me get some cover. Lay down, sir. Are we good? Are we good? Do I live? Damn it. I really thought that first barrage, it was going to walk forward. That was a walking barrage. So after that first barrage, it should have walked forward. It stayed back just to mess with me, though.
Ready, liberate.
Alright, we're good now, though. Alright, I'm moving to the jammer. I don't even feel like I have to take out these jammers. They're not really in a particular spot that I have to take them out. I just thought it'd be a good challenge to try to take out 2 jammers back to back. So I wanted to give it a try. I don't really feel like I had to kill either of these jammers, though. These jammers aren't really... Maybe that first jammer was a problem that we disabled, but we definitely don't have to disable this next jammer. Can I climb this? This looks climbable. Nope, guess not. Yo, this looks so damn climbable. You're telling me that's not climbable?
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Slim chance you can call a hell boom if you go far side of the jammer for activate one. I think for bots, I might start running the, I might start running the Hellbomb backpack just because of how useful it seems like it would be against bots. Like, the Hellbomb backpack seems so useful against bots, it might be considered cheating. Like if someone's doing a challenge run and they're doing bots, a lot of times I'll tell them that they're not allowed to use a Hellbomb backpack because I feel like it's cheating. But I've never really used one for bots, because I've always considered it cheating, so now I kind of feel like I want to run a Hellbomb backpack against bots just to try it, because I've never tried it. We good? We're good, right? Done Daisy!
Hellbomb request approved. Deploying now.
Alright. That's done. Should I go blow up the other one, or should we move on? What do you think? What do you think, guys? Of course you guys think we should blow it up, right? Like, I typically wouldn't waste my time running over there to go blow that other one up. But I know you guys probably want to see me do it. Would you still take supply? Yes, I would still take the supply backpack. I don't play this game without my supply backpack, because, something I can't stand about video games in general, there's video games that I won't play that are shooters. I'm a big shooter. I love shooters. There's shooters that I just won't play. Warhammer 40k is actually one of them. Space Marine. Space Marine is one of them. This is the reason I don't play Space Marine. I simply won't play some shooters if I feel like they feel to me like I'm playing ammo poverty simulator. And Warhammer 40k, Space Marine, has a character who pretty much runs around with a minigun. And I don't run out of ammo a lot on that character. But I do run out of ammo sometimes, and it's enough that it makes me not want to play the game. And that's the simple reason why I don't play Space Marine. So, pretty much what I'm trying to say is if Helldivers didn't have a supply pack, so I didn't feel like I'm playing Ammo Poverty Simulator, I probably wouldn't be a big Helldiver fan. I'd probably be playing something else. So it's very, very difficult for me to play against any faction without my supply pack because I can't stand more than anything worrying about ammo. I can't stand it. I hate it. I just want to run around holding the trigger down and just going everywhere. And I absolutely cannot stand worrying about running out of ammo. I can't. It's like my biggest pet peeve in video games. I can't stand it.
Last reload.
So yeah, if I ran the Hell Bomb, I would also run the supply pack, but I would just call the Hell Bombs out when I needed them.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I did walk-in barrage this earlier, by the way, which is why it was so easy to walk up in here, if you guys remember. We give the tips and tricks. Sometimes you run by an objective, but you barrage it on your way by so that when you come back later, it'll be a lot easier to take. Oh, right in the eye. Low-key, I agree. Like, if there's something more like Siege Ready, I would use it. But the issue is Siege Ready gives only 20% more. Yeah, Siege Ready gives, like, 1 extra magazine. I don't feel like it's good enough. Like, I'm not saying you can't, like, conserve your ammo. So that Deep Rock Galactic has this issue as well, by the way. That's an amazing game, but Deep Rock Galactic also has the issue where some games, you feel like... Not all of them. Sometimes in Deep Rock Galactic, you have a plentiful amount of ammo. Deep Rock Galactic has a very, very interesting ammo regeneration thing in the game where you got to find resources in the map to resupply ammo, but the maps are randomly generated. So sometimes there's tons of this resource, so you have so much ammo, you can't use it all. Other times, you feel like, well, you're playing Ammo Poverty Simulator, but Deep Rock Galactic usually you don't feel like that. So Deep Rock Galactic is actually one of my favorite games of all time. I love that game. I simply don't stream. I still play Deep Rock Galactic, by the way. I simply don't stream it because if I stream it, nobody really watches. I get very few views during those live streams. And as a content creator, someone trying to make this a career, it's important that I stream things that people will actually want to watch. That's my main reasoning. I think Deep Rock Galactic is one of the best games ever made, though. I think it's such a good game. But that being said, about playing Ammo Poverty Simulator in some situations make me not want to play games, there are games out there where ammo is infinite, like Overwatch, which is a PvP game, though they did try to make a PvE mode for a little bit. It failed. It didn't fail, they gave up on it before they gave it a chance to fail. Another one of my favorite games that is called Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force is a horde shooter where you kill bugs, much like this. The graphics are a little bit lower poly, but if you can get over the graphics, the game is amazing. And in Earth Defense Force, you could just shoot and shoot and shoot, and you never have to worry about ammo. Games like that are my favorite type of games, like of all time. I love that.
Not today!
Chill out for a second, damn. Oh my god, you bastards. I've never really got into Destiny, but I feel like Destiny would have been a really good one. I feel like I would have really enjoyed Destiny if I got into it. It's definitely too late. I'm not even going to ask if it's too late to get into Destiny. It's 100% too late. There's no chance I'm getting into that nowadays. But I would have been a huge Destiny fan if I would have played it back when it was good to play.
Get some! Get some!
Hellbomb request approved. On its way now.
Delta Force by Team Jade. If it's not, it's so each character has one abilities. I've never played a game called Delta Force. There's a good chance that if this game meets my standards, and I haven't heard about it because I've scoured the internet multiple times for good shooters because there's so few. There's a really good chance that's a PC only game, and I am a PlayStation exclusive player for now anyway. I am PlayStation exclusive. I got various reasons for it. The main reason though is I just the way the PlayStation controller is built, it's very good for one-handed gameplay. That's my main reason. There's more than one reason though, but that's the main reason for anybody curious why I'm PlayStation exclusive. It's mainly their controllers are built really good for one-handed gameplay. It's free on PS5. Is it a PvP game, Orion? If it's a PvP game, I try to stay away from those as well. Is it PvP? That sounds like a PvP game, is it not? Am I wrong? Bot drop detected! I just realized I have cluster bombs and haven't used them at all. It's free. Holy shit! 300 gigabytes! Is it PvP? If you say it's not PvP, you've officially convinced me. I will be trying this game out. But if it's free, that usually means it's a PvP game. I can get into why I don't like playing PvP games on console, by the way. I've got into it a lot in the past, and it's something that I actually really enjoy talking about. Like how bad, I really enjoy talking about how bad the PvP world is on console. It's PvP? Yeah, it's not for me then. For a quick reference of why PvP games suck on console, by the way, a really quick explanation of why I stay away from PvP games, besides Overwatch, and the only reason I still play Overwatch is because I have like 10 years of experience in the game, so I just love it. I've just ingrained myself to love it. But the main reason why I stay away from PvP games is because people who play PvP games and are above average gamers, above average specifically, because if you're below average, you won't see the same thing I'm about to say. This has nothing to do with below average gamers. But if you play PvP games and you're relatively good at them, cheaters are like 80%, 20. It's like 80% cheaters, 20% actual just people just playing the game. If you play a PvP game at a very high level, which I do. And that makes PvP games, even if I am able to kill the cheaters, which I am, I'm a good enough PvP gamer that I can take out cheaters in a 1v1. A lot more than expected. Not every time, but I can definitely take out some PvP some PvP cheaters. But whether I'm taking them out or not, it's still not fun. It's not fun to constantly be going against cheaters every single game. And in high level PvP gaming on console, 80 to 90% of the gamers are cheating. 80 to 90%. Like, not even 50-50. Not even half of your games have cheaters. Literally 80 to 90% you're going against cheaters, and it's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable to sweat your ass off every single time just to play against some guy that just started gaming a year ago, barely has any experience, but he's using cheats. That would explain why I can never survive Space City. Yeah, it's literally 80 to 90% of players who play PvP are cheaters, but keep in mind, that's only for really, really high-level gaming. If you're an average gamer, like if you were to play competitive and you're playing in like gold or silver, which is typically average to below average, you're not going to see a lot of cheaters. Cheaters are really rare down there. So cheating on console isn't a huge issue for everybody. It's only a huge issue for really high-level gamers. If you're really good at PvP games, 80 to 90% of the people in your game are going to be cheating. This is a proven statistic, by the way. This is proven. Developers have talked about it. There's been studies on it. It's a proven statistic. It's 80 to 90% of high level. Like, if you hit like diamond level or higher in most PvP games, the majority of people in your games are going to be cheating. But this is the simple reason why I don't enjoy playing PvP games and I stay away from them now. This is a console statistic, by the way. This is not for PC. The reason this is a console statistic and not a PC statistic is console cheats spoof the controller so the game thinks you're using a controller when you're not really using a controller or not using a standard controller. Whereas on PC, they just straight up aimbot. And just straight up aimbot or wall hacks are much easier to detect than controller cheaters using increased aim assist or plugging in a mouse and keyboard for higher accuracy with the same aim assist that controller players get. These are both really, really high level cheats, but on PC, they're just easily more detectable, so there's significantly less cheaters in PC lobbies. So if I was to start playing in PC lobbies, if I was to switch over and play on PC, I might play a lot more PC games. If I was to convert to PC one day. The only issue is if I was to convert to PC, I'd be playing PC with a controller, which would also put me at a significant disadvantage, as using mouse and keyboard is superior over using a controller, even with aim assist. And it just wouldn't be very fun to use a controller in mouse and keyboard lobbies, as it is to use a controller in controller lobbies on console, except for the fact that all my console lobbies are filled with cheaters. So it's just an issue. It's just like, all in all, it's just better to stay away from PvP games. Join the dark side, brother. It's just, all in all of the statements have me convinced that I'm done with PvP games. I have no desire to play PvP games until developers start caring more about banning cheaters. Right now, I don't think that the developers think that the cheating problem is a big enough issue for them to solve because they're making money. But if cheaters continue to push regular players away so that regular players turn into me and just stop playing PvP games, they're going to be forced eventually to deal with the cheater epidemic. And at which point, I would love to play some PvP games again. But currently, with the amount of cheaters we have, I have zero desire for PvP. Zero. Absolutely zero desire. There's just too many cheaters. Console lobbies are just full of cheaters. It's crazy. I'd much rather play PvP games on mouse and keyboard, but I only got one hand, so I can only use the mouse. I am also aware that I can use a mouse with a bunch of buttons on the side of a mouse, which doesn't sound fun for me, by the way. Hitting buttons on the side of my mouse constantly for movement and shit while trying to aim very precisionally sounds like a lot to learn, and I've already got like 20 years plus on a controller. I don't really want to start over from scratch on a mouse. It just doesn't sound desirable to me. But this is a much larger explanation than I probably should have given on why I don't play PvP games. Thank you guys for your consideration and listening to my story. Damn! I can't move. Alright, we out of here. Home free, baby! Damn, we killed this. I wonder if Cyborg's gonna be harder than this. Y'all remind me while I'm extracting, as I'm extracting, because there's a delay, y'all remind me to switch. I'm gonna definitely forget. Remind me to switch to the Trident, because I want to try the Trident out on the Cyborgs. You are a tank, I am. I got my tank build going on. And I don't really like PvP as much anymore because everyone is ultra toxic. And I know, yes, that's another thing about PvP is that PvP games, 90%, not even more than that. I'd say 98% of the time, if you hear someone turn their mic on, it's just to be toxic. It's very, very rare that someone puts their mic on in PvP and isn't toxic. It's a trained behavior. That's the reason why. There used to be more people that were cooler and trying to teamwork and stuff. But enough people have turned their mics on to tell someone trying to teamwork to shut their mouth, that people that want to just turn the mic on and not be toxic just don't turn their mics on. So now, like, 99% of the people that turn their mics on are just turning them on to be toxic because all the nice people were told to shut their mouth too many damn times from being nice that they no longer want to turn their mics on, so they just don't talk anymore. Yeah, PvP is an extremely toxic environment, and I think that needs to be fixed as well. It makes people not want to play it. It makes people not want to convert. It makes people not want to make new friends in PvP. And not making friends in the gaming environment, I think, is a huge issue. And that's one of the reasons why PvE games are so great. It's annoying because sometimes I play random games on different platforms. Like, there's some decent, fun PvP games on Roblox. And even if you act like it's esports. Yeah, most people who play PvP act like it's esports. That happens in the PvE world as well. But it's significantly less. It happens significantly less in PvE. There are toxic people in PvE as well. But the ratio in PvP is like 99% of times you hear someone turn a mic on, it's to tell you suck. 99% of the time in PvE when someone turns their mic on, it's because they're trying to make friends. Maybe those ratios might be off a little bit, but they're not off by much. Let me tell you what, they are not off by a lot. Oh, I forgot to read your comment earlier, Fowler. You said something about you guys are doing a challenge. We full cleared and extracted both. Hang on, let me read your old comment, Fowler, if it's still here. I might have missed out. It might be gone. Ah, here it is. So me and Rooks are currently doing a only gun allowed as a senator. How do you do a full map clear? How are you blowing stuff up? So you're using grenades too, I guess. So you're using only Senator, but you're still using grenades and stratagems, you're saying? Because you can't do a full map clear if you're only using the Senator. So you're still using stratagems and grenades, right? That's a lot more impressive if you only use a Senator. I feel like if you're using stratagems, the gameplay should be stratagem only and not Senator only. Stratagem only would be a better way to describe that if you're still using stratagems. I like PvE because I can actually breathe and not have to deal with the chungiest adults that sit in their basement their whole life. Yeah! Yeah, alright, they got a name for them. They call them the, there's a joke about that. They call them the, unemployed. They're like, so there's memes that go around. I find these memes so funny. Like, I did really good. I went 38-2 in my first Call of Duty lobby. And then I got a message that said, congratulations, you've been promoted to the unemployment lobbies, and I never had fun again. And it's so true. It's so true that if you do really good in a PvP match, you get put in the unemployment lobbies. And those unemployment lobbies aren't just Chungus in the basement really good at the game, by the way. Those lobbies are typically filled with people who are just using cheats. The cheating epidemic in PvP is out of hand. It's extremely out of hand, needs to be dealt with, and the developers need to try harder. The developers are too busy trying to develop new shit they can sell and make money than devoting time towards actually getting cheaters out of the game so games are funner to play. They don't seem to care that much about the cheaters. They do stuff here and there, but they need to put a way more effort into fixing the cheater epidemic. They just don't seem to care that much. It's a huge problem.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
It was Warp Pack, Rocket Pods, Orbital Gatlin, 120 Barrage. Well, I mean, I would call that, yeah. I definitely wouldn't call that revolver only. That sounds more like your stratagem's definitely got more kills than your revolver.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
I'm very particular when it comes to my challenges, Falla. So, I apologize for the harsh criticism. But that there is a stratagem only loadout. That is not a revolver only loadout. The revolver was just for show in that kind of setup. We out of here. No, we're not. I know you said revolver the only gun. Yeah, I know. It still sounds like it's implied. It might not have been what you were going for, but it's what it sounded like.
Democracy prevails once more.
Pistol only was me. Am I bad? Excited? I don't know. I feel like saying so. Like, well, even with Falla, the only way Falla described that was revolver. That's the only thing she said. She made it sound like the revolver challenge. But if you're using stratagems and grenades, it's not a revolver challenge. It's not. That's like, I feel like this game, like if you brought, for instance, if you were to bring nothing but eagles, I feel like you could easily, especially with a squad if you're not soloing it, but I feel like even solo, you could pretty much easily get through a level using only stratagems. If you brought only eagles, because you get so many of them and they have a really good cooldown. I feel like you could go stratagem only, which would be a pretty exciting challenge. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't feel like the revolver had anything to do with y'all's challenge. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just trying to be a realist here. Like, talking about how y'all use a revolver for a challenge where the revolver is probably 10% of y'all's kills is kind of wild. It's kind of a wild explanation. I don't know. Listen, I don't mean to sound like a hater. I just don't know how else to say it. I feel like you really threw me off. I thought y'all were here going revolver only. That sounded exhilarating. I was like, damn, I gotta see this shit. Turns out the revolver was just like, you know, in your pocket the whole time, very likely. I don't know. Maybe you used it more than a few kills. I don't know, man. Y'all using a whole set of stratagems kind of converts that challenge a little bit. Though, if you went revolver only, that could be an epic challenge, just throwing that out there. I think a squad of 4 could easily go revolver only, by the way. A duo revolver only is epic, though. Wait, y'all want to do that right now? Hang on. Just for that, doing duo challenges revolver on your stream right now. All right, send me an invite. I'm ready. I want to see revolver only. This is a challenge I want to see. Send me an invite. I'm spectating this shit. Revolver only, no grenades, no closing bug holes. You let them damn bugs live.
Allied destroyer.
No closing bug holes, no stratagems. Just revolver. Let's see it.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Oh, here we go. You know what I would like to see more than a revolver? I would love to see, I'm a huge fan of the Desert Eagle. I would love to see the Verdict. But I know the revolver's probably better because of heavy pen. I would love to see a verdict only, though. That would, like, I don't think it would make it easier or harder to run the verdict. It's just, I just like the weapon better. But if you guys, I know most people like the revolver. I think chat would disagree. I think most people in chat like the revolver better. Just me personally, I'm a huge Desert Eagle fan. Hang on. I mean, no particular reason why I'm a huge Desert Eagle fan or nothing, you know what I'm saying? But I am a huge Desert Eagle fan, and if you guys were to use the verdict, that would be more my style. But I feel like the chat likes revolvers. A lot of people like revolvers. Revolver would probably be the better thing to run. Just me personally, verdict only I think would be sick. Though if you guys went revolver only and killed some heavies, that'd be cool. You're not really killing heavies with a verdict. The revolver would probably be better. Just me personally. I'm alone here. I like Desert Eagles. The verdict isn't really a Desert Eagle, by the way. If the verdict was a Desert Eagle, it would 100. The Desert Eagle was designed to be heavy pen to penetrate car engines. If it was a real Desert Eagle, it should be heavy pen. They definitely messed up the verdict if the verdict was supposed to mimic a Desert Eagle. Revolver's probably the better play. Y'all should run revolvers. I just personally like the verdict, and I never get to see people use the verdict. I think it'd be cool. All right. I would prefer the verdict. What if one of you guys runs... if you guys don't plan on killing heavies, I like the verdict better. If you guys are going to kill heavies with your revolvers, the revolver's the way to go. But if you guys plan on just running away from heavies and not actually killing them, probably run the verdict. I think that would be more epic to watch because you guys would do a little bit better. Y'all would clear more bug breaches instead of running. The verdict is probably the better play because playing Run Diver isn't very fun to watch, right? So if you think you can run a verdict over a revolver to run away less, it would be more epic to watch. The more running you do, the less epic it is to watch. If you had a game to play using a VR treadmill, would you take it? Hell yeah, I'd take it. Hell yeah. I'd have to go pistol only, you know, because we ain't out here two-handing assault rifles and shit. But hell yeah, I'd play on a VR treadmill. That sounds fun as hell. Hang on, I'm missing all the chat. They're typing in this damn chat. I don't know how to move this shit. How do I move the chat? I can't read. Laugh my ass off ain't happening with those damage numbers. I don't know what they're talking about. But you guys go pistol only. Pistol only does not mean a laser pistol. That shit's cheating, sir. So pistol only is going to be verdict or revolver. Up to you guys. Y'all figure out what you want to do, and I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm right back. Y'all can bring whatever backpack you want. No, you definitely got to run ammo. If you're going pistol only, if you're not running an ammo backpack, you're literally not killing things. You're just playing Run Diver. I don't want to see Run Diver, which means you guys have to run an ammo backpack. I'll allow ammo backpack, and I'll allow stuns. So you guys can bring EMS mortar, EMS strike, and something else that allows... I'll allow stun grenades, too. And either one of the stun grenades. Just the only time you guys should be doing damage at all will be with your pistols. And you definitely have to bring an ammo backpack because pistols run out of ammo too fast. If you're not bringing an ammo backpack, we're not actually seeing a pistol dive. We're seeing a Run Diver dive. And you could easily beat an entire Hell Dive just by running away. That's not really what I want to see. I want to see y'all clearing bug breaches with pistols. That would be sick. Right back. All right, hang on. I got an idea. Another thing I think I'm gonna allow, especially because I think running the verdict is the better play. so that you guys aren't just playing Run Diver, right? Because if you guys are playing once again, if you guys are just running away from everything that happens, you're not actually doing pistol gameplay. You're doing Run Diver gameplay, which is not what was advertised. So to ensure you guys aren't constantly running, I will allow you guys to also bring orbital what the hell you call it? Orbital rail cannon strike to deal with heavies every now and then. Orbital rail cannon specifically because it's not great for killing heavies. You definitely have some leftover heavies, but you could clear out a couple of them. So you could bring orbital, so you guys will both run EMS strike, EMS mortar, unless you could think of another. I guess you could run a shield bubble instead if you wanted to run that shit against bugs for some stupid reason. But pretty much non-damage stratagems like smoke, EMS, or shield bubbles. For grenades, stun grenades or shield grenades, and I want to see you guys like take out bug breaches with your pistols. I'll allow orbital rail cannon strike. What about rocket pod? I feel like rocket pods are too good. I think that takes away from the secondary. That's why I said orbital rail cannon. I don't think it's that good because I don't want to give you guys stratagems at all. So you should be happy with what I give you. Now, if you wanted to kill more heavies, you could just take revolvers and then you can shoot some of them in the face and rail cannon the rest. Rocket pods are a little bit too good. I think that goes against the challenge if we let you guys use rocket pods. Like, I didn't want to give you guys damage and stuff at all, but I realized that you're probably not going to kill heavies. You'll be forced to play a flag mission. Nah, you better change that shit. Quit playing. Go change that shit right now. Who did that? Who did that? Was that you, fella? Who did that? But like I said, as I want to see you guys clear bug breaches, I don't think the orbital rail cannon is going to be enough. But I don't know, because you could still kill heavies with your pistols. You just won't have to kill all the heavies with your pistols. I think orbital rail cannon makes the challenge hard, but not too hard where you guys will be constantly playing Run Diver. Especially because I'm allowing stun grenades. I highly recommend the Urchin, by the way. Urchins are kind of OP. I've been using them lately. They're pretty OP. I highly recommend Urchins. But stun grenades, stun stratagems, or shield stratagems are probably the play here. Y'all choose them up and we'll see, and we'll see what we see. For you guys just getting here, Fala and Rooks are running a challenge where they're going to try to go pistol only. I am allowing orbital rail cannon to kill heavies since you're not really going to be killing heavies as a pistol only. And I don't want to see them just playing runaway diver the whole time. So I'm allowing a rail cannon for their heavy kills. Then they're going to bring pistols, which will either be Verdict or the revolver. Let's see what they're bringing real quick. So they are going with the Verdict. Then they're going to bring stun grenades, not using the primary at all. So the primary doesn't matter. They're going to bring stun grenades. Supply pack, obviously, to resupply ammo. Pistols don't have a lot of ammo. And stun stratagems to help them stun. So the only way they're doing damage here is their pistols and their orbital rail cannons to kill the heavy every now and then. The thing about orbital rail cannons is it's got such a long cooldown, they're definitely not killing all the heavies. They're definitely not killing all the heavies. But maybe they'll kill enough heavies where they don't got to play Run Diver. I really don't want to see Run Diver. I'm definitely going to call this entire gameplay Run Diver gameplay and not pistol-only gameplay if y'all are running from everything. All right, I think the better booster here, because there's two of you guys, is not increased budget. The better booster is flexible. Since you guys can regenerate their respawns, but you can only regenerate them after calling me in first. So keep that in mind. If you guys end up running out of lives, which you probably won't, these two people are survival experts. But if you guys did run out of lives, you could call me back, and then the next revive, you would call your battle buddy back. So you will get regenerating lives with this setup, just so you guys know. All right. I'm going to be spectating, so my stratagems don't matter. Don't judge that. They're doing pistol only with a rail cannon for heavies, and everything else is stun. They're gonna see if they can do pistol only here. This should be an interesting spectator sesh. Do I like sourdough bread? I'm not a big bread fan. I'd eat some sour bread, though, but it's not like I'm out here asking for it, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like, hey, y'all pick up some sourdough from the store. You know, I'm not. If someone brings it home and makes me a sandwich or some shit, I'll eat it. I got no bread preferences. I'm not a big bread eater.
Let our enemies choke.
Is that a serious question? Were you really curious about that? You're just making conversation. Are you really into your bread? I feel like I gave a really good explanation of how I'm not into bread right there. I'm kind of kicking myself for explaining that so hard. I could have just said no. I over-explained myself. Yo, what up, Admiral? Alright, we got our first bug breach, which I caused. I don't know if that's good or bad for them. It's kind of far for them. Could be good. Now, for you guys just joining us, these guys are doing pistol only. My guys is gender neutral, by the way, just so you guys know. Anybody up in here, when I say these guys or my boys, it's all gender neutral, okay? Doesn't mean nothing by it. Alright, Fowler is going for the side objective here. The EMS might cook. Mortar's already taken out, so it didn't cook yet. If they would have set up the EMS mortar on the objective itself, that would have been a much better spot.
Requesting orbital.
Calling in orbital strike.
Orbital strike on the charger right off the bat. If they're running urchins, I think they are. I think you could just stun lock a urchin. I personally would use my orbitals a little bit more strategic, because you're definitely gonna need them for Bow Titans. I think right there. Wait, they're playing against Gloom Bugs? Oh my god, you guys are nuts. Wait, they're going pistol only against Gloom Bugs. I thought they were doing regular bugs. This is a whole nother level. Now, I would allow rocket. Y'all want to back out? I allow rocket pods against Gloom Bugs. Y'all could do rocket pods against Gloom Bugs. This is... I didn't realize y'all were doing Gloom Bugs. Holy shit, y'all are crazy for this one. I didn't realize it was Gloom Bugs. Y'all could have brought rocket pods for this shit. This is crazy. I didn't know we still had Gloom Bugs. I thought we wiped the Gloom Bugs off the map for some reason. I didn't know we still had them. Okay, so this is going to be exceptionally harder because Gloom Bugs spawn a lot of Bile Titans, and they only have 2 rail cannons, which they already used, so they have no way to kill this Bile Titan. I mean, in theory, they could go under it and shoot the sacks with their verdicts, but nobody's doing that. Yeah, if I knew it was Gloom Bugs, I would have probably allowed rocket pods and orbital rail cannon. I would have allowed both. If you guys want to back out, it might be a better game. I don't want to see y'all playing Run Diver the whole time. So I think it would be worth it for you guys to just reset and bring stuff to kill the Bile Titans with. You guys are going to get a ton of Bile Titans with the crack bugs. Unless you guys are planning on killing Bile Titans with your pistols, you guys should probably back out. We should reset this challenge. I don't want to go 20 minutes into this and then have to reset or just witness y'all playing Run Diver the entire... Y'all are literally agreeing to play Run Diver right now. Yeah, you guys really need to back out and reset it. So we're gonna allow stratagems to kill heavies, but they're gonna use their pistols for all the lights. I think that's fair. So so rail cannon, rocket pods, and we need something else. 500 kg is too OP because that'll kill hordes too. We need another thing that doesn't kill hordes. I don't know what that would be. Maybe EATs. Literally said when we did it with the Senator. I don't remember you guys mentioning Gloom Bugs if that's what you're talking about. I missed that part. I didn't realize those Gloom Bugs. So start it up, and you guys can run rocket pods and rail cannon. And then maybe even an EAT. I mean, the Gloom Bugs are crazy. Y'all are crazy for doing this shit against Gloom Bugs. I might even let y'all run an EAT with this setup. I like the Commando. Yeah, we'll do Commando. So do Commando, rocket pods, and so pretty much no crowd clear. No crowd control at all. You're only using your pistols for crowd control. That should make for a very epic game. So bring whatever you guys want for anti-tank as long as it isn't good at crowd control. What would you rate a game that would basically be Oasis from Ready Player One? I don't know. I don't know if I've watched that movie. I don't understand the question. I don't think I've watched that movie. I say I don't think because I know I've seen parts of the movie. I just don't think I've seen the whole thing. I have no idea what Oasis is. Alright. So they're going Commando, rocket pods. So heavies should not be a problem. But then stun grenades and everything for everything else. I feel like this... I don't know, man. It's Gloom Bugs. I feel like this should still be really difficult. Like, this seems like a strong setup. This would actually be a really strong setup if they were using primary weapons. But the fact that they're using the Verdict, which not only is a secondary, but it's a secondary that's semi-auto... I feel like this is going to be pretty... This should be a good run. Now, I want to say, verdict only would be a cooler... It, like, sounds cooler. But if they went verdict only, they wouldn't be going verdict only. They'd be going run diver. And they'd just be running from heavies the whole time. This setup... hopefully means they don't have to run away the whole time, and they could actually hold their ground. I would love to see them hold their ground with pistols. That's what I'm hoping for here. It's a VR game that's full of other games, movies, music. I think we have something like that in real life. We already have something like that. That exists. I see these live streams that pop up on my feed every now and then of a guy in a VR bedroom with a bunch of, like, he's got Nintendo 64 going with an old movie, like an old Ninja Turtle movie or something. It's really cool. Yeah, he's like in a VR room and he's playing video games on like a Nintendo 64 or a PlayStation or whatever. It's only like older consoles, but it's really cool that we have that. That he can play, like, he'll be playing like Legend of Zelda with the old Ninja Turtle movie going on the side. It's really cool. Yeah, we pretty much have that already. And, like, he's got, like, a bunch of games and tapes to the side, and he can just pull out a tape, put it into the old-ass TV, and get one of the older movies that were, like, great, that a lot of us old-ass people grew up on, such as Ninja Turtles or Power Rangers or some shit like that. Full of weird folks, though, wouldn't recommend. Listen, ain't nothing wrong with being weird, Jen. Being weird is just being different, and being different is awesome. Who wants to be same as everybody? Now, I can only assume that these two are communicating in a Discord or something, so they know who's gonna... If they're not communicating, this is gonna be a lot more difficult. They should be communicating who is throwing orbitals when and stuff. I can only assume they're communicating. You said affirmative, you guys are communicating? Alright. Because this would be significantly harder. They'd waste a lot of stratagems if they didn't call out who's taking what. Now, they could probably use their commandos to take out bug holes, so they could full clear if they wanted. It is an egg mission, and egg missions are some of the easier missions, in my opinion. So a full clear here would be very possible. Though I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of full clears, and I kind of would rather y'all just clear the mission and extract. I think if you're able to get through the mission and extract, it shows you guys are skilled enough. And we don't really need to see all the extra. We don't need to be here for all that. You guys are already showing enough skills. Yo, Rooks isn't even aiming. He's just doing the run and gun. For you guys that don't know, one-handed weapons allow you to jog while shooting. Where two-handed weapons don't. They make you stop. They make you do a walk. You slow down to a walk when you're shooting two-handed weapons. But one-handed weapons, if you don't hit the aim down sight button, you can actually shoot while jogging, which is what Rooks is doing here to take out these eggs. I don't know if you guys knew that. That's a little bit lesser known of a fact in Helldivers, I feel like. That you can run and shoot at the same time. Or jog and shoot, anyway.
5 structure destroyed.
They get the first one done. They're already on the speed run here. Fala closing bug holes for no reason. You get nothing for closing them bug holes. That's just for funsies. You get no XP. You get no money. You get no mission clear for closing bug holes around the egg sites, by the way. For everybody in chat. I don't know why Fala wasted 2 rockets on that. That was interesting. If they still had to do the objective, that would make sense, so enemies don't spawn, but they're leaving. So I think Fala's just closing bug holes just for funsies. They don't need to be here no more. I don't know why she's wasting rockets on bug holes. Very strange. All right. They're moving on to the next objective. So far, making this run look too easy. I might have... See, I'm thinking to myself, I might have gave them too many good stratagems. But the problem is, if I didn't give them stratagems where they can kill heavies, they just wouldn't kill the heavies. Which wouldn't make the gameplay any more epic. And not only do I like to spectate other people to see like how they deal with situations, but I also like it to be epic. And people just running away from fights is something that like I really hate watching. I really don't enjoy watching someone who says, I could solo super hell dive, and then they just run away from every bug breach every time they happen. Unless, one caveat, unless they're using an FRV. Because I actually really do like FRV gameplay. I think driving in this game takes a lot of skill. I think it's not easy to drive in this game. And I think if someone was to go an FRV, the main strategy behind an FRV against bugs anyway is every time there's a bug breach, you just drive away from it. That's the main strategy. But it takes skill, because if you flip your FRV, now you're out of stratagem for the most of that game. So you really got to make sure you don't flip that FRV, which is really tough to do. They flip very easily. I do think the FRV strat, it does take more skill than some people think it does. But if you do it right, it makes your games look extremely easy. That being said, if someone was to hop on every week saying, spectate me driving my FRV, I wouldn't want to do that. I'd like to spectate him once, see how good a driver he is, and then say awesome, and then never spectate that shit again. But that one time, I'd like to spectate. I don't come across a lot of people that like using FRV for solo runs. It'd be nice to spectate it once or twice. I myself am a big fan of the FRV. I'd like to see more FRV gameplay. Also, with the new FRV that gives ammo, it makes some of the backpack weapons a little bit better, like the minigun backpack or the grenade launcher backpack specifically, become way more viable with the ammo FRV since you have a way to restock your supply not your supply, your belt-fed backpack without having to rely just on ammo drops. Welcome back, Orion. By the way, Meep, my favorite movie is 300. I love that movie. I've seen that movie like 50 times. Favorite movie of all time. I actually haven't watched it in a while. I need to watch it again. Spartans! What is your profession? God, I love that. It's so badass. I love it. Favorite TV show very close behind is Spartacus, Blood and Sand. Well, that's one of them, I think. I think they're all called different. But yeah, Spartacus, the TV set, there's like three seasons, 3 or 4. I think there's 4 now, actually. It's such a good show. Highly recommended, y'all. I actually just realized it's already 11:30. Oh, you dipping out on me? All right, Orion. See you later. You have a good night, brother. All right, so we're losing sound quality because these guys don't like to die. You guys could probably just call me back to get my sound back. You guys aren't worried about the
Calling in
reinforcements. They're killing these. I don't feel like the egg mission was the right choice here. Y'all making this look way too easy. Like this, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like, cause I'm an honest person. It's hard for me to tell lies, all right? I'm a little bored watching y'all come over here and just shooting eggs while you're surrounded by bugs. This isn't exactly what I was looking forward to watching. Y'all making this look a little too easy. Y'all might have to do something to make it more epic. Yeah, I don't feel like if you guys were just gonna run in, not kill shit, and just blow up eggs, I don't feel like this is the right mission that y'all should have chose. If that was the playstyle y'all were planning on. Like I said, I didn't want to see Run Diver, and you guys are pretty much doing Run Diver if you're not going to clear the area before doing the objective. I'm not trying to give y'all too much shit. I'm just saying y'all making this playthrough boring as shit. I'm bored as shit watching y'all ignore bugs and just doing objectives. This is not, I stated many a times I didn't want to see Run Diver gameplay. And you guys are really doing Run Diver gameplay here. Well, I mean, you don't have to do, it doesn't have to be eggs, fella. I mean, it doesn't have to be flags. Y'all could just come up to an objective, clear the area, and then do the eggs. You guys are choosing to play this way. You're not forced to play this way because of the mission. I'm bored also. Yeah, even the chat are saying they're bored. You guys, this is why I have a very specific playstyle. Just so you know, chat, this is why I have a very specific playstyle the way I play. Because to me, it's not about doing the mission. The way these two are playing, they're just here to do the mission. I don't enjoy playing with specific challenges and stuff because I don't enjoy just doing the mission. I like purging the area. And as if this was a flag mission, they would have to purge the area. They could also play that with eggs. They're just choosing not to. They're just running up, doing the eggs, and leaving. Which makes this Run Diver gameplay. Want to do a flag? Yeah, yeah, go ahead, back us out. This is boring as hell. This is boring as all hell. I can't do this no more. I almost don't want to spec chase y'all again because y'all's playstyle. Do you guys have a playstyle? There's nothing wrong with y'all's playstyle, just so you know. I'm not hating on y'all's playstyle. I'm saying me specifically, I hate spectating this type of playstyle. It bores the shit out of me. And I feel like it bores my chat too when you guys play the game just for the mission. Whenever people play the game just for the objective, I get like so bored. I play the game just for kills. Though you can't really do that for the flag. So a flag is a great idea. If you guys can pass the flag mission with this, that'll be pretty epic. You can't really have a particular playstyle for flag missions. Flag missions force you to play the style that I like. So let's go for it. Run that same setup. See if y'all can survive some flags. This should be epic. Get the tomatoes. Yo, chat's dogging on y'all too. I'm glad it's not just me that doesn't enjoy what is it called? The hell is a mission-based gameplay where you guys just spawn in, do the missions, and leave? That shit's so damn boring to me. I spawn in to purge areas. The mission's second to me. I spawn in, I purge the area, and sometimes I'll do the mission too. But the mission comes second. The purge comes first. I love kill diving. However, it's hard to do with a pistol. Yeah, that's why I think the pistol only is a stupid challenge. I don't like it. I'm not trying to be hateful, by the way, Foul. I just come out extra honest. I'm sorry. I think if you're gonna go pistol only and you're not purging areas, I think it was a because you're not. Pistol only isn't pistol only challenge if you're not purging the area. A pistol only challenge is a can I get the mission done while surrounded by enemies challenge. It's a completely different mission style than advertised. Pistol only implies that you're clearing the area of the pistol. If you guys just running doing the mission and killing the what you gotta kill, it's not. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm asking for too much here. Pistol only where you're not purging the area and boring as shit to watch. Y'all better purge. Y'all better get your damn purge on. By the time this thing is over, there better be no bugs left in existence. We're full clearing if you want it that bad. So Fowler said, MF, we're full clearing if you want it that bad, which means Fowler didn't listen to a word I said. So Fowler heard me complain for 5 minutes straight about how I hate mission-based gameplay and responds with, we can do more missions if you want it that bad. Obviously, Fowler didn't listen to a word I said. Whatever, we'll see. They're doing a flag mission, so it's kind of hard for them to play Run Diver on a flag mission, so this should be interesting no matter what their playstyle is. Flag missions are some of the hardest missions in the game because you're forced to play. You're forced to play with the hold your ground style, which is not what they were doing a second ago. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they pull this off. Wild response that I said y'all are just doing the missions and nothing else, and you said we could do more missions. Wild response, Fowler. You don't like us doing these missions? We can do more missions then! Wild! She's typing again. She's coming back at me. Because spawn weight is the highest. Big nest. Y'all don't need more spawns. Y'all ain't even killing the spawns that are here. You're just ignoring them. It ain't about the spawns. It's about the killing. You worried about the wrong things, Fowler. Right here, this bug breach, plenty of spawns. Take out that entire bug breach with your stratagems for heavies and your pistols for everything else. I will be very impressed and entertained. You don't need more spawns. You don't need more missions. All you need to do is clear bug breaches with your pistols, and I will be impressed. All right, I'm gonna lock in. We're gonna give some commentary here while they attempt to clear out a bug breach with just their pistols. Here we go. Pop it off so far. They have plenty of stratagem to deal with the heavies, but they don't have anything to deal with the lights, so they're gonna have to go pistol only on the lights. I don't know how their fingers aren't getting cramped. Hang on, I'm gonna look real close. We're gonna see if someone's cheating. It looks like Rooks isn't cheating. He might be. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see if Rooks is cheating real quick. Let me see if anybody's running macros. I'm very, very good. Back in my PvP days, I used to have Cheater Hunter, the Cheater Hunter streams, where I would analyze people's gameplay to see if they're cheaters. I'm very good at seeing cheaters. I don't think Rooks is cheating with a macro. So a macro would be something that auto-fires your semi-autos to make your semi-autos full autos. Some people would say that that's not cheating. If anybody says that using a macro to full auto a semi-auto isn't cheating, that's because that person's a cheater and they're defending themselves. That is 100% a cheat. Let's see if Foul is cheating. Go ahead, Foul. Let's start blasting. She's firing slower on purpose. She turned her macro off. It doesn't look like they're cheating at all. It doesn't look like they're running macros. So because it doesn't seem like they're running macros, it's interesting. I don't know how their fingers aren't getting worn out. By the way, the way that I can tell whether they're running macros or not, with semi-auto weapons specifically, is when you run a macro to fire your semi-autos, it always fires at the same exact rate. If it fires at like 330 RPM, it always fires at 330 RPM. And if it fires at like 800 RPM, it always fires at that rate. It always fires at the exact same RPM. When someone's not using a macro, a lot of times, even if they're firing as fast as possible, they'll slip and they'll miss input or something, and you'll see little bursts of different fire speeds, which it looks like they have. So it doesn't look like they're using macros, which makes this way more impressive because I don't know how their fingers aren't going numb. Hitting that damn trigger that many times, I don't understand how their fingers aren't going numb. Rooks is completely out of ammo. They are going to be blowing through ammo because pistols are terrible on ammo. They do have supply backpacks, but they're going to have to share the ammo pods to resupply their ammo backpacks. It's going to be kind of tough. I legitimately don't think they can full clear the area like what I actually want to see. But that doesn't matter because it's a flag mission. Because on a flag mission, they're forced to hold their ground whether they full clear an area or not. I honestly don't think they can do a flag mission, which is why earlier when Fowler tried to choose a flag mission, I'm like, nah, change that shit. But then I didn't realize I'd be spectating run diving the whole time, so flag mission it is. By the way, let me just say, for you guys in the chat that like to be run divers, I have nothing against you guys being run divers. If that's your playstyle and you're just here for the mission, you don't care about kills at all, and you just want to get the mission done because you enjoy that, by all means do you. What I'm saying is I don't like spectating it. If I'm spectating something, I need to be entertained, or else it's hard to give commentary, and it also makes me so bored that I want to end my stream, and I don't want to be forced to want to end my stream out of boredom. So if I'm spectating someone, I gotta know that that person I'm spectating isn't gonna be playing Run Diver unless that person really, really sucks at the game and they're gonna die a lot playing Run Diver, in which case I would love to spectate it. If someone's very bad at the game, I'll spectate a Run Diver. Other than that, I have no desire to spectate that. But sometimes someone can be so bad at the game that they can play Run Diver and still be super entertaining because they're so bad at the game. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is really I'm here for entertainment purposes, all right? If the people aren't entertaining, we need to move on. This is pretty entertaining, though. Running pistols only on a flag mission is pretty entertaining. They are playing Run Diver here, but you have to. Even if they had a real setup, they'd still be playing Run Diver. You kind of have to against a flag. The thing about the flag is they're playing Run Diver while holding their ground, which really means they're playing Ankle Breaker Diver. They're not really running away. They're breaking ankles the whole time, which is super entertaining. Fowler keeps running out of the area. Oh, Rooks isn't in the area either. They're going to lose flag progress. Oh, there's no way. Y'all, put your bets in. Do you think these guys are actually going to end up beating a flag mission? Running pistol only? Put your bets in, boys. Who thinks they're getting through this? Let me see. Fowler down. They are down a couple of lives already. Yeah, there's no way.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reinforcing! Yeah, this is a hell of a challenge. They could have any playstyle they want, and that would make this entertaining because it's a flag mission. The flag missions are the only mission in the game that no matter how you play, your playstyle is entertaining. All of it. You can't mess this up. This is the one mission that you can't mess up. Every flag mission is hella entertaining. All of them. All of them. These flag missions are the peak of entertainment. Fowler going on the outside. Rooks is down. Rooks is dead. Rooks is dead. They're going through lives really quickly on his first flag. They do not have the firepower to kill everything. Very impressive how long they're lasting, though.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Yo, Larks don't think they'll finish the first flag. I think they'll get one. They'll get a flag in. I don't know about two, though. I'm going to bet on one flag. If they get two, I'll be super impressed. I think they'll get one, though. You are right, though. To take this flag, not only do they got to get it to the top, which they haven't done yet because they keep running out of the area, but they have to clear the area. I think they just wasted a reinforcement on me. Not only do they have to get it to the top,
Ready to liberate.
but they have to clear the area, which is going to be a big problem once it's to the top. And they're almost out of reach. There's no way they're getting two flags. It's going to be impressive if they only get one, though. Finally, some verdict gameplay. That's what I'm saying.
Reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, if they do this one flag, it'd be super impressive. Because I don't know how they're going to clear the area. They have nothing but pistols. They have only pistols and like rocket pods that kill heavies. They don't really have a way to look at how many. There's millions. There's no way. There's 45 bugs on the point. There's no way.
Reinforcing.
There's no way. Don't reinforce. I already did it. Don't. No, you reinforced me. No, they stay wasting reinforcements. Damn, they're gonna be out of reinforcements. There's no way, dude. Look how many bugs there are on the objective. Oh my god. How many bugs y'all got right now? Damn it, I died too far away. I can't see the amount of bugs. There's a lot. We're just gonna say there's a lot.
50.
50? They're down to 50, boys. It's doable. Now, if they leave the area, they're gonna reset the flag a little bit, which is really bad. Because if they reset the flag even for a second, then that's gonna cause another bug breach instantaneously. They wanna make sure that they stay right up these 50 bugs' asses, all up in there. They wanna be nut to butt with these bugs, because if they leave the area even for a second, they're screwed, because they're gonna start getting more bug breaches. This is crazy. I almost wanna see y'all run this back, but with primaries. Nah, I wanna see y'all try again. Y'all run them lives out. Let's see if y'all can get the first flag. But I wanna see you guys do this with the same stratagems, but you can run primaries as well. Because this is an epic challenge. Y'all see if you can get this one flag real quick, though. I feel like it's possible, but unlikely y'all are gonna get this. Nah, it's not. I take it back. It's not possible. There's no way. This is why I wasn't letting you do a flag mission, Falla. But an egg mission was a wild secondary choice. I'm gonna be honest. That shit was wild. That was a wild second choice. All right, it's all down to Falla. Let's see what she could. There's no way. Let's see how long you last, Falla. Hang in there. You want to run it back with nades? I don't think I want to see nade play, though. Nah, I'll allow primaries. I don't want to see grenade play. Grenades are OP. Grenades make it... Nah, I can't. I don't want to spectate that. I will allow you guys to try it again if you guys want to run primaries, though. You guys let me know if you want to run primaries. No flamethrowers, though. I want to see machine guns. I feel like flamethrowers would be overkill. If there's two of y'all. If there's only one of you, I'd agree with flamethrowers. Because there's two of y'all, I think flamethrowers are too good. Falla's dead. That was an excellent try, but there was no way in hell. So if you guys want to run it back, stun grenades only, and for the heavy killing, the same exact stratagems, but you can't run flamethrowers. You can run lasers if you want, but you can't run flamethrowers. I don't want to see floor fire. The reason I don't like flamethrowers is the floor fire. I think the floor fire is too OP. I don't want to see any floor fire, which is the same thing with the grenades. That's why I think the grenades are too OP. But if you guys want to run it back with primaries, if you guys think you could do it, I'll spectate that. What about Hellpod booster? What do you mean? What's a Hellpod booster? Oh, the Hellpod booster that causes flames? Yeah, they could bring that. I don't feel like that'd be very helpful. Is there a Hellpod booster that does floor fire? There is one? I think there's a Hellpod booster that just does an explosion. I don't think it does floor fire, does it?
Ugh, I hate socialism.
So I suppose I'll let you guys run any primary that's not that's not something that sets the floor on fire. I think floor fire is too good in this situation. Just because these two that we're spectating here, chat, just in case you guys are wondering why I say this, the two people I'm spectating are two of the strongest Helldivers that we've had here. So if I give them stuff that's too strong, they're just going to be boring to watch. I'm really doing this for them. I'm trying to make them more entertaining than they make themselves. They like to choose things that make them boring to watch. I'm trying to take away the shit that makes them boring so their run could be epic. I'm doing this for you guys, really. You can change your secondary to anything that doesn't have horde clear. So no grenade that has horde clear. I mean no secondary that has. So ultimatum would be a no-go. But you could probably run a missile pistol or a laser weapon. You don't have to run the verdict. Just no horde clear. I want to see you guys horde clearing with your guns. So nothing that gives a massive explosive range or floor fire or like electricity would have horde clear as well. Probably gonna say no electricity. But yeah, I'll let you guys. Just as long as it's a single target weapon, I'll allow it. I want to see you guys knocking out bugs one by one. I don't want you to be knocking out bugs at hordes at a time. That's what's gonna make this run epic. If you guys are able to take out hordes, you guys are gonna be boring to watch. These guys are just too damn good at the game. These two here, if I told them to beat a super hell dive, and the only rule was you can't kill bugs, they would murder that shit. It wouldn't even be fun to watch. It'd be boring as hell to watch. So don't ask in the chat, I want to see them win with 0 kills. That shit would be boring. It wouldn't even be fun to watch. They'd kill it. They'd kill it and not in a good way. It'd be boring as hell. So I got to give them very, very specific challenges to make it fun to watch them because they're too damn good at the game that if they brought regular equipment, that shit would be a snooze fest. They wouldn't even struggle. You would like to see Constitution? They couldn't do that against... for this particular mission, Constitution would mean an instant fail. I want to give them a chance to win. I want to give them a chance to win. They're doing a flag mission versus the Spore Burst strain, which the Spore Burst strain is the hardest strain of enemies that we currently have. And the flag mission is the hardest mission you could possibly run against bugs. So those two things combined means they're going to actually need a strong primary. But I don't want a horde clear like a blitzer or something. I want a primary where they got to kill bugs one by one. So as long as you guys don't bring anything that horde clears, y'all can bring whatever you want. Just no horde clear equipment. The only horde control you guys can run is stuns. I'll allow horde control with stuns. Other than that, no horde control. Why is this bleeping at me? Are we done? Do we have the new armor? Did we get it? Why is this bleeping? It's still bleeping. I think I think your computer's broken, fella. You gotta get you a computer nerd in here. Come fix that. Thing's broken. It's bleeping at me. We got 2 hours. This new armor isn't that exciting, by the way. It's not nothing we don't already have, in my opinion. But I'm excited for it because I've been loving the double-edged sickle lately, and it gives fire resist, which gives me another armor that I can choose for my double-edged sickle, which makes it very exciting for me.
Choose an operation and strike. Victory of this operation has eluded our grasp, but our
oh, do you not have a flag mission?
Firm.
Oh no, she might not have a flag mission. Try going to level 9. Sometimes this works, Fowler. Try going to level 9, pick a mission, so your ship moves, and then come back. It might change your missions. You got like a 50-50 shot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And then go back to level 10 and check your missions. Hey, it worked! Yo! It worked! I 100% did not expect that to work. Like I said, 50-50 shot. Sometimes that tech works, sometimes it doesn't work. Perfect, it worked today though. Now you guys, I hope somebody learned something here. If you don't like your missions, you can go to a lower level, move your ship, and then go back and you get new missions. Sometimes it don't work first time, Rooks. Actually, it probably always works, but sometimes you do it and it just gives you the same missions again. So then you think it doesn't work. You're probably right though. It does always work the first time. Just sometimes it doesn't look like it. Alright, I gotta double check, make sure they're not cheating. Primaries are allowed, secondaries are allowed. You can change your secondary, just nothing for horde control. Let's see what they're running. A shotgun? Is that a sickle? No, that's a trident. Wait, is that a trident? Wait, you like the trident more than the scythe, Rooks? I do too. I like the trident more than the scythe, but you're a scythe lover. Maybe that is a scythe. Am I tripping? That might be a scythe. That secondary is wild. I guess you don't really need a missile pistol or anything as a secondary, though, because you already got the heavies under control, so I see it. The Bushwhacker! I love that pick. Yo, when the Bushwhacker first came out, that was my favorite primary. I mean, secondary. I ran that all the time when it first came out. Oh, I kind of like that, actually. If they're out of heavy killing stuff, that could keep a charger at bay. That's a really good secondary from Fowler. The only reason, by the way, just so you guys know, the only reason this is the gas gun secondary, the only reason this gun isn't a very good secondary is simply because there's better secondary options like ultimatum and missile pistol. But if you have no need for heavy killing secondaries, I'd say that this is actually one of the better options. All right, Bushwhacker is also a really good secondary. That used to be my favorite weapon back in the day when it first came out. Because when that first came out, we didn't have ultimatums. Before they gave us ultimatums, the Bushwhacker was my go-to secondary. Excellent choice. So they have stun grenades, which is perfect. Nothing but heavy killing as so the only way they're killing enemies is with machine guns. Oh, it looks like a shotgun. A shotgun, is that a trident? I think that's a trident. Could be a scythe. I don't know. I'm bad at the damn weapons. This should be interesting. This should be a hell of a challenge. Let's see if they get through it. Good luck, everybody. Here we go. The esports event begins. Running the sweeper. Yeah, I knew that was a sweeper. I believe that was the trident. Fowler confirms that's the trident. It's really weird that Rooks is running a trident over a scythe. As he has said multiple times in the past, the scythe is his favorite weapons, especially against gloom bugs, because gloom bugs specifically have a weakness to fire, which the scythe does fire damage. So it's really weird he's running a trident over a scythe, but I personally also like the trident burst. You know what's extra weird? I had an entire argument with Rooks about how the trident's better than the scythe, and on this challenge run, he went with the trident over the scythe, even though Rooks told me the scythe was better. Looks like I win that argument today, Rooks! I win! Are you agreeing that the trident's better, Rooks? You finally figured it out. You finally figured it out. He said today. I don't even know. You just agreeing today? Well, you're gonna change your mind. You're gonna change your mind tomorrow? What you mean? Well, you just gonna change your mind on me? What you mean by that? What does that statement even mean? How do you just think today is better? Yo, if the scythe isn't better on the faction that's the gloom bugs, I don't know what the scythe would be better at. Maybe bots. I know the scythe is really good against bots. The trident's also really good against bots, though. Are y'all hanging out here? Y'all gonna be here a minute? Y'all doing this objective? How y'all feeling? I didn't know where to kill myself. Y'all hanging out? Alright. For you guys in the chat that don't know, if they leave my dead body, I lose sound quality. So I need to die where they're gonna be if we want to hear their gunshots and stuff. That's why I didn't off myself instantly. For anybody curious. Doing a spectator session, I'm dead the whole time, but my dead body needs to be near the interaction. In case you guys didn't know that. Alright, so they're doing side objectives here, which could be beneficial to them. Having the extra Seath equipment could help them because it's a flag mission. But typically, I would just avoid doing these side objectives for a challenge like this because time is of the essence a lot of times. So it's very likely going to take them 10 minutes to clear the flag once the flag is all the way to the top. So they're really going to be fighting the timer here. Doing side objectives like this is rather risky. I was going to say crispy for some reason. It's not crispy, though. It could be crispy, I guess. I don't know. It's rather risky to do side objectives like this because they might waste extra lives that are really going to be needed for the flags, and they're wasting a lot of time that's definitely going to be needed. But if they get like a mini nuke out of this side objective, that could be rather beneficial for clearing the flag site once it's done. So the mini nuke could be very nice. No, I take back everything I said. I think the side objective in particular is going to be really strong for them because I didn't allow them to bring crowd control, and the Seath would give them crowd control. So the Seath is actually extremely strong because their builds, they have 0 crowd control. The Seath is actually probably incredibly important for... The Seath might be the only reason they get this mission done, actually. Now in retrospect, I'm thinking the Seath might be the only reason they're able to pass this mission. Like, the Seath is so strong in this particular challenge that I'm starting to think I might not should allow him to do it. I'm going to allow it because it makes it interesting. But I'm starting to think the Seath might be too OP. Because I didn't allow them to bring crowd control because the whole entirety of the mission is around not having crowd control, but the Seath gives them crowd control, which means the Seath is going to be super strong for their run. Unless they get unlucky and get a bunch of like stuns. That would be very unlucky. I did see at least one explosive though. I think they have at least 2. There's one right here and I think they already put one in. So they did get a couple of explosives out of it, which is going to give them a tiny itty-bitty little bit of crowd control. A mini nuke would have been massive for them, though. Multiple mini nukes would almost guarantee a win for these two. It doesn't look like they got a single mini nuke, though. I don't think they got a mini nuke. They're also possibly going to lose some lives here from the amount of bugs that spawn on the Gloom strain. Yo, the new strategies that come around when people are doing these challenge runs are so entertaining, in my opinion. I love to see all the different type of shots. I'm a very strategic individual, so watching someone play a different way that people don't know. People tend to see something that works, and then everybody hoards around that, right? Like everyone's, oh, the napalm barrage is good. Let's all run napalm barrage. People tend to hoard around the same strong strategy, which does make sense actually for most video games, because most video games do have a rather large imbalance between items and weapons, where there's a couple of weapons that are really good and everything else sucks. So everyone hoarding around the same strategies actually kind of makes sense in most situations. But whenever I'm spectating somebody and they use a different strategy, oh, it's like Christmas morning to me. I love how... Oh, Fowler shot Rooks in the face! I love to watch people just tactically play different than normal. I love that. It's like my favorite thing. All right, I'm gonna make my way to the flag area so I don't lose sound quality. I'll meet you guys over there. Wait, which one y'all going to? Shit, I don't know which way they're going. Can y'all mark a flag? All right, I'm heading that way. Damn, that's a lot of... All right, I take it back. I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to see how they deal with the situation. We're going back to the spectator mode. Fowler doing a lot of dive shooting with that gun out here, looking like Max Payne. I love it. I love it. Max Payne was one of the greatest shooters of its time. If you guys never seen Max Payne or never played it, it was probably before your time, and I will tell you, you missed out. That game was awesome. Man, if they remastered Max Payne, I'd be all over that. There actually might be a remaster of Max Payne. I might need to look into it. Alright. Fowler killing it. Rook's trying to get out of here. I think they got the siege done, so they should be able to make their way to the next objective. They didn't get the siege done? Wait, y'all didn't get it done? That's tough. Oh, no. They're wasting way too much time here. They're going to need a minimum of 10 minutes per flag, and they're almost down to 30 minutes. There's 3 flags. That means they might run out of time on the flag sites. They're wasting way too much time here. I feel like this siege was a mistake. But it's making the run more epic, because if they were able to get through this entire run without any problems, it would make the run rather boring to watch, in my opinion. I have no desire to watch someone fully flawlessly run a game. I have no desire for that. I feel like if someone's running a game with 0 issues, so they're just flawless victorying it, I feel like that was a boring watch. No offense, Layden. Not every run is flawless when you run, Layden. That's why I give you the hardest challenges. I feel like flawless runs are really boring. I feel like you need some issues for your run to be entertaining. And I think in all honesty, that's why people like watching me. Because every time I do solo runs, I always have I always die a lot. I always usually make it to extract with no lives remaining, and I always clutch up. And I think that's why I'm like at the perfect skill level for people to want to watch me. I'm not so good at the game that it's boring to watch, and I'm not so bad that I'm constantly failing. I literally feel like I'm at the perfect skill level, and I almost don't want to get better. Like, I like where I'm at. I don't want to get no better at it. I'm perfect, just the way I am. All right, they're heading to the next flag site. Probably going to lose sound quality, but because they're going to be on the flag, they'll very likely lose a couple of lives here, so we'll regain it. It'll be fine. We haven't lost it yet. They're there. I actually might keep my sound quality. They're beginning. Okay, I'm losing a little bit. It's a little bit quieter. We can hear, though. It's fine. Y'all wouldn't even notice it was quiet if I didn't mention it. I'm so intrigued with something that was said earlier. So earlier, I was talking about how Rooks has said the Scythe is better than the Trident, but he's using the Trident against bugs that the Scythe is particularly good at. And then they responded with, the Trident is better against some factions. If the Trident's not better against the crack bugs, what would it be better at? I mean, Scythe. Did I say that right? If the Scythe isn't better at the bugs that are specifically weak to fire, what would possibly be something that the Scythe is better at than the Trident? Maybe bots because of accuracy reasons? I simply can't think of a better faction to use a Scythe on. I'm floored. I'm floored by this accusation. All right, so 30 minutes in, they're at their first start. I do believe they have their Siege stuff. I think they have 3 explosions in the Siege, so that gives them 1 Siege shot per flag. So the best way to tactically use this would be wait for the flag to reach the top, then use one of their Siege shells to clear out the flag area, as they will probably be surrounded by 50 bugs. That gives them 1 Siege shot per flag if they use it tactically. Yeah, I like how it's not like old gaming YouTube, like how people would just watch for skill. I feel like people watch for your personality. That's why I watch you at least. Yo, I don't know if you realize that, Meep, but you dissing me with that comment. Yo, Meep's like, yo, trust me, bro. I don't watch you for your skill. Yeah, I appreciate the honesty, Meep. That's hilarious. Listen, you were dissing me, but you were dissing me in a hilarious way. I'll take it. Listen, bro. Listen, I have never watched you for your skill. It's all personality on this channel. I see you. I'll take it. I actually like personality compliments more than skill compliments. Because I know I'm good at the game, but I only assume that I have a cool personality, right? Because everyone's got their preferences, and some people have showed up to my streams just to tell me my personality sucks. Like, I've gotten that. People show up, go, hey, I'd watch your solo gameplay more, but I don't like how you be talking. You talk too damn much. Like, I've legitimately got comments like that before. So not everybody believes that I got a cool personality. So whenever I get personality compliments, I like them. Because if anybody ever shows up and says, hey, even for a one-handed guy, you suck at gaming, that is never going to hurt my feelings even the slightest. Because I know I'm good at the damn game. You can't hurt my feelings by saying I'm bad at the game. You literally can't hurt my feelings. I know I'm good at the game. But I don't know that I have a cool personality. I just think I have a cool personality. So if someone shows up and insults my personality, that shit hurts. That shit hurts. I'm not going to lie. That's the kind of shit to be keeping me up at night. Anyway, flag number 1 down. They lost a very minimal amount of lives, doing well so far. They just got 2 flags to go. They still have 2 Seath explosions. That Seath explosion absolutely came in clutch right there, used very wisely. We'll see if they can keep it up and get through the next 2 flags. I will say, though, every flag that they get done should make the next flag harder. This game has this weird implementation that every main objective that gets completed makes the game harder. Some people say side objectives make the game harder too, though I'm not so sure on that. I do, however, feel like main objective completions do make the game harder with more enemy spawns and more heavy spawns, particularly from my current experience. So the more flags they get completed, the harder it's going to be, and they're kind of blowing through lives here. I'm gonna go ahead and help them out by calling in a reinforcement before I kill myself. Do not call in another reinforcement. Do not call me back, guys. Y'all be doing that. Don't call me back. All right, they're down to the last 8 lives, which I don't even think calling her down early gave them an extra life because they're losing lives divided by 3, and 9 divided by 3, but 8 doesn't. I don't know if you guys are picking up what I'm putting down right there, but I'm not really sure I gave them an extra life by doing that. Anyway, we're going to watch them move on to the next flag site and see how they handle it. I probably should have ran over to the next flag site myself before killing myself because we're going to lose sound quality here, but I'm sure we'll get it back. Shit gets wild. Yeah, I do agree with your statement, though, Meep. I think that I realized at one point that streaming doesn't have much to do with how good you are at video games and has a lot more to do with how you interact with the people in your streams and how funny you are. Or sometimes how sexy you look. If you're like really above average and in the looks category, that can get you more viewers as well. Really, streaming comes down to 3 things. Are you funny? Do you interact with your chat very well? And are you sexy? Now, you can get rid of one of those 2 things. You can get one of those 2. But if you get rid of 2, if you get rid of 2 of those 3 things and you're left with that last one, if you only got that one, I think you're pretty screwed in the streamer world, in my opinion. Now, my opinion I'm not the biggest streamer in the world. I might not know what I'm talking about. But I do a lot of studying and a lot of learning when it comes to streaming. That's what I figured out. You gotta have at least 2 of the 3 things in the streamer world. You gotta be funny, you gotta look sexy, and you gotta be and you gotta interact with your chat. Why become a streamer if you're not gonna interact with chat? I don't know. I think not interacting with chat does. There is one exception, by the way. There is one exception for interacting with chat, by the way. Actually, all of it. There is one exception. You could be the best in the world. If you are the best in the world at something, specifically PvP. This isn't really something that PvE, unless you're the only one. See, this is a hard one because this is a PvP thing. The only way that being the best in the world at a PvP game, or I mean a PvE game like Helldivers, would be something that people would watch if you don't have the other things like being funny or talk or interact with chat. The only way that would work is if you're doing things nobody else is doing, right? So if nobody is able to fully clear a solo super hell dive, but you're the only person out there doing it, you don't gotta be funny, you don't gotta interact with chat, you don't gotta have none of those things. You could just be the best in the world and people would watch you for that. The problem with PvE games is typically, even if you're the best in the world, there's other people doing the same shit you're doing. Because PvE games are normally made where multiple people can do the same shit. Which is where PvP comes in. If you are a PvP gamer, and no matter who comes across you, you just straight dominate them, you can be a really, really big streamer without having any of the other talents, just by being a really good gamer. The problem is, you can't be number 2. You can't be number 3, you can't be top 100, you would have to be number 1. The only way to get views with skill and skill only is if you are number 1. You have to be completely on top. Other than that, I completely agree, and skill doesn't matter at all. People join your streams for your personality, or because they think you're sexy or some shit. People don't really care about skill. But I only bring that up because they can, right? There's an exception for every rule, and the exception for that skill rule is if you are number 1 in the world, and you're doing shit nobody else can do, people will watch you just for that. Ah, we back! We're down to our last 3 lives, still 2 flags left. They do have plenty of time. Well, not plenty. They got about 10 minutes per flag. That's definitely not plenty of time. But it looks like they're gonna probably end up running out of lives before they run out of time. Fortunately, I did bring a booster that gives their reinforcements back faster for when they're out of time. But because I'm spectating, they're gonna have to reinforce me before they reinforce themselves, which is gonna double the time to reinforce, even with the reduced time. The reduced time will be doubled. So I think the reduced time takes off like 30 seconds. We'll say regular reinforcements, if you're waiting on them when you're out of reinforcements, is 2 minutes. If the booster takes off 30 seconds, that's gonna give them 3 minutes in between times they can reinforce themselves. Quick math for you guys. All right, back to spectating. Let's see how they're doing. I feel like personality is the main factor on top. All the top dogs are big personalities like Joe. It is the main factor. Like I said, I just gave a whole speech about it. Because apparently you missed that speech since I already gave a whole speech about it. I do believe as well personality is the main factor, but there is an exception to the rule if you are number 1. If you are the best, undeniably the best in the world, and you play PvP games, or you're doing something in a PvE game that nobody else can do, that is the one exception. Other than that, yeah, I think people watch streamers for personalities. Which is interesting because it took me like a year and a half to realize that as a streamer myself. The first like year to a year and a half of me streaming, all I did was like aim train and watch coaching sessions to be the best that I could be. And then at some point I came to the realization people don't actually give a shit that I'm good at gaming with one hand. Like don't get me wrong, it makes people click. Like, what, he's playing with one hand? Let me click on it. But typically what happens is they'll click on it, they'll see, they'll be like, oh, that's cool, he's playing with one hand, and then they'll move on. The way to get people to not move on and actually hang out and keep coming back is by having an epic and having a really cool personality. The skill alone from me playing one-handed does not keep people in my streams or in my videos. It does not keep people coming back. It's something I realized about a year into streaming. So I stopped prioritizing skill and I started prioritizing being cooler. So I've been working on my attitude and not being a dickhead and not telling people to shut up every time they said shit I didn't like. And I feel like I've been doing really well recently. I feel like I've been doing really well at that. Oh god, Nexus is talking about Chainsmoker again. Yo, Nexus, you're gonna be single-handedly the reason why I banned the word Chainsmoker, just so you know. Just so you know, Nexus. Last time you were in here spamming Chainsmoker stuff, I planned on banning that word. I just forgot to do it. Now that you're talking about Chainsmoker again, I might have to ban it again. You're gonna be the whole reason why people can't say that word anymore, Nexus. That's gonna be on you, just so you know. That word should have been banned already. I just forgot. You got lucky. I forgot. I don't really plan on banning it anymore because you haven't talked about Chainsmokers in a while. But if I see you talk about it again, I'm probably going to ban the word. Don't make me do it. It's a lot of effort to ban words. It's a lot of effort. I don't want to put in that. Don't make me put in that much effort. Don't make me do it. All right, so they got the flag all the way to the top. They just got to clear 30 enemies. I believe they have a siege, but I'm not sure. I feel like they should have used it already if they had it. Maybe they already used it. If they got to clear this many enemies without a siege shot, they could be in trouble. Oh my God, look at Rook. How are you alive right now? Jesus. Still 18 in the area. They are putting in that work. A lot of heavies. They must be out of heavy stratagems. That's crazy. All of their stratagems besides the supply pack, every single one of their stratagems was for killing heavies. If they're out of stratagems to kill heavies, that just shows how overpowered the heavy spawns are for the Spore Strain. That's crazy. All right. Fowler got her a new heavy cannon. Just trying to survive out here. Surrounded. They got it down to 13 enemies. If they're not quick enough, though, those enemies are just going to keep showing up. The problem with the Spore Strain is not only do you got to worry about the breaches, but you got to worry about the scouts that constantly come from the edges of the map. They're just constantly showing up, so it's like you're just endlessly fighting. They seem to be doing very well, though. 3 left! Oh my God, they're gonna do it. Oh my God, 2 left. Back to 3, 4, 6. Oh my God, are they bug breaching? 8, 9. They're just coming out the bushes. 10. Y'all, they're cloning themselves. They're duplicating. 20. Oh my God, where are they all coming from? Yeah, so if they're here too long, they're gonna end up getting another reinforcement wave of bugs, which is gonna be like doing the flag entirely all over again. This is gonna be very bad. But with their setup, for you guys just joining us, they have like a gun-only setup where they only brought stratagems to kill heavy. So with their setup, it's very, very hard to do horde control. As you guys are seeing, they struggle a little bit with their horde control. Fowler's down again. They're out of lives. They might get this flag done, but that means they're gonna do the next flag. Oh, they're bug breaching. No, they're screwed. They're screwed. Put your bets in. Put your bets in, boys. Everybody in chat. Guess, are they gonna be able to get this flag? It's all the way to the top, but they just bug breached. And they're out of lives. I do not think they're gonna be able to finish this flag. Does anybody believe? Let me know if we got any believers in the chat. They need to run away. Y'all need to run away and reset. There's no way y'all are holding this down. Y'all need to run away and come back. Ain't no way y'all are pulling this off. Let's see what they plan on doing. That's crazy. This right here shows how important crowd clear stratagems and grenades are. If they had like a single grenade that did horde control, they would have easily beat that. If they just had some fire grenades or something. I outlawed it though. It was outlawed for challenge purposes. They have no crowd control. The only thing they're killing little bugs with are machine guns. Rook's kind of used his commando for crowd control right there, which is interesting to say the least. It looks like he's pissed. Now, if he had his commando right now, he'd have something to kill that Bile Titan with, but he wasted it all on little bugs for some reason. Interesting play there, Rook. Oh, he was out of stims, so he was freaking out. Okay, that makes sense. Now he's got a new backpack with some more stims. Oh my God, he's not respawning the stims. He can't grab the stims. He's gonna die. He can't grab stims. The bugs are slapping around, so he can't grab them. Oh my God, he grabbed some and died right as he used it. Right now, because I'm spectating, Fowler's got to call me back. And then wait another minute and a half before she can call her teammate back. Fowler's got to survive for a minute and a half or this run is over. I want to remind you guys who are just joining up, I am not a teammate, I am a spectator. So I'm just taking up reinforcements for absolutely no reason. All right, so in a minute and 10 seconds, Fowler will be able to reinforce the homie Rooks. Going into this, I actually really expected him to beat this. I didn't expect this to be this much of a challenge. Don't get me wrong, for a normal Helldiver, this is the ultimate challenge. Just beating these bugs alone on a flag mission, bringing anything you want, is a super hard challenge for any normal Helldiver. But Fowler Fox and Rooks, who are spectating here today, are not normal Helldivers. They're like the top 1%ers. So I did not expect this to be this much of a struggle. This has been a crazy watch. I kind of want to keep the challenge going, keep giving them more and more till they're able to pass it. What do you think, chat? Would you guys rather watch? Would you guys rather watch my spectator sesh, or would you guys rather watch me play? I'm very likely going to play solo if I play, because I just really enjoy the challenge of playing solo. So, do you guys have a preference in the chat, or are you guys just happy to be here? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know if y'all got a preference. this was epic. I kind of want to see him run it back, but with just give him a little more. Maybe give him grenades this next run. I don't know. Just give him a little more till they can pull it off. But at the same time, I'm also perfectly happy to go do some solo runs myself. Do we got any preferences? Let me know, chat. Let me know, chat in chats. Anybody? Lottie Dottie? Bueller? Bueller? There's this saying when someone's asking a question and they go, Bueller, Bueller. I think it's from a movie or something. I've never understood it. Anybody know the Bueller meme and why someone goes Bueller when they're asking questions? Just happen to be here. I see you, Meep. Yeah, I didn't figure my chat has any preferences. I feel like I might have a preference. I was kind of hoping someone in chat would be like, no, Solo, we want to see you play. Like, I was kind of hoping someone would say that. But we could do another. I know these guys really want to win. I know they really want to win, so I kind of... Yeah, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Well, can you explain it to me? Can you explain how the meme come to be? Was there like a... What, like... For instance, someone will do this. Someone will ask a question. They'll be like, does anybody know what 1 + 2 is? And then nobody answer. And then look around going, Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. Like, what? Can you explain how that meme was it in attendance? Was it like, was Bueller not at attendance? And they're going, Bueller, where's Bueller? How does... Can someone explain the meme to me? I'm so curious how this became a meme. At the beginning of the movie, a teacher is doing roll call and he's not in the classroom. So he just said Bueller a bunch. That seems like a really stupid way to make that a meme. I'm gonna be honest. I'm disappointed. I really figured it'd be a better meme than that. Like, they're not even using it correctly. It wasn't like ask a question and then Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. It was like, is Bueller here? I feel like the meme wasn't even made correctly. 13 minutes left. They officially do not have enough time to complete this mission. There's zero chance they'll get the mission done. But it would be epic to watch them take one more flag with 0 lives. That would be an epic watch. There is a possibility they'll get one more flag done. It's not a large possibility. It's a very low possibility. But it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool to watch them do it. Yeah, I think you guys could easily get it done with nades, Falla. I got full faith that if you guys were running any sort of grenades, this would be easy. Yeah, I'd probably do it flawlessly. Hello, Anonymous! Welcome, my friend. I like the smiley. You bring good vibes. I like them vibes! Killing it with the vibes today, Anonymous. I love it. I love it. I got a lot going on here. I'm trying to give commentary. I can't be reading paragraphs of you saying your concepts. I'm gonna have to deny your concept, Skull. I'm sorry, sir. I'm gonna have to deny you. What we got going on here? Oh, you brought me back. If you smell what the rock is cooking. Ah! All right, 60 seconds, and Rooks gets his teammate back, but they're going to go for the flag. And they're going to have to do it flawlessly, because if one of them dies, they're going to have to respawn me before they respawn themselves. As I am just a spectator here, and I'm going to be taking up that slot the whole time I'm here. So that means that for them to complete a flag, they're going to have to do it flawlessly. If one of them dies, they're pretty much screwed. They're not going to be able to die at all. Though I got to say, if I was to choose 2 Helldivers that have a massive amount of survival instinct, these would be the 2. These would be the 2. I would go as far to say is Rooks and Falla might have more survival instinct than Lead. Just to give you a compliment, Rooks. I might say that you guys have more survival instinct than Layden, because Layden doesn't need survival instinct because he just kills everything, because he's some kind of steroided out gamer. I don't know. He plays games like he's on gamer steroids. It's crazy. So I don't think Rooks needs to have a high level of survivalism. I don't think he needs to. Just because he's so damn good at video games, he doesn't need to know how to survive. He just wipes the area of the masses somehow. I don't know. That being said, I think you and Falla have better survival instincts because you guys need to survive harder than he needs to survive, if that makes sense. You guys are the leading survivors. Y'all can give us some survivor tips and tricks out here. Yo, is there anybody in the chat that's really looking forward to the Warhammer? That's a stupid question. Everybody in the chat's looking forward to the Warhammer Warbond. Listen, even if you're in the chat right now, and you're not looking forward to anything specific in the Warhammer Warbond, you're definitely looking forward to it because we haven't got new content in like 6 months. So like anything new is good. The last Warbond we got, no, the last one was actually really good. The last thing we got, the last content we got was a semi-auto marksman rifle, and I don't use marksman rifles at all, but because we haven't got new content in so long, I was super excited to try out a marksman rifle when I never use marksman rifles. So that being said, there's no way there's anybody here not excited for the new Warbond, since we haven't had a new Warbond in a year and a half.
Did Titan end up beating that challenge Saturday night?
I had, you gotta be more specific, I don't know what you're talking about. I got a lot of challenges, and a lot of people doing them. I'm not really sure which one specifically you're talking about.
I'm looking forward to the new squids.
I'm looking forward to new stuff in general. I agree. It's super exciting that it looks like we're getting new content and like new gaming, like new squids, I guess. But new content on a faction, and we're getting new items all in the same week is what it looks like. And I am so excited about being deprived of new stuff for like a year, and now we're just getting it dumped on us all at once, like a golden shower. I'm sorry, I made it weird. But I love that we're about to get, it looks like we're about to get a shit ton of new content, which should not only be super fun for me to play with, but should also bring a bunch of players back to the game, which is great for me as a content creator to bring new people back. So that should get me new views and stuff. So not only am I excited as a gamer, I'm also super excited as a content creator that my content in general should be doing better as long as we're bringing new people back. So it's a double win for me. It's a double win. Could have used Bedland. All right, Steven Kleemer. I was thinking Steven Kleemer. Steve. I'm saying that shit wrong. Hang on. Steve. How do you say the damn word? I don't think YouTube's gonna let y'all type this, by the way. Tagging map. Steamer. Wait. 300 meters. It's something steamer. Hang on. Steven Steamer. Who knows the word I'm trying to say? Cleveland Steamer? Is that it? Am I saying that right? Dumped all over us like a Cleveland steamer. Is that? Cleveland? Yeah, that's a... Alright, yeah, that's the better analogy. I love Arrowhead dumping new content all over us like a Cleveland steamer. That's a better analogy. I probably shouldn't have used that one either, but it'd be better than Golden Shower. I don't know. The Golden Shower one was really weird. That was just out of nowhere. Cleveland steamer definitely better. It fits the situation better. Probably not any better to say on YouTube specifically, but I mean it is super late at night. All the chillin' should be asleep. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it feels good to have them dump it all over us. Damn it, I did it again with new content. I'm so excited for all the new content. I'm so excited. He said I'm gonna Google that one. I didn't even know what a Cleveland steamer is. Don't even read about it. Just Google Cleveland. I can't tell y'all that. I might get in trouble for saying that. Never mind. I can't tell y'all to Google that. You got to do that on your own. Don't do it. First off, I need to recommend don't do it. Second, if you do it, that shit's kind of hilarious. I'll probably end up like a dirty Sanchez. Damn it! Look what I started with the chat. Oh my god, I started something here that I regret. I have regrets. All right, change the subject, chats. Change the subject. Stop it.
Sending in an eagle.
He said kind of gross, but hey, you like what you like. Listen, if you guys never, I can't. I'm doing too. I'm gonna get in trouble, y'all. Stop. Change the subject. Y'all gonna get me in trouble. No more of this talk. All right, let's talk about 40K, the new Warbond coming out. Stop. No more of this Cleveland talk. I'm not happy with what I read. You should be happy that you read it instead of typing in and instantly looking at images. All right, you should be lucky you just had to read it. I have the disadvantage of not picturing things in detail. I mean, Google will give you a picture for you. Google will show you some pictures. Hey man, I ain't recommending it. I'm actually recommending against it. Don't do that. Don't go to Google Images and type that in. Don't do it. Oh my god, I'm so getting in trouble. See, this is why I am not a very big streamer, because if I was a big streamer, I'd just be banned constantly. I just couldn't, I can't help myself. If I was getting a shit ton of views, people would be reporting my shit constantly, and I just wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it as a big streamer. I couldn't do it. Every week, I'd be banned for something different. I'd be in trouble constantly. I couldn't make it as a big streamer, y'all. We got to stay small, all right? Goals. Goals are to stay small for life. I thought it was some kind of kettle. Kettle.
Requesting air support.
You thought it was like a coffee kettle?
Advanced weaponry.
Wait, kettles don't make coffee. Dude, they kind of do. They kind of do. Foul is down! Rooks is on his own! They're so screwed. They're gonna have to reset this flag again. Did you guys even start the flag? They did. They did start it.
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much
I see how you came to that conclusion, because the steamer. Boiling water for tea. Yeah, I know what a kettle steamer is. Kettle steamer, Cleveland steamer, they sound the same. I can see it. They sound the same. All right, Rooks is dropping me back. Did you not drop me? Dude, the longer you wait to drop me, damn, you took. Now you gotta wait a whole extra minute. Oh my god, there's no way they're making it through this. This is an epic run. If you guys knew how good of divers these two divers were, you guys would know absolutely how epic it is watching these two struggle to get through a mission. You know how hard you gotta make a damn mission for these two divers specifically that were spectating here today to struggle? You guys know how damn hard you gotta make a mission? Hard as shit, that's how hard. It's the only answer. It's hard as shit. 19 enemies really. Actually, it looks like Rooks might be completing it on his own. He's killing it. He's only got 15 left. Actually, if he takes too long, they're gonna get a bug breach. Rooks is probably got to do this on his own, because if he waits out that timer, he's very, very likely gonna get another bug breach. I don't think he can wait on his teammate. If they get another bug breach, they're screwed. Oh, there's stalkers too? Oh my god, there's been stalkers this whole time? That's crazy. $30 seconds. He's got about 20 seconds till they bug breach though. Oh, you reset the flag. By the way, for you guys that don't know, every time you reset the flag, you cause another bug breach. He had a bug breach for a second there. It was only for a second though. I don't know if they actually caught. Yeah, they did. He's got a lot of enemies. He left the area just for a second, but that's long enough to cause another bug breach. Every single, just in case you guys didn't know, every second that the flag is actually rising and not at the top, it plays the music, and that music causes bug breaches. He does have a teammate. They didn't cause an actual bug breach yet. They might be. If the bugs don't bug breach, I think they got this. So I gotta say, doing this flag next to a stalker lair is a wild decision. Not taking out that stalker lair first is crazy. They must not have known. They must not have known until it was too late. 30 enemies in there. It's like they just spawn forever. The bugs just keep duplicating. This is why the Spore Strain is so hard, by the way. For you guys who think that the Spore Strain spawns extra enemies, like more enemies than regular bugs, and come across people that say no they don't, those people are wrong. This is why the Spore Strain is so hard. The Spore Strain is constantly duplicating enemies. You're constantly getting more and more enemies. It's like they just clone themselves. They just, as you see, he's been killing bugs this entire time, and he cannot clear them out whether there's a bug breach or not. The Spore Strain absolutely spawns more enemies than normal, but that alone doesn't make them the hardest faction in the game. What makes them the hardest faction in the game is not only do they spawn a lot more regular enemies, they also spawn way more heavy enemies. But it's like they're infinite. He's been shooting bugs for 20 minutes straight, and they have not stopped spawning. They're infinite. He's got 20 left. We're going to see that number climb, though. He's down to 17. But it's going to climb back up. It's going to climb back up. This is the importance of horde control when you go against this specific... What the hell? Oh, my God. That orbital rail cannon took out like 5 enemies. That was impressive. But as you see, he took out 5 enemies, and the number grew. Because this breed of bugs specifically just keeps duplicating. They never stop spawning. Like, I'm extremely impressed that they were able to even complete one flag. Oh, is that me? Am I the replacement? Oh, that means the run's over. Yeah, that's me. The run's over. All right, nobody leave. I want to see y'all's kill count. Let's see y'all's kill count real quick, because y'all are cooking. Yeah, so the spore strain are just they're never ending. It is the game that never ends. Yes, they spawn on and on, my friends. So people started killing them, not knowing what they was, but they'll continue killing them forever just because this is the strain that never ends. They just keep duplicating. It's like if you don't bring good stratagems to clear hordes of enemies, you cannot clear the area of this strain of enemy. You just can't do it. That would be really cool to watch y'all do that with like a stalwart though. I feel like y'all could do it with stalwarts instead of grenades. I don't think I want to spectate y'all. I think y'all could do it with grenades, but I don't think it'd be fun to watch. I think it'd be too easy. So damn, 900 kills.
Mia Rooks died some absolutely most of the time.
900 kills, 8 deaths from Falla, 7 deaths from Rooks. So pretty close on deaths, pretty close on kills too. 900 kills.
100 stims. 100 stims.
Damn! That's a lot of stims. That's a lot of stimmetry. I will say, I think you guys can do it with grenades. I do think that would be boring to spectate. I don't really want to see y'all do it with grenades. But if you guys want to try it with stalwarts, I'll give y'all one more go. If you don't want to do that, I completely agree. That's going to be tough as shit. It's borderline impossible. But if you guys wanted to try it with stalwarts, y'all let me know. Anything else, I think it would be too boring for me to watch. Spectator sessions have to be fun, or I get tired and I fall asleep. I don't want to fall asleep. If we can make it fun by giving y'all stalwarts, up to you guys. Recoilless rifle plus what? Recoilless rifle. I don't think that'd be a good loadout. Rooks, do you agree? You think that'd be a strong loadout? I don't think that. I think yeah. No, I don't think that's gonna be a good loadout. Rooks, if you're confident, Rooks, I'm asking Rooks' opinion. If you're confident that what Falla just said is gonna, if you guys are confident, that'll mean yes. That sounds like a terrible loadout. But if Rooks, if you agree that's strong, we can go through with it. One of you guys being down a supply pack the entire time sounds like it'd be super tough. Nah, the whole point of this challenge is no crowd control. How do you feel, Rooks? I think Rooks has been ignoring us. I don't think so the recoilless rifle doesn't have crowd control, but I don't think that's a good loadout. I think you'll make it, if you guys aren't both bringing supply packs, I think you're making it harder on yourselves, not easier. But you're not allowed to bring crowd control stratagems. So if you were only doing that to bring a crowd control stratagem, that's out. No crowd control. Stalwart isn't really a crowd control weapon while still being a crowd control weapon, which is why we use it. I don't want to use any weaponry, stratagems, or grenades or anything that lets you kill multiple bugs at once. The Stalwart technically kills bugs one at a time, but it's still good at horde control, which is why I'll allow the Stalwart if you guys want to try it again. I completely understand if you guys don't want to try it again, as this looks like it's been rather a headache, but anything else crowd control related would be boring for me to watch, and I don't really want to watch anything boring. But if you guys wanted to attempt it with stalwarts, I'll allow you guys another attempt. It's up to you guys. I will say the recoilless rifle is not crowd control. You can bring a recoilless rifle. I just think that's since the only stratagems you could bring is heavy killing stratagems. I don't know why you would bring a recoilless rifle. It just doesn't seem like a smart play. Because you're already bringing all your stratagems to deal with heavies. Bulletstorm. Oh yeah, Bulletstorm works too. Bulletstorm or Stalwart. I'd actually prefer to see Bulletstorm, but I think the Stalwart's better. I think against this specific strain of enemies, if they ran a Bulletstorm, they'd run out of ammo too quick. I don't think Bulletstorm's a good choice. If you fire the Bulletstorm full out, you run through a Bulletstorm in like 30 seconds, and there's a minute cooldown. They would have a lot of time in between Bulletstorms if they spawn 2 at a time. They could make a Bulletstorm work. I'd personally love to have some nades. Nah, nades are crowd control. The point of the challenge is no crowd control. Crowd control would be something I don't really want to... My whole challenge today is to watch you guys try to beat this without crowd control. That's the challenge. What the hell is flux capacitor? Are you going to run the teleport backpack over a supply backpack?
The hour of our next victory rapidly approaches.
I mean, I've seen Back to the Future. I've heard the word. I don't know how it relates to Helldivers though. I'm assuming you mean the only thing that I could assume is a flux capacitor is the. Wait, they call the Bulletstorm a flux capacitor? Why? How does that relate? What? How is a Bulletstorm a flux capacitor? Warbond tonight. Warbond. It says I don't know if the Warbond's coming out tonight. There's a good possibility that the Warbond will come out on August 11th. By the way, there is a good chance, Derek, that Derek Lugo is right. There is a good chance it comes out today and not on the 12th. For some reason, this isn't the first time. I just want to throw this out here once again. This isn't the first time that Helldiver devs have said something's going to release on Wednesday, and it didn't release on Wednesday. Having a Warbond release on Wednesday is very, very odd for multiple reasons. There's a very, very good chance that the Helldiver devs got the date wrong. There is a very good chance we're going to be getting the Warbond here today. There's a very good chance. If we do actually get the Warbond on a Wednesday, that's very odd.
Mission coordinates locked.
We have never received a Warbond on a Wednesday ever, and there's reasons behind it that make that extra odd. So, that being said, there's a very strong chance that we will be getting the Warbond tonight and not tomorrow. I think Lugo might be right. I've been saying that a lot, actually. I've been calling that out. This is not the first time the Arrowhead devs had said it's coming out on Wednesday, and then the shit came out on Tuesday. This is not the first time. Arrowhead devs get dates and times wrong all the time. They're actually really good at getting shit wrong. What the hell is this? What are you guys doing? The hell is that? What's happening? What am I missing? Oh, you need a flag mission? I wasn't paying attention.
Hellpod launch initiated.
I used to think catalytic converter was a fake thing from Back to the Future. That's a funny ass comment. As a car guy myself, that's a funny ass comment. That's really funny. By the way, catalytic converters are like the #1 stolen part out of cars. People love stealing that shit. I don't really know why. I think there's a lot of like good metal or something in it that they could sell. Not really sure why. I'm not that much of a car guy. I'm enough of a car guy to know that that shit's stolen a lot. I'm not a big enough car guy to know why. I just know that it is. Did you try the level 9 thing? Did you try the level 9 reset? We did already?
Mission coordinates locked. Mission preparation aborted.
I assume it's expensive. I don't know. I've never bought a catalytic converter. I've only ever got rid of them. So, so for you people that aren't car guys, if you have like a muscle car,
orbit synchronized.
Are there flag missions on a Super City? Is that a thing? Why are you checking Super City? As a car guy, I have only ever removed catalytic converters. The reason why you would remove a catalytic converter, by the way, if you have like a sports car, is it makes your car louder. So whenever you hear someone with like a Mustang or something that's driving down a street and their car's like, meh, but they're going 25 miles an hour and they just sound loud for no reason, that's because that person has removed their catalytic converter to make their car sound louder than it should sound. But I've never known why people steal them. I've just known car guys that got rid of them. I can only assume they're either expensive or there's really good material in them that like when people steal copper, they just go to like a place and sell their copper or some shit. I don't know. I've never known why because I've never cared why, in all honesty. I still don't care. I'm just letting y'all know facts. I didn't know that catalytic converters were worth a lot. I would just get rid of mine and tell the mechanic, you can keep that shit. I don't need it. I didn't know I was giving away thousands of dollars.
The bugs swarm across this planet. Choose where to make your stay.
I've gotten rid of quite a few catalytic converters in my life, and I've never tried to sell a single one of them. I was you can have it. I didn't know. Like, how much money I've been giving away?
Orbital thrusters.
How much money? How much them things go for, damn it? I've been losing on thousands of dollars.
Orbit synchronized.
I do think that getting rid of the catalytic converter does make your car a little bit faster too. Just not in a meaningful way. It gives your car like more, I think it gives your car like 10% more horsepower. Not 10%, 10. Like 10 more horsepower. Like not in any kind of meaningful way at all, but I do believe that getting rid of your catalytic converter will give your car a little bit more horsepower. Damn! I've been losing 3 grand? Damn! I've been messing up y'all. Now I know.
Same reason why people steal flock cameras. Those have $100 worth of gold in them.
Yo, a catalytic converter being up to 3 grand is crazy. I had no idea. I just been throwing money away. Doesn't decrease performance at all. It only decreases the harmful gases. I don't believe that. Let me Google that real quick. Does a catalytic converter, hang on, removing increase horsepower or performance in any way? Yes, it does. It does increase performance. No offense, Falla. No offense, but I have noticed that sometimes you just answer questions without having all the facts. That shit's a pet peeve of mine. I really hate propaganda. Yes, but how much depends heavily on the car. Most people, like I said earlier, most people that remove their catalytic converters, that specifically want to remove their catalytic converters, have race cars. I've been into racing a lot. If you're building a drag car or something, removing the catalytic converter does give you extra power. It does. Like if you're removing the catalytic converter on like your $4,000 Honda, it's probably not doing much. But if you're going to the drag strip and a ZL1 Camaro, it'll affect the horsepower a little bit. I hate propaganda. I do. Like one thing that's a pet peeve of mine is when I ask a question and people answer the question and they don't have all the facts, so they just answer just to answer. I notice Falla kind of does that a lot. I still love you, Falla. I still love you. You give some good information, but I gotta admit, out of all of the smart people on Helldivers, whenever you give me answers, I always gotta double check your shit. Because I've caught you on more than a couple of times. Give bad information, Falla. Just throwing that out there. You have a lot of knowledge. You have a lot of knowledge, but sometimes you just be making shit up. Removing a catalytic converter absolutely adds horsepower. It just doesn't add meaningful horsepower, but it will give you a little extra. If you're going to the drag strip and you're trying to hit 10 seconds, and you're at 11.1, and you just need that extra little second, you could possibly increase performance enough to hit 10 seconds at a drag strip by removing a catalytic converter. Yeah, I just got nothing against you, Falla. I'm not trying to be mean. I just got a pet peeve against people answering questions wrongly. It's just a pet peeve of mine. I still love you, though. Can you ready up? We losing watchers, Falla. They hide horses in the converter. No, it's about airflow. With a converter, you're slowing down airflow. And having high performance is all about airflow, which is why you can change so much as an air filter on a car and get more performance out of it. But a catalytic converter is also gonna slow down airflow to filter out toxicities, which the slowdown of airflow is what hinders performance. Here's an exact reason why, by the way. A catalytic converter creates some exhaust restriction. Removing it can reduce back pressure, so at higher RPM, the engine may move exhaust gases more easily. Hence the airflow, better airflow. On a naturally aspirated car, the gain is often very small, sometimes affecting 0 horsepower. If they have a factory converter, it flows well. On a supercharged car, which is what I'm specifically talking about, most of the people who have removed their catalytic converters do it that I know in my life have done it because we go to the drag race. I used to go to the drag strip all the time. We used to go drag race. If you're building a drag car, you're very likely running a supercharger or a turbo. If you're specifically running a supercharger or a turbo, so your car's not naturally aspirated, removing a catalytic converter adds quite a bit of performance. I'm not talking about a supercharged car. I'm just talking about cars in general. When you answer your question, Falla, about no catalytic converter doesn't add performance, you're just wrong. Because your answer should have said a catalytic converter doesn't add performance on all cars. It was simply a wrong answer. I wasn't talking about a specific car, and I was right. You weren't talking about a specific car, and you were wrong. It's just simply all it was, Falla. I don't want to argue about this for too long. I can tell you don't want to take the L on this, and I don't care. You can not take it if you don't want. I'm just saying, if I'm talking about all cars, my answer was correct. If you're talking about all cars, your answer was wrong. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't really matter though. You can be right if you want to be right. I'm trying to move past it. Let's get the spectator session. All right, let me pull it. Hang on, I exit out my chat with all my Google searchisms. I knew this answer specifically about the catalytic converter, by the way. I know I said I tried to move on, but I want to say this last thing. I knew the question about the catalytic converter specifically because I used to go to the drag race a lot. I used to go to the drag strip. I used to go to the drag strip like once a month. And my mechanic, I don't work on cars myself, obviously I'm one-handed. It'd be hard to, like, you know, do a lot of shit one-handed. But I used to go to the drag strip a lot, and I had my mechanic specifically tell me he wanted to remove the cats out of any car I would bring in. He said, we should remove the cats. And my first question would be, I don't want my car to be louder for absolutely no reason. Does removing the catalytic converter from your car just make it sound better, or does it actually add performance? And the first thing he said was, oh no, it adds performance. Because my main question was, if it just makes the car louder for no reason, I don't want to do it. And he said it will absolutely add like 50 horsepower or something. I don't remember the exact number. But that was one of the first questions I ever asked when I was getting into the car world, which is why I knew that removing cats can add performance. What's my dream car? I don't know. I don't really have a dream car. I got cars I really like. I really, really like Camaros. And I think specifically the Liberty Walked GTR looks beautiful. But as far as the word dream car goes, I don't think I have a dream car. Like, if I had enough money I could buy anything in the world I wanted, I'd probably buy some really cool cars. I'd probably buy like a Lamborghini. I love cars in general. I don't really have a favorite. Though, if I only ever lived paycheck to paycheck, I'd be perfectly happy with a really sick Camaro. If you dreamed about it, is your dream car? Camaros are probably my favorite car. Cost to car ratio, I think nothing beats Camaros. Nothing beats them. The ZL1 Camaro is the racing version of the Camaro. Or the there's another one. There's one. The ZL1 Camaro can keep up with Corvettes, and Corvettes are some of the fastest supercars in the world per price money. You can't really, like, the Corvettes nowadays look like Ferraris, but a Ferrari costs $1 million, a Corvette costs $100,000. So nothing really keeps up supercar wise with a Corvette, but the newest ZL1 Camaros can keep up with the newest Corvettes. So that being said, cost to car ratio, cool, looks wise and speed wise and drivability, I think nothing, in my opinion, nothing beats a Camaro. I love Camaros. I love the way they look. I love the way that if you buy a specific one designed for racing, like the ZL1, they can keep up. They can absolutely keep up and sometimes outperform supercars. I love everything about Camaros. I'm a Camaro guy through and through.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Your dreams, you drive a toilet?
Walking to the enemy.
How many lives are we down right now? I haven't been paying attention. We've been doing car talk this whole time. I don't think the primary weapons alone was enough. How's Rook's doing? Rook still got a stalwart? They're not even using the stalwarts. They did switch their primary to a primary with knockback for some reason, though. I guess it's got fire damage on it, so that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be strong enough. It doesn't look like you can beat a Spore Strain flag mission without grenades or stratagems. And by the way, the fact that they're getting a shit ton of hive guards, means the stalwart is borderline useless, by the way. Rostrum, a motorized porta potty. I think I saw that. It's crazy that I know who that is. Normally, you guys name random YouTubers, and I just never recognize the names. I don't watch a lot of content. I like doing stuff. I don't watch a lot. But I know Ross. He does some funny shit. I watched Ross. I think it was Ross, by the way. but I watched Ross do a video about a mailbox where every time the mailman came to put mail in it, he made the mailbox smaller and smaller. It was hilarious. That shit had me giggling for so long. He made that mailbox so damn tiny, the mailman had to use tweezers to get the mail out. It was so funny. I don't know why I like RVs. I love the idea of a portable home. It's funny that you mentioned that. I actually thought about the RV life. The only thing holding me back from the RV life is I love gaming. Even if I wasn't a streamer, I love gaming. That's why being a gaming streamer is like my dream job. Because doing what I love for a living just sounds amazing. We're not quite there yet. I make money on YouTube. I don't make enough to pay the bills yet. We're not quite there. We're still working on it. But being a gaming streamer for the rest of my life sounds like a dream job just because I love gaming. I just love it. So RV life would mean it'd be hard to do internet, or the internet would be super expensive because Starlink. I don't believe Starlink is this cheap. I think that's a more expensive. That's I could be wrong. I haven't looked into it that much. I think last time I did look into it, it was either too expensive or Starlink doesn't give high enough speeds to have stable streaming. I could be wrong. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really remember. I haven't looked into it for a while. But satellite internet is usually rather expensive. And you pay a lot for a little bit of speeds. And to be a streamer, not only do you need high download speeds, you need really high upload speeds. And very few providers give really good upload speeds. Most people don't even know what upload speeds are or give a shit about it. Because if you're not streaming, you don't give a shit about upload stream. Upload speeds are only really important for streaming, really. There's not really another reason to have... I mean, there are other reasons. But you can deal with low upload speed for everything but streaming. If you're streaming, you're not going to have a good time with them upload speeds. I got them reinforcements. They'll call another one, Rooks. We're good. Did Rooks just die? Never mind. No, you got to call another one anyway. Damn, I almost had a reinforcement. This run's even harder than the last run, and I gave them stalwarts, but I guess the stalwarts aren't very useful since there's hive guards. Yeah, this is a really bad seed for them. I'd love to see Layden on this challenge. Where's Layden at when you need him? What's y'all's opinions on the sweeper shotgun? I hear it's really good. The chat would be better at giving shotgun opinions. I'm a machine gun guy myself. But as far as shotguns go, I feel like it's hard to beat the sweeper shotgun. Yeah, 8 to 25 Mbps would be very, very difficult to be a streamer with, by the way. That'd be very difficult. Those are really low numbers for a streamer. 8 megabits per second would be borderline impossible to stream at, and 25 would be borderline. If you streamed at 25 megabits, you could stream, but you would have to lower the quality of the streams. So you couldn't stream at like 1080p. You'd have to stream at like 720, and even that would be questionable. But anyway, yeah, the biggest reason why I didn't do the RV stuff, because I agree RV stuff is cool. The biggest reason I didn't do it is because internet. Internet's a problem if you live the RV life. Yeah, I think the sweeper's probably one of the better shotguns. That one and that double barrel, the double barrel, whatever it's called. Is it the double barrel freedom? Is that what that's not what it's called, right? There's a double barrel shotgun that does a heap ton of damage. That weapon's probably the best shotgun in the game. That double barrel shotgun, whatever that shit's called. The double freedom? Yeah. In my opinion, the double freedom is probably the best shotgun in the world. But the sweeper's really good. I said in the world. In Helldivers world, anyway. Bunch of Starbucks all over the country to leech off. Just saying. I don't know if Starbucks... Usually with public internet, you come across a bunch of issues. And I highly doubt Starbucks has good enough internet that you could have a really good stream with. I highly doubt it. I didn't say internet was an issue to get internet. I said internet was an issue just mainly because of internet speeds. If you want to be a streamer, you have to have significantly higher internet speeds than average. Or else your streams look like shit. They constantly cut in and out and they get blurry all the time. Oh, you were joking. It didn't sound like a joke. Like, a lot of times jokes go over my head. I don't think that one went over my head. I think that just straight up didn't sound like a joke. I don't know. To each their own. Maybe it did. I love the internet too much for the RV life. I feel you. I'm the same way. That's another reason I'm afraid to move to a small town. Small towns are typically notorious for having for not prioritizing high internet speeds. I would love to live in a small town. I don't. I live in a, I mean, it's not a big town where I live. Like, it's not massive, but it's definitely, there's definitely a shit ton of traffic. I would love to move to a town where there wasn't constantly traffic all over the place. But if I did, those little towns are notorious for having slow internet, which would really hinder my streaming career. Yo, Rooks is killing it with the survival. Oh my god, the flag's completely reset? Holy shit, that's not good at all. This is the impossible. I think we found the impossible challenge. There's a small town boy streaming all his buggy boys. I'd love to be a small town boy. If they had good internet, I'd move to a small town in a heartbeat. There's two things that I don't like about a small town. I can't stand corruption. A lot of people say they don't like corruption. I can't stand it. There's a difference. Because me not standing it means I'd probably try to fight against it. And if you try to fight against corruption, a lot of times it makes you a target. There's been a lot of stories of people who live in small towns that try to fight against the corrupted police, and they end up mysteriously dying because of that, all right? And that would be me. If I lived in a town where the entire police force was corrupt, I would try to fight against it, because I don't like that shit. I got a problem with that shit. And because I was trying to fight against the corruption, I would probably be a huge target. This would be a problem. So small towns are notorious for corruption, which is a problem. And they're also notorious for having bad internet, which is also a problem. I don't think it's possible. Good map gen and seed could definitely change it. I think it's not possible without crowd control, but I think crowd control would take away from the challenge. So I think y'all got it all day if y'all ran any form of crowd control, even if it was like one stratagem, like napalm barrage, not napalm, like eagle barrage, or if you just ran crowd control grenades. I think y'all got this all day, every day. But I kind of want to go play myself. So I feel like it probably sucks for you guys, and I apologize, that I don't want to witness you guys actually beat the game, because you'd be bringing shit that would make it too easy. And I'm kind of I don't usually spectate this long, especially not the same people over and over. Yo, Fallow with the more kills this game! And less deaths. Damn, Fallow was killing it. Damn, Rooks, you let Fallow do that to you? That's crazy. More kills and less deaths than Rooks. I see you, Fallow. I'm pretty over to spectating, though. I appreciate it. It was fun. It was definitely a fun watch. I didn't think we could stump y'all that bad with a challenge like that. If that being said, if you guys ran a good grenade or even one good stratagem, I think y'all got this all day. Just want you guys to know I believe in y'all, but I want to go do some playing myself, so I'm out. GG's, guys. I appreciate the effort. It's the heart that counts. That all started out with a pistol-only challenge, by the way. I vote for what solo enjoys. I'm just here to vibe. Yeah, I want to do some solo runs. I don't feel like I played a lot today. How long we got to the major orders? We got 2 a.m., 3. I'm gonna be up until at least 5 because I'm gonna be up for a while. That doesn't mean I'll be streaming the whole time, but I think there's a really good possibility that we're gonna get a Warbond in a few hours. Because they said the release date's tomorrow, which is the 12th. It's still the 11th, but they have never released a Warbond on a Wednesday ever. So I think there's a good chance they messed up the date and they're going to release it today. Which means I'll be up, but it doesn't mean I'll be streaming the entire time. But I could stream the whole time because I'll be here. But sometimes your boy just needs a break, you know what I'm saying? It looks what? Rather comfy. It's a recliner. It's just a recliner. It's a recliner, and I got this blanket on it because it's leather. It's a leather recliner. I did nothing special. It's just a recliner. I play games reclined. You can't really tell from my camera angle because it's like up. But I play games with my feet up. My feet are up right now. My feet are up in the air. I play games with my feet up, and I just lay back chilling like this. I do it for 2 reasons. What, by the way? I do it. Let me explain why I do that. I play reclined because blood flow, I get phantom pains every day, all day, every day. They never go away. Just some days they're worse than others. If I recline or if I'm laying straight back, the phantom pains aren't as intense. I assume because of blood flow or something. The more my blood flow gets going, the worse the phantom pains get. I know this for a fact because I used to work out. I used to bodybuild, and I would take these blood circulation pills to help me as a bodybuilder because more blood flow means more pump. And every time I would take these pills that give you more blood flow, my phantom pains would get worse. So I know for a fact that blood flow affects my phantom pains, which is kind of odd. So I assume that when I recline or lay straight back, it reduces the phantom pains because of blood flow or something. I don't know.
Galactic war waits for no one.
But sitting straight up does two things. It makes my phantom pains worse, and it's also harder to hold the controller the way I hold it. Because right now I'm sitting at a 45-degree angle, even though to you guys I probably look like I'm sitting straight up because my camera angle. I'm actually at a 45-degree angle chilling backwards. Here I can kind of hold my controller with one finger, which is I usually hold it with my middle finger, and I hit the buttons with the rest of my fingers. Or my ring finger, sorry. I hold it with my ring finger, and I just hit the rest of the buttons with all my other fingers. But if I was sitting straight up, it would be harder to hold my controller without it constantly slipping down and me dropping it. Which is why I sit at a nice chill 45-degree angle with my feet up every time I'm gaming, which is kind of nice. It's nice to not be one of them sweaty, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it feels nice to not look like a sweaty. I just wish you guys could see the angle at which I'm sitting, because it looks pretty relaxing, and you guys probably didn't even know that. I was laying out, I'm pretty much laying down while I'm gaming. I'm chill as shit. What do you think the new title update's gonna be? Title updates? What? You mean like for the new level increase? I couldn't tell you. My title is still Cadet. You're asking the wrong person. I've never even changed my title. You couldn't ask a worse person. I've never changed my title. I don't even know what the current titles are. Asking what new titles are is wild. I'm gonna go do some bots. This cyborgs, right? Yeah.
Choose where you will give your aid.
Like game update title. I have no idea what you're asking.
This is a commando operation, deep behind enemy lines. You will not have the support of the Super Destroyer. Only your superior will.
Have fun before we get new stuff. Hell yeah! I mean, you could save the fun for the new stuff. That would give you a bigger burst of dopamine. By the way, I know this for a fact. Yo, Rooks, hang out for a sec before you leave. Stop! Rooks, stop leaving! Let me give you a lecture on dopamine. There's two words. There's dopamine and there's... I don't know the other word, actually.
Hellpods Prime.
There's two things that control happiness. Dopamine and, like, there's another word. Somebody tell me the other word. There's another word. Anyway, dopamine specifically, you only have so much of in your body. I know this because I was feeling this. Serotonin! I don't know what serotonin is. I know that's the other word. I don't really know the difference between dopamine and serotonin, but I have studied dopamine because story time. Hear me out, y'all. Let me tell y'all a story real quick. Let me go to the storytelling window. Hang on. I'm about to give y'all an insight into my life. Rooks, I hope you're still here because I'm about to lecture you on dopamine real quick because I have above average knowledge of dopamine because I used to be a weed head. Let me come back and explain that. There was a reason for it. I have a good reason. I wasn't just a weed head for no reason. There's a good reason. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna come back and explain that.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
I lied. I wasn't going to the bathroom. I snuck off to do something else. I snuck off to do something else, and I'm coming back. I'm not telling y'all what it was. All right, it's a secret. All right, let me give y'all some insight on why I used to be a pothead. So, up until the point, oh shit, big insight on my life. I hope you guys are here for me, because if you're here for the gameplay, I'll get to that in like 10 minutes. But right now we're doing a story time. If we increase viewers during my story time, that says a lot. A lot of times I do, by the way. Most people just join to like listen to a streamer talk and stuff, and less for the gameplay, especially when you're watching streamers play in a full squad. Ain't no way you're watching that shit for the gameplay. I'm gonna be honest, ain't no way you're watching a streamer play with a whole squad of 3 other people carrying them, or maybe the streamer's carrying, whatever. Someone's getting carried in that play. There's no reason you're watching that for that person's skill level. There's no way. And most people watch streamers who play with full squads, which tells me you watch for their personality. Anyway, let me talk about my personality real quick. So, up until I lost my arm, which was in my 20s. I don't want to be too specific here with actual numbers, all right? So up until I locked it, because when I hit 10K subs, I'm gonna tell y'all more about my life, and I'm gonna give y'all actual numbers and shit. Y'all gonna be like, damn! when I say some of the shit that I say. Y'all gonna be listening to it? Okay. Damn! Right? That's gonna be y'all. One more time. Y'all gonna be, oh yeah, he did that. That's pretty cool. Damn! Whenever I tell y'all my story time at 10K subs. I'm gonna be honest though, subs are coming mad slow. So y'all gonna have to wait on that story time for a while. But I'll give y'all actual numbers and like all that stuff. But we're not gonna get too specific today. So I lost my arm in my 20s. This is important because up until I lost my arm, I never so much as drank alcohol. Nothing. No drugs, no alcohol, straight up, straight edge. This was because, a big reason of this was because I was like one of those hardcore Christians. You know, one of them people that would like God first, and a lot of you guys in chat still are. I try to stay away from religion, but I'm just giving a little more knowledge than I need to give. The big reason behind that was like, you know, God said this was bad, never lie, never cheat, never steal, all that shit, never murder. The murder thing always got me. I'm branching off here, but we're doing a story time. It is what it is. Y'all listen to me even if I'm branching off. The murder thing was tough because, as some of you guys know, I was in the military. And in the military, sometimes you're told to go and murder some people. Now, some of you guys might view it as not murder because someone's telling you to do it. But if you look at it from outside of the box, a lot of times in the military, you're just killing other people that are in the military who are just doing what they're told as well. You're kind of killing innocent people just because you're told to. That shit's murder. No matter how you look at it, that shit's murder. Being in the military and being religious is a problem. It's a problem, and it's a problem I struggled with for a while. Anyway, we're moving past religion, all right? That's all the religion talk. Simple fact of the matter is, I was really very religious up until I lost my arm. And then I lost a little bit of faith for a while there. We'll get deeper in that. We'll get deeper into that later if you guys are really curious. I don't want to talk about religion. Will you play again after that? I am, yes. I'm going to be jumping into a solo game after my story time. But anyway, up until I lost my arm, I never drank, never smoked, nothing, zero drugs. Then I lost my arm, and I remember being in the hospital, and the doctor was asking me, "You ever drank before?" And I'm like, "No." And he didn't believe me. No one ever believes that you're in your 20s and you've never drank. You've never drank. You've never done anything. They just don't believe. They think you're lying. Like, oh, are you saying that because like your parents are here? Why are you lying? Like, no, I've never done it. I've never had a belief in it. I've never done it. And then I look at I look at him because I was like really depressed at the time. So I look at him and I go, I think now would be a good time to start though. And I just started laughing, right? Because like my entire life, it went completely against my beliefs to do anything like that. And then I lost my arm, and I got really depressed, and I felt like my prayers weren't being answered and stuff, and I didn't know why it was happening to me. And I was like, man, if I was ever going to start, now would be a good time. And I said it kind of as a joke, but I kind of believed it. Anyway, shortly after I lost my arm, I went through a bunch of therapy, and I seen a bunch of doctors, pain doctors, to try to find out how to stop the phantom pain. So phantom pains are something that, by the way, up until this point, never even so much as like a painkiller. So when I was in the hospital, the doctors kept offering me oxycodone, which is a very strong painkiller to help me with the pains that are called phantom pains, which is, I'll get into what a phantom pain is in a second. But I kept telling the doctors, no, I've never done drugs. Oxycodone's a hard drug. I don't want to do it. I'll just deal with the pain. Because back then, I liked to see myself as a badass, right? I was like, I'm a badass. I can take it. And I did. I took this pain for a long time. But I kept telling the doctors, no, I don't want pain meds because I see that as a drug and I've never done drugs my whole life. So I didn't even take painkillers. I tried everything. I didn't try like official myotherapy, but it doesn't help me. It doesn't help me. I don't even know if I've officially tried myotherapy. I think I tried it with like a family member once. And I don't know. Maybe you gotta have like belief that shit's gonna work. There's some things in life, like, like a good example is hypnotized. There's some things in life that you actually have to believe in for that shit to actually work on you. And I think mirror therapy is one of them. You actually have to be convinced that shit's working, and I'm just not. I'm very strong-minded. I'm very evidence-oriented, and nothing's worked for me. Mirror therapy, pain therapy. I've tried. There's been doctors that like have injected steroids into like the various parts of my arm because the pain actually stems from up here. But phantom pain implies that it's coming from a phantom part of your body. So for you guys that don't know what phantom pain is a pain that's a very real pain that hurts, and it hurts a lot. But the pain is coming. See, we're getting into that. We're getting into that, Stevie, and I don't disagree. Phantom pain is a pain that stems from nerves, from nerve endings, which from my experience and from doctors, my nerves were torn right here. It was a motorcycle accident where I lost my arm, it was ripped backwards. And these nerves right here got torn, so I'm getting pain that stems from nerves right here, but it's called a phantom pain because it feels like I'm getting a pain from my hand. So if you had a limb at one point in time, this doesn't apply to people born like this, by the way. That's why people born like this don't actually get phantom pains. Which is an interesting phenomenon. People born without a limb don't deal with phantom pains typically, but people who lose a limb do, and they deal with it their whole life most of the time. But I think it also depends on how you lose your limb, right? I think that also, like I tore in a bunch of ligaments, messing up my nerve endings, which is why I think I have so much phantom pains. If it just got chopped off with an axe, I'd probably receive a lot less phantom pains than I currently do, if any at all, because I have heard of amputees that don't have phantom pains, which is crazy to me, because I've lost my arm for over 10 years now, and I haven't had a single day that's gone by without phantom pains. Not a single day. I've been in pain for 10 years straight. Anyway, so what a phantom pain is it's a pain that's coming from a nerve ending somewhere up here, but it feels like it's coming from the limb that you no longer have, which is where it gets the name phantom pain, because it feels like I have pain in my thumb. It feels like right here, this part of my thumb was smashed with a hammer and it's pulsating. So if you ever like smash your hand in a door or hit it with something like a hammer, you get this pulsating feeling of pain. That's what it feels like. I feel like I'm getting a pulsating pain from my thumb coming out of this hand. But I know it's not in my thumb. I know this in my head, which is why I think mirror therapy doesn't work for me, because I know it's actually coming from here, so much so that if I put pressure here, I can actually alleviate the pain some of the time. I'm terrified of phantom pain. I was too. So that's an interesting part of the story. When I was in the hospital, the doctor was trying to give me pain meds for the pain. And I was saying, no, I'm going to deal with it. And I'm like, Mr. Doctor, sir, how long am I going to have to deal with these phantom pains before they go away? Because I was already 2 months in. I was 2 months in dealing with the same pain that I thought was only there because my body was getting used to like healing. Because when this was happening, I had a big open wound on my arm. You can kind of see it. There's like a scar here. It actually goes up a lot higher if I had a better camera. But my camera, even if I get close, you wouldn't be able to see it. There's a scar that actually runs all the way up my arm. You can kind of see it on this camera. This scar. So this scar was like kind of bleeding. There was like always a bandage on it, and we were trying to get it to heal. So I thought this pain was coming from the scar, and I figured when the scar heals, it's going to go away. So I asked the doctor, how long am I going to have phantom pains? Have you talked to others about a limb, how they deal with it? Yeah, only a couple people. I got a couple good answers. The main thing was amputees say if they wear a prosthetic, it does take away the pain sometimes. This one guy in particular said, when I wear a prosthetic, it takes away the pain, and I don't know why. And I actually have experimented with so many pain relief ways that I think I understand why a prosthetic. I think it's suction. When you wear a prosthetic, it suctions on the arm, and I think that suction alleviates the pain. The suction has something to do with it. But I can't really afford. I live paycheck to paycheck. So I don't have extra money to afford a prosthetic because they're like $100,000 for a good one. And if I want one that just hangs there and doesn't do anything, that's like $10,000 minimum. That being said, this was like years and years ago that I was looking into prosthetics. I haven't looked into them recently, maybe with 3D printers and shit. Maybe they're a lot cheaper now. But when I was originally looking into them, I already made up my mind. I'm never getting a prosthetic because I'm not paying 10 grand just for looks, and I don't have 100 grand to pay for a Jack's arm. Jax from Mortal Kombat, anybody? Jax had some cool ass prosthetic arms. But I don't got 100 grand to be throwing away on I wouldn't say throwing away, that's a word way that's a negative way to describe it. But 100 grand to get my arm back is crazy. Anyway, that's why I don't have prosthetics, and apparently prosthetics can possibly relieve it. I don't think it would fully relieve it, but I think it would help. Anyway, where were we in the story? So I asked the doctor, I feel, bro, I have a spinal infusion, and weed helps a lot. Yeah, I'll get into that. We'll get into our drug talk. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk drugs around YouTube. But as long as none of you guys report me, we should be fine, all right? Stop, quit. Don't be haters, all right? Don't be reporting. Anyway, I completely agree. Weed is a miracle drug. That's the whole point of this story, though. I'm going to get into it. I'm about to talk to Rooks about dopamine. I hope you're still here, Rooks. Because the entire conversation was about dopamine. I've learned a lot about dopamine in my journey to figure out how to relieve this pain. So anyway, back to the hospital. I was 2 months in. I asked the doctor, how much longer am I phantom pains for? And he looks me in dead. I died inside when he said this. He looks me dead in my eye. And he goes, You might have them the rest of your life. A lot of amputees, it never goes away. It just stays. I look at them and I go, I'm gonna deal with this the rest of my life? I literally like died inside. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna go on. What? Huh? And when he said that, a part of me died inside. When he said that to me, like I lost a little, like I don't think I've been the same ever since. A part of me died inside when he said that to me. And that's what made me cave and start trying drugs. Because I'm like, I can't deal with this pain every day, all day for the rest of my life. So then he said that to me. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll try the oxys. Because he was trying to get me on some oxycodone to help with the pain relief. So he gave me 1 pill of oxycodone. He visited me the next day. He's like, so how did the oxy work? Did it do anything? I'm like, no, it didn't do nothing. I regret you forcing me to take this. Because every day he was like, take it. You should really take it. I don't know why he was pushing so hard on me to take it, by the way. I feel like if you're a doctor and someone wants to not try a hard drug like oxycodone, that's a good thing, because oxycodone, if you take that as a long-term thing, it's really bad for your body. It like kills your liver and stuff. It's really bad. So it's weird that he kept pushing it, but he kept pushing it, and eventually he told me that the phantom pains might never go away. So I'm like, all right, I'll try your oxys. So he gave me one. Didn't do anything. The phantom pains are so intense that if I'm not like heavily influenced by something, it does nothing, right? At nothing. I'm just still in pain right through whatever the drugs are trying to do. So I told him no, it did nothing. I was kind of mad at him. Then he made me try drugs for the first time in my life. And then he goes, all right, hang on. Let's try 2. Let's double up. We'll do 2 pills instead of 1. So I did. He doubled up on the dosage. And that night, I remember this like so vividly. That night, my stepdad was there visiting me. And I remember like being in a full conversation with my stepdad, and then it just hit me like a brick out of nowhere, like 30 minutes after I took him. Like 30 minutes later, I'm just normal, completely normal, talking to my stepdad, and then I just completely lose my train of thought, lay back, and I'm the comfiest I've been in months, because I've been in pain for months straight. I lay back and I go, oh my God, I feel like a rainbow. And I had the best night's sleep of my life because those two pills were able to take the pain away. The problem is that's a lot. That's a lot to take on a daily basis. Not to mention they're expensive, and I didn't have very good insurance because if you live in poverty like I did my whole life, you can't afford really good insurance, so you got to come out of pocket for a lot of these stuff. So they weren't cheap. So even if I wanted to take them my whole life, I couldn't afford to take them my whole life. So I took them for like a month or two because the doctor gave me like a month or two's worth, and I just I'm like, I'm not, first off, I don't want to rely on this the rest of my life. Because I don't want to be relying on something. I definitely don't want to be relying on something that's actually going to kill me if I keep taking it, because they will. Really, really hardcore painkillers like oxycodones will kill you if you take them their whole life. They will mess you up. So I decided to stop taking them. I decided to stop taking them a few months after I got them, even though they were the only thing that helped me. But I tried other things. So after I stopped taking them, I started seeing pain doctors that are there just specifically for pain. I started seeing pain doctors. They were trying to help me out, and nothing was working. They tried steroid shots. They tried like stretching and other things. There's so many things. These steroid shots, they take this long ass needle and shoot that shit directly on my shoulder, and it would actually make the phantom pains worse. It would actually make it so that was really strange. That made it feel like my muscle up here was flexed for like 5 months straight, and then when he steroid shotted it, it made the muscle stop flexing. Which makes sense because I don't have weight here, so this is up like this, so I think this muscle's constantly pulling because it's not getting stretched down. So the steroid shots I think were helping, but oh my God, it made it so much worse before it helped, because it made it feel like this muscle was flexed for like 5 months straight, which probably was the case. And then if you ever got done with like a really hard workout and you're super sore, it would be that soreness for like 3 days straight. I'd be super sore, and I hated it. So I hated that. And then eventually he's like, yo, on the low, have you ever tried weed? And I'm like, no, I don't do drugs. I don't do that. But eventually I got so sick of nothing working, I decided to try weed. So I got with one of my sketchier boys. I'm like, yo, send me some weed over here. But I was into working out, and I would go to the gym all the time. And I used to be like really into bodybuilding. So I didn't want to like put a bunch of smoke in my system that would make me unhealthy. So I'm like, what's the healthiest way to take it? And I'm like, okay, so if I put it in some brownies and I just ate it instead of smoking it, that should be healthier. And in all honesty, I don't actually think there's a negative health side of eating weed. I actually think I did a lot of research into it. I found zero 0 health risks of eating weed. But that doesn't mean there's no downsides, which is what I'm going to get into. This is the whole point of the dopamine rooks that I was bringing up earlier. So I don't think there's any health risks of eating edibles. And by the way, edibles hit way harder than smoking. So edibles specifically, if I smoked, and I did try smoking weed at one point, and it doesn't help as much. It helps kind of. So this is the difference between whenever I tried eating weed versus smoking it. When I tried smoking it, I still had phantom pains. But I was just like, chill. And I'd be like, well, fuck them damn phantom pains. I don't give a shit about no damn phantom pains. I still have them. I just wouldn't care. But when I took edibles, if I eat it, getting high through an edible is significantly different than getting high through smoking. It hits way worse and lasts way longer. And eating it would get me so high that I wouldn't have pains at all. And so I was on edibles for a while, and I started noticing something on the edibles. And this is where I got into research on dopamine and stuff, trying to figure out what's going on. I started noticing that I was getting very depressed. I started noticing that I was becoming very reliant. Like if I didn't have an edible, my phantom pains were significantly worse and I was much more miserable. So I had to eat them every single day, so I was extremely reliant on them. And I also, and this is the worst part, I think, why I had to stop doing it, I also started realizing the more you do it, the less it works. So the way drugs typically work to give you a dopamine spike, like weed, is you take them and they work great the first day. And then you take them the next day, they work pretty good. And then next day, okay, it doesn't feel the same now. And then if you keep taking it consecutively over a long period of time, now when you do something like marijuana, it will bring it brings you up after you're used to doing it. Your dopamine baseline is below average, and it just brings it back to where it would be before you ever started doing it in the first place. And I gotta tell you guys, there's no worse feeling than mental pain over physical pain. So being hooked on marijuana to deal with my physical pain for so long, and the more I took it, the less it would deal with it, by the way. But being hooked on marijuana was giving me a lot of mental pain, where it was making me depressed and lowering my dopamine levels and everything so bad that I decided I'd rather just deal with the physical pain because the mental pain's just not there. And this is where the whole point of my dopamine came in for Rook specifically. I learned, yeah, that animation perfectly sees it.
Repeat. Helldivers.
I think you're talking about the little bird that was like super happy and then it worked less and less. If you're talking about that animation, that literally describes addiction perfectly. There's no better description. But here's the problem with dopamine. So with dopamine, I've learned you only have so much of it. So if you do something to spike your dopamine, which could be through a drug, or it could just be through you enjoying content, like you were saying, if you spike your dopamine, you only have so much left for later, and you could run out of it. And then if you spike your dopamine so high, like, which is something that weed does, if you spike your dopamine so high that you go way above your average, you use it up for the next couple days, and the next couple days you're either taking more to get your dopamine levels back to normal, where you could just feel normal, not even extra happy, just normal, or you're just stop taking it in general to try to get your dopamine levels. But those days, so like one day of using a shit ton of dopamine can affect you for like 3 days to a week of not having any, and you're just miserable for the next 3 days. And I noticed this more than anything, and being miserable and having constant lows in dopamine was way worse than dealing with physical pain. I decided to stop doing it. But that's my whole point. If you do dopamine detoxes, like you specifically make sure you don't have any dopamine spikes at all, just don't have any fun or anything. And then when new content releases, you have all that extra stored up dopamine that you could spike it out. It makes the new content better, which you could do with or without drugs. And that's the whole thing that I wanted to mention, Rooks. It reminded me of what I went through when I was trying to figure out pain relief, because every single thing that I tried to relieve pain from my phantom pains, there wasn't a single thing that would relieve pain without getting me high. And if you get high, you spike dopamine. They just go hand in hand. You can't really be high without spiking dopamine. So if I'm using pain relief and I have pain, I'm spiking dopamine, which feels great for the first time. But then if I take it every day, it feels less and less great. And then I become reliant, where if I don't take it, I'm just depressed. And if I become reliant, it also makes the pains way worse. If I decide to take a day off, the pains that I get on the day off are almost like it was storing all that shit up to hit me all at once. It was terrible. But you know what's worse than physical pain? Mental pain. And using up all of your dopamine and then not having any for the next day, whether you do it drug-related or not, is a terrible feeling. Absolutely terrible. Which is why I had to stop taking drugs for pain relief. Now I don't really take anything for pain relief, and I'm just in pain every day. And it's pretty rare that I'll take anything to deal with it now. But mainly because if I do take something to deal with it, I'll have a great day, but then I'll be miserable for the next 3 days afterwards. And that's just not worth it. Trading 1 day for 3 days is not typically worth it. It is sometimes. It is sometimes. Yeah, I gotta choose. Well, not even really. That's not even really true either, Meep. I don't really choose between mental or physical pain, though that's kind of what I'm saying. It's really that I can't take a pain relief, any version of pain relief at all. There's no version of pain relief that I can take every single day that doesn't lose the effects. And the way to avoid that is to take some sort of pain relief and then take days off. But if I take a version of pain relief and then I take days off, those following days are so much worse mentally and physically. So if I have a day where I'm fully without pain because I was like eat an edible or something, so I have a whole day free of pain, the next 3 days after that day, my pain will be elevated like 3 times for 3 days in a row. So I'm trading 1 good day for 3 extra bad days. But it's not just the physical pain, my mental is also off. Because anything that gives me enough high that I can remove the phantom pain, I also get a dopamine boost, which feels great for that first day, but the next 3 days, I'm lacking dopamine and I'm miserable. Like, it's really, really hard to get any level of excitement at all, and I'm borderline depressed for like 3 days after. Now, you could fight that just by taking it every day, but like I said before, if you take something every single day, the effects go lower and lower and lower until you're at a point where you need to take that thing you're taking just to get back to how you felt before you were taking anything in the first place. So from my experience over years of trial and error to try to get rid of these phantom pains, I figured out there is no right answer. There's no way to do it. The best thing I can do is I can take something like once a month to have 1 day off per month and then just deal with like 3 to 4 days afterwards of intense pains and mental fatigue. But I gotta admit, having 1 day off a month does feel nice. It's really hard to go through pain every single day of your life and never get a break. That's extremely difficult. For me, physical pain distracts from mental pain. I have major depression. Yeah, for me, I'm really, really good with physical pain. Because I've been dealing with physical pain for years. And before I lost my arm, I was into martial arts. My dream was to become a UFC. I wanted to fight in the UFC. I was really, really into martial arts for most of my life before I lost my arm. So I was already pretty accustomed to pain. Then losing my arm, I dealt with so much of it for years straight that it no longer... pain is no longer my biggest worry. Mental pain is so much worse than physical pain. What if you swap medicines so you don't get used to it? You can't. Doesn't work. It doesn't, because every single thing you do boosts dopamine. So even if I swap medicines, no matter what I take, if something relieves my phantom pains, it also gives me a boost in dopamine. And if I'm boosting my dopamine, I'm running out. You only have so much dopamine. You run out of dopamine. So I can only boost it for so long before it no longer can be boosted. So even if I'm switching, I'm still boosting dopamine, meaning I'm running out of dopamine. So that means that even if I'm switching stuff up constantly, I'm still going to put myself in a depressive state if I continue to take things for phantom pain. And in my opinion, there's nothing worse than being depressed. No amount of pain is worse than being depressed, in my opinion. Mental pain is so much worse than physical pain. As someone who's been in physical pain for over 10 years straight without a single day off, mental pain's worse. Mental pain is worse. Now, I also will preference that by saying phantom pains aren't always the same level. Some days are worse than others. It does seem to be heavily affected by cold weather and some other things. But whenever it's, I live in Florida, so it's normally hot. It's very rarely cold, but it gets cold for a few months out of the year in Florida. And those months that it gets cold, my phantom pains are extremely hard to deal with. If you guys have been around for a while, a lot of times you guys will see me gaming, and I'll be like this, and then I just kind of stop talking and like look like this for a while. And that's because I'm going through a very, very intense spurt of pain. So my phantom pains are always there. But the way they feel is that they build up over time. So over like 20 minutes or so, the pains get worse and worse and worse until it feels like a burst of pain for like 20 seconds. And then after that happens, I'm like, I feel relieved of pain. This is really weird, and I think this might be a me issue. I think everyone deals with phantom pains in a different way. This is how mine feel. They're always there. It's always this pulsating pain. But over time, it gets worse and worse and worse until it just like strikes like lightning. It's just like, ah, and I like freeze up for like 15, 20 seconds, which if you guys have been around for a while, you probably noticed that I usually go like this. Like, ah, fuck. I think I hurt myself doing that. Woo! Almost caused one. Anyway, after that huge burst of pain happens, I'm usually pain-free for a couple of minutes, and then it starts to come back and build up again. It's typically how it works. But when cold weather happens, that happens a lot more. And there's other things besides cold weather that also affect it. Let me read some comments real quick. If you guys got questions, ask away. I've tried like everything, and I've learned a lot in the process, so feel free to ask some questions. For me, weed relaxes my bulls and lowers my back, but that's it for me. Stevie, do you do it every day? For me, physical pain distracts from mental pain. I have major depression and anxiety disorder, so I'm basically desensitized, and I live for the little dopamine hits here and there. I think we all live for dopamine hits, I'm gonna be honest. Whether it's natural dopamine hits or people are forcing them with some sort of drug, everybody lives for a dopamine. I'm left-handed now. I think you meant were you left-handed? No, I wasn't. I was right-handed. Being what the hell word is that? Cognizant of mental pain often worsens it. It's a downside spiral in my experience. I have no idea what you just said to me, Rooks. You have to word that in a way that someone stupid could read it, because I'm not on that level. Apparently that word was a bit above my pay grade. You got to reword that shit. Maybe add some more words in there too, because I don't know if you say that you're in physical pain and mental pain, and they work against each other. I don't know. I feel like you need to turn that whatever that was into a whole paragraph, because it intrigues me, but I don't know exactly what you were saying. It sounded like you have mental and physical pain as well. Now you got to make that a bigger sentence. You made it a smaller sentence. I need you to go the other way with that. Just give me a whole paragraph on what you're trying to say, Rooks. Give me an insight in your life. I probably got some good advice for you. I've been through a lot, and I've learned a lot of ways to deal with things. I feel like I'm a lot stronger for it. So go ahead, Rooks. Type that out in a 3-paragraph essay, and let's come back to that, all right? Tell me what you're feeling, Rooks. I honestly, I probably got some good advice for you. I need it every day. You have PTSD and reoccurring nightmares. Weed surpasses dreams a ton. I have lost my mind without it. Jinx. Fun fact that you may not know about anything that surpasses dreams when you sleep. I used to also heavily indulge in edibles to get a good night's sleep, because the phantom pains constantly wake me up, so it's hard for me to sleep for more than an hour at a time before getting woke up from phantom pains, making my sleep extremely bad. So I used to have edibles before going to sleep, because then I would sleep for like 14 hours. But then I did my research on it, and things like marijuana that help you get more sleep doesn't mean you're getting good sleep, because surpassing them dreams usually surpasses your deep sleep, meaning if you're constantly reliant on something like that for sleep, you're probably it's probably very bad for you, because sleep is extremely important. And if you're not ever hitting deep sleep, which sometimes you think you are, because I thought I was, right? And then when I started learning how to sleep without using something like that, I noticed that I started feeling better waking up. So obviously I wasn't hitting deep sleep like I thought I was. But using something like that to sleep can definitely make sure you're not getting the quality sleep you should be getting. And not getting good quality sleep will drastically lower your lifespan sometimes. Just something to keep in mind. I also had problems that I thought for a while. I thought I couldn't deal with without taking something to help me deal with them. And then when I cold turkeyed and just stopped taking things, I learned that I was wrong, and I'm stronger than I thought I was. Just throwing that out there. Sometimes you think you can't handle things until you try it. And some things that you think you can't handle, you can handle. Like, one of the biggest things is I was eating edibles to help me with phantom pains, and if I didn't have an edible, my phantom pains were like 3 times worse. So I thought if I stopped taking edibles, I'm screwed. There's no way I can deal with this without edibles. What I learned was once my body got used to, all right, I'm not going to get these anymore, my phantom pains stopped being 3 times as bad, and they were significantly easier to deal with as I got used to dealing with them on my own. So what I'm trying to say is sometimes when you take something to deal with an issue, If you don't take it, that issue becomes way worse and you think you're reliant on that thing you're taking to deal with the issue. But if you stop taking that thing for a while, you learn that the issue's not as big as you thought it was. Something to think about. All right, Rooks, where you at? Without dumping everything, I would often get into depressive states and be completely aware of it. Being aware of it and blaming myself for it only makes it worse. You have to break the cycle. Yeah, I can't really give advice on that one. Because I believe the opposite end of it. So I was falling into depressive episodes as well when I was on my edibles, which is the main reason between me learning about dopamine spikes and learning if you overspike your dopamine, the next day you're not even going to have your baseline amount. You're going to be below your baseline, making you really pretty much depressed. And I looked into depression and dopamine and stuff, and I did a lot of studying, and I learned that I was depressed because I'm like, I don't get depressed. I'm too mentally strong to get depressed. I learned at one point that, oh, this is what depression feels like. And ever since I learned that so depression gives you really bad thoughts, right? I'm a failure. I'm this and that. I don't want to be here anymore. Depression gives you a bunch of thoughts that you think are like true. You think it's true that you're a failure and all these bad thoughts. But if you know those thoughts aren't real and that's just depression, I find it easier to deal with. So there's times where I would get hit with hit with phases of depression as well. Typically after a spike in dopamine, whether it was from some sort of pain relief thing that I tried, or from me just being super happy about like a new update. Like I'm gonna get a massive spike in dopamine just from the update of Warhammer because I'm so excited for it. And then I find myself kind of the later days blaming myself and go, I suck, I can't do this, I can't do that right. But now I've learned enough about it that I tell myself, oh, these aren't real thoughts. I don't really suck at life. I don't really this and that. This is just a depressive episode. All right, I'm gonna let it pass. And that helps me deal with it way better than before I realized it was depression. So I feel like, Rooks, if you think about it the right way, knowing that you're depressed should help you deal with those negative thoughts that aren't real. Because it does for me. For me, I just get vivid nightmares every night, and it just helps with dark instead. I just sleep and wake up. Sure, it's not a full sleep, but it's the best for me according to them. A lot of times doctors, I'm going to be straight up with you. A lot of times doctors just tell you stuff to make sales. Doctors make money off of like selling drugs and stuff. I have been to so many doctors who have given me shitty advice over my phantom pains that just don't care and don't tell me about actual fixes to phantom pains, which there are. There are actual fixes. But none of the doctor's advice was any good. It was all trash. It was every time I go to a doctor, unless I have a broken leg or something really serious where they gotta fix the broken leg, anytime I've ever gone to a doctor for something that like phantom pain or something they don't complete, it's always them just trying to push some pills on me. So I no longer ever believe anything a doctor says. I just go to doctors so they can give me my blood work or like fix a broken leg. Doctors' advice is normally terrible, just so you know. If doctors are telling you the best thing you can do for your nightmares is take a drug so you don't have dreams, doesn't mean that's good advice. And I personally, the way I would deal with it, I don't know if this is the best advice for everybody. I personally, if I was waking up every single day from nightmares, because I used to have nightmares all the time. The way I personally deal with it is I just deal with it. And I know that sounds like shitty advice, but things in life, a lot of things in life, like being scared of something or being embarrassed by something, is like a muscle that if you put yourself through it and you know you're putting yourself through it, you're making yourself mentally harder and you're working that mental muscle. And the mental muscle is 100% a real thing. I actually learned this through my first way I learned about this was through coaching. When I first became a streamer, I looked up a lot of coaching stuff just because I wanted to be the best. I wanted to be the best gamer there was. I wanted to be the number one-handed gamer in the world when I first started streaming. That was my main goal. And then I slowly realized people don't give a shit that I'm the number one gamer and the one-handed gamer in the world. I'm like, that's such a stupid niche. Like, there's another guy who plays with his, for instance, there's another guy who's fully handicapped. He plays with his mouth. You guys have probably heard him. He's probably the number one most known handicapped gamer in the world. He's a guy that plays with his mouth. And every now and then I'll check out his streams because I find it interesting to compare myself to other handicapped gamers. But I watch him play with his mouth, and he constantly says, yo, like and subscribe, because I'm the number one mouse gamer in the world. And every time I hear it, like, no offense to him, he's doing his thing. But every time I hear it, I learn not to do that because it sounds so stupid. You're the #1 mouth gamer in the world? What do you got, like 3 other dudes you're competing with? What do you, like, it sounds so stupid. So by me saying I'm the #1 one-handed gamer in the world, or the #1 handicap gamer in the world, I feel like that sounds equally as stupid because that's such a niche thing to be good at. So I no longer strive to be seen as the #1 handicap gamer in the world. I do strive to be the #1 gamer in the world just because I have a passion in bettering myself. So I look up coaching videos and do aim trainers and stuff to be better. So I still do strive to be the #1 handicap gamer in the world, but I no longer will ever brag about it, ever. Unless there's a competition that puts us all together to find out who #1 is and I win a title from it, I have zero desire to ever brag about being the #1 handicap gamer in the world because I think it's a stupid thing to brag about. It's such a niche title. I think it's so stupid. But when I first started streaming, that was my goal. I thought it was really cool. People would love to see some one-handed gamer do it. But in all honesty, there's cooler gamers out there. I'm going to be honest with you guys. A guy playing with his mouth is significantly harder than me playing with one-handed. That's way more impressive. Dude using nothing but his mouth? Dude straight up blowing on his controller to shoot. Hang on. Let me dry this off real quick. He out here like this. Damn it! I keep blowing it out. I can't blow. I'm trying to blow. Let me suck instead of blowing. Don't make it weird. Alright, I might have crossed the line with that one. Did I mess up my thing? Y'all can still hear me, right? I ain't messing up. I'm just saying, doing some shit like that is significantly more impressive than me gaming with one hand. And I have learned through trials myself and by watching this guy that plays with his mouth that people don't give a shit about handicap gaming. They don't give a shit about it. Y'all can still hear me, right? I just break my mic. Y'all can still hear me? I'm spitting all up in that joint. So my goals have changed. They've changed from me being the best one-handed gamer in the world to me just being entertaining. That doesn't mean I don't want to be. And it doesn't mean I don't think I am, by the way. It's just something that I'm never going to brag about. I'm never going to brag that I'm better at gaming with one hand than some dude that plays with his mouth. Because I honestly feel like a bully for saying that shit. If the mouth gamers wanted to go against me in 1v1s in whatever game they play, I would honestly not want to do it because it's a lose-lose situation to me. If I won, I feel like I'm just bullying up on some handicap guy because in all honesty, I don't actually see myself as handicapped. There's so many things that I could do better now with one hand than I used to do it too. I honestly don't. Loud audio frying. Whoo! In all honesty, I don't look at myself as handicapped. I just don't see myself that way. I'm better with one hand now than I was with two hands at a lot of things. And if I was to have to go against some dude that plays with his mouth, if I was to beat him, I just feel like a bully. And if I was to lose to him, I feel shitty too. Some dude just beat me by blowing on his damn controller. So it's like a lose-lose situation for me. I have no desire to compete with other handicap players. But I do strive to still be the best gamer I can be, and I still think there's a good possibility if there's a competition, I'd beat everybody. I just don't want to. I just don't want to beat everybody. I get no satisfaction at kicking a bunch of handicap gamers' asses. I get zero satisfaction out of that. I don't want to be that guy. But anyway, unless y'all got any other questions, I'm gonna get back into the gameplay. What y'all got for me?
The best way to have good sleep is to train yourself to understand.
You know what? Wait, who was talking about the sleep earlier? Was that you, Jinx? Jinx, if you wanted to better yourself, I'm gonna give you some advice that you easily feel free to not take because this is not an easy journey. But if you wanted a journey to take, Jinx, this is, I think, the best advice I could possibly give you. Jinx, if you wanted to try to better your life, your quality of sleep, and if you don't better your quality of sleep, it will lower your lifespan. People who don't hit deep sleep do not live as long as it will 100% lower your lifespan. But if you wanted to, you might not care. You might not care. Some people just want to take the easy way out and whatever. I'm not trying to be negative at all. If you don't, I was that way. I still don't even know if I would take the route that I'm about to tell you to take. But there is a fix for your problem. And I'm going to tell you what it is in case you want to devote yourself to fixing it. Me, personally, I actually would fix that problem. Being completely reliant on something like that for sleep is very bad for you. I choose to make my life harder rather than constantly poisoning myself with bad things. And by not getting good sleep every single night, you are poisoning yourself. Even if weed itself isn't directly unhealthy, it's very unhealthy for your mental health. And not getting good sleep every day will definitely lower your lifespan. But what you could do to fix this, me personally, I would just deal with the nightmares. I like to think of myself as a badass. I get nightmares all the time where I typically My typical nightmare is something that stems from my childhood. My parents used to, damn, we're doing all kind of story times tonight. My parents, not my parent, my dad. It was my dad specifically. My dad specifically used to always put on the Chucky and Leprechaun when I was a kid. And just hearing the evil laugh of the Chucky or the Leprechaun used to terrify me. And they would laugh. They wouldn't ever try to fix it. They would just laugh at me. My dad and my sister, really. My mom was much, they were split up. My mom was a lot better. But my dad and my sister would gang up on me. I didn't have a very good upbringing, first off, right off the bat. But I would get scared by these things, and I would just run away, and they'd laugh at me, and it wouldn't try to help me at all, or like mute it or anything if I'm trying to, like if I'm locked in my room, and I wanted to go outside, I had to run past the living room where they're watching these scary movies. It would give me nightmares. And they would laugh at me as I did it instead of like pausing it or something, you know, did something a good parent should do. Anyway, because I hated these movies so much, I used to be terrified of scary stuff. I used to be scared of everything. Now I'm scared of nothing. Like legitimately, there's nothing I'm scared of nowadays. I after losing my arm, I went into a vegetative state for like 30 days, for like a month. I went into a state where I had no emotion. And that's a story that I'm going to get into a lot deeper. When I hit 10K subs. That'll be part of my story time. When I get 10K subs, I tell y'all everything. That's actually a really depressing story. So I don't want to get into that level of depression right now. But I did for about 30 days. I turned into a vegetable where I didn't care about anything. I had zero emotions. I didn't care about anything. And ever since that happened, I kind of lost my fear of everything. I used to be afraid of everything, and now like nothing scares me. Anyway, if I have nightmares, it stems from Chucky and Leprechaun because of my childhood and how my dad would like abuse it just because he thought it was funny. And as a kid, I used to have nightmares of Chucky or Leprechaun constantly trying to kill me. So now if I ever have a nightmare, because I'm not really afraid of anything, I only have nightmares about the shit from my childhood because that's what used to scare me. And the way I dealt with it, because it still is kind of scary while I'm in my dream phase. Like I wouldn't be afraid of Chucky in real life. Kick that little shit in his head. Who's scared of a damn doll? It's like a little midget trying to kill you. I could take that little motherfucker. Anyway, in my dreams, I'm still in like, your dreams are weird because they affect you mentally differently than you would in real life. So in my dreams, I'm still kind of scared of that little motherfucker. But the way I deal with it is I go after him. So I turn from the prey to the predator, and I'm constantly, every time I have a nightmare, I constantly hunt that little shit down. What I'm trying to get into is, Jinx, if I was you, I would embrace the nightmares, which is how I got over my nightmares of Chucky and Leprechaun. I embraced them, and I turned the hunter into the hunted. Now, every time I dream about them, I try to kill them. Problem is, you can't kill them. And every Chucky and Leprechaun ever, you kill them, and they just keep coming back, and that's what's happened in my dreams. They just keep coming back. But the important part is I no longer run from them. They run from me. All right? But that's not my recommendation, Jinx. My recommendation for you is there's something that's very real and very amazing called, shit, what's it called? It's something dreaming. Yup. I've never had sleep paralysis, no. I've had something similar to sleep paralysis. I've had a version of it, but not the paralysis part. Sleep paralysis comes with two parts. Ask me again in a minute if I forget, because that's an interesting story as well. Something sleeping. Lucid! Jinx, so the number one thing for you is lucid dreaming is extremely real and it's extremely amazing. But it's like working a muscle. You got to work at it every day, and it's not easy, it's tough, and it's not good. But if you wanted to better yourself, I would, the best way to do it would be to look up some videos, look up some text somewhere, learn about lucid dreaming, and then you'll be able to fix your dreams, because lucid dreaming is literally you controlling your dreams and dreaming about what you want to dream, turning your dreams into the best part of life. And if your main issue on why you take anything is your dreams suck, lucid dreaming is a muscle that you can flex by practicing it every night, and eventually you'll be able to lucid dream and control your dreams, making your dreams once again amazing. You will be able to control them if you practice that. It is a lot of work. It's not easy. It's not an easy road. But if there's something you wanted to do about it, me personally, I probably wouldn't do more. I would just face it like I did, because I used to have nightmare problems as well, and I faced my nightmares just because lucid dreaming's a lot of effort, and I didn't want to put in that much effort. I'm too lazy for all that. But lucid dreaming absolutely could solve your issue, and you would no longer require any meds for sleeping because you would actually control your dreams. Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying. It's flashbacks. The reason it's flashbacks might have a big deal to do with, I don't know how you go to sleep or anything. It might have a big deal to do with you thinking about. Lucid dreaming has a lot to do with you thinking about something before going to sleep. So if you're thinking about horrible parts of your past, when you go to sleep, you're going to dream about them. But I would highly recommend you try, if you're trying to get out of taking anything, go to sleep, highly recommend looking into how to lucid dream. Not everyone can lucid dream. Nah, that's I don't believe that at all. People who can't lucid dream are doing it wrong or not trying hard enough. Lucid dreaming is just a muscle that you're training. You just got to practice it over and over. If you're saying you tried lucid dreaming and it didn't work, you didn't try hard enough or you didn't try long enough. Lucid dreaming is extremely real, and anybody who's human can do it. Lucid dreaming is just about telling your mind what you're going to dream about, and it comes to reality. Saying someone can't do it is not a true statement. If you tried for years, Zerathorn, if you tried for years to lucid dream every single day for years, and you studied it and tried to do it right, and you failed after years, maybe I'd believe you. But a statement like that usually means someone tried it a couple times and gave up. It's just usually what that means. I'm not trying to judge you too hard, but to say not everybody can do it, I do not believe that to be a fact at all. That's like saying not everybody can build a bicep muscle. Some people try harder than others. When it didn't work, it took 3 months every day. When I didn't work, it took 3 months. Yeah, it usually does take a very long time. Most of the time, people who say lucid dreaming doesn't work didn't try long enough. It could very well take like 3 to 6 months of you trying it every single day for you to start working. But in Jinx, in your specific situation, Jinx, it would be well worth it because it would solve your issues. How do you know I didn't try for years? I didn't say you didn't. I said unless you didn't. But how do I know? Because the way you said that. Because if you would have tried it for years, you would have said, I did it for years and it didn't work for me. And even then, I wouldn't believe that you did it every single day for years. People in general, I see, the thing is, don't take any offense to this, Sarah. Don't take any offense to this. But people in general have a way of, whenever they're telling people their stories, they exaggerate them. So someone could say, I've been in karate for 5 years, but if they only train karate once a month for 5 years, that's not 5 years of karate. Right? If you're trying to lucid dream for a year straight, but you're not doing it every day or not putting a ton of effort, you're just going to sleep and saying it didn't work, that's not the same as someone actively trying to lucid dream for a year straight. It's extremely unlikely that someone tries extremely hard every single day to lucid dream and can't enter the lucid state. It's extremely unlikely because it's just a mental state, and we're all human. We're all built kind of the same way.
But I'm trying things like this. It's just...
Yeah, lucid dreaming's not easy. If you're trying a lucid dream method, you will, and I'm glad we got someone in here who said they learned it. It will take like months and months of you trying it every single day and failing before it finally starts working. But if you're trying to better your life, I think that is a very, very good way to do it. You just got to think about like a muscle, like you're going to the gym every day and trying the same thing every day. And eventually, it's going to start working better. Just like if you go to the gym every single day for 2 weeks and you look in the mirror, you're not going to see a difference. Lucid dreaming's the same way. Most of my pain was purely psychological and self-inflicted.
It is still very real and overwhelming for someone like me, but I have so much to get over about it, and here wouldn't be a correct...
Hey, if you want to talk on the side sometime, you can. I gotta be honest, I've always been mentally strong, so I may not be the right person to give advice to someone who's been struggling with mental health their whole life, but I have struggled with quite a bit of mental health and got over it very quickly, using cold turkey methods and stuff. If you wanted to hit me on the side, hit me up in the Discord or something, Rooks, and talk about it. I like to think of myself as someone who gives really good advice, but if there's a possibility that you deal with mental pain, I don't know. Just some of the stuff you said so far, it kind of sounds like you're saying, I tried your way and it doesn't work for me. And I don't really know if I got anything else I could really say besides, if I'm struggling mental stuff, I flex it like a muscle and I deal with it. But me knowing I'm dealing with it helps me deal with it and helps me build that muscle so that I'm hardened for it. The more it happens, the better I get with dealing with it, you know? And if there's something in your life causing mental pain, like if you're taking some sort of drug to help you with mental pain, that's actively gonna hurt you reducing it, by the way. Rook, so if you're, I'm assuming, Rooks, that you've tried other methods while on medication, but those other methods won't work if you're taking medication. You would have to stop taking medication and then work on other methods. The medication actively makes it harder to try to get over things naturally. Just like the dopamine boost, there's a lot of other things that happen with medication that gives you this huge boost. So if you stop taking it, you go below your baseline, and it's going to take a while of waiting for that to get out of your system before you're back to your baseline, and you can start working on you from a baseline. Your outlook on things has changed. Yeah, if you want to hit me up, though, I'd definitely love to hear it.
I'll get into Discord someday for sure. Talk to you folks about this.
Yeah, no, I've dealt with a lot of mental and physical pain. I think I got a lot of good advice for you guys if you want to hit me up on the side. I see you guys.
All I'm saying is that it works for you. It doesn't necessarily work for everyone else because everyone is different.
If you're talking about drugs or something, Zara, I would agree. But if we're talking about flexing a muscle, so I'm talking about flexing your mental muscle, which works for everybody the same way as working out will work for everybody. So if you go to the gym every day and you're doing bicep curls, saying that doesn't work for everybody just because it works for you would be an inaccurate statement. Because if you go every day and you're working one particular muscle every single day, that's going to work for everybody. Some people absolutely will work better for. Some people are going to grow faster than others. But to say that some people won't grow at all is just not an accurate statement. And I think, and I am a true believer from all of my experiences, and I've been through a lot. I've been through more than I can think a lot of people could handle. I've been through a lot. And I don't just mean losing the hand. Like, there's a lot that I went through that I'm not going to get into today. But I've been through enough that I have learned about mental, and I've done a lot of studying to get over stuff too. I've done a lot. It's not just me. I've done a lot of looking into psychology. I've been really intrigued by psychology. I've been to a lot of doctors, a lot of therapists, and I have learned a lot. And I have specifically learned that your brain is a muscle, and you can flex your brain just like you flex an actual muscle. So the more you try, and you have to focus, right? So you can't go to the gym and just look at weights. You have to lift them. Same thing with your brain. You have to focus on something in particular to flex that brain muscle. But the more you flex it, the stronger your mentality gets. And I can 100% stand by and contest to that. Now, sure, everybody's different, so some people might take longer to learn their mental flex than others. But everybody can flex their mentality. Everybody can do it. If you focus hard enough on something, if you focus hard enough on something mentally, you will grow the muscle. Literally, there's neural pathways. I learned this through psychology and coaches. There is the gaming coaches specifically. There is a neural pathway in your brain that if you focus on something specifically for that neural pathway, it actually grows the neural pathway like a muscle. The neural pathways are like highways, and it actually makes the highway bigger, which is how you're able to, like, the more you aim train, the better you get at it. Because it grows your neural pathway for aim training so that not only do you think you're better, your brain actually processes stuff faster because you grew a mental neural pathway. You actually made something in your brain bigger by focusing on something. Now, sure, once again, some people might grow those pathways a little bit slower than other people, but saying not everybody can grow them is not true. Everybody can grow if they try. Yeah, I read a lot about, growing neural pathways is one of the coolest things I've ever read in my life. And once I figured that out, I started aim training and specifically focusing on specific things to try to flex that brain muscle. And I got to tell you, it has helped me in so many ways. So ever since I learned that you can grow your mental pathways, your neural, what, someone else said it better. Hang on. Who? Neural pathways can create it if you will and such. Yeah. Ever since I learned to grow my neural pathways, I've been so much better at dealing with so many things. So much better at dealing with playing video games one-handed. So much, like, I've literally, like, I almost see life in slow motion now. Before, one of the best ways I've noticed growing my neural pathway is I can almost see in slow motion. Now, I know that sounds stupid, like I got superpowers, but I don't mean it in a superpower way. I mean it like I've trained myself to see faster, right? And now my neural pathways go faster, so I can actually react faster now because my neural pathways are bigger. So, here's an example of how. So when I first started streaming, or first wanted to become a streamer, I used to watch pro players play PvP games because I thought I was going to be a PvP streamer. I wanted to be the best PvP player in the world with one hand. So I was watching pro players, and I would watch them aim, and somebody would like jump around and jump over him, and the pro player would aim at him as he's doing backflips over him, back and forth and jump. And I'm like, they were going so fast, I literally couldn't keep up. I'm like, how are they seeing this fast? I don't understand how they can see this guy's movements. They can see this fast. I don't understand it. And then I learned about increasing your neural pathways, making neural pathways bigger, and I started aim training to increase my neural pathways. And in that process, I increased my pathways so much that every time someone does that shit to me, or I'm watching a pro player, they no longer look fast to me. I can watch pro play or play myself with extremely high sensitivity and keep track of everything that I used to not be able to do. It's almost like I'm watching it in slow motion compared to how I used to watch it. Really, I'm just processing it faster. It's not actually slow motion. I'm processing it faster. But what it looks like to me from like a third person perspective is it looks like I'm watching stuff happen in slow motion ever since I've increased my neural pathways. And I absolutely use that same thing to get over phantom pains and to get over mental pain, where I'm like, okay, there's depression or something I'm dealing with, so I flex my neural pathways to get stronger at dealing with it, and has absolutely worked. And I will say there's no way there's someone out there that can't do it, but I will say that some people could do it faster than others, right? Genetics decide how fast you get good at something, like bodybuilding. If you were to stick 2 people to do the same exact 12 reps every day of like a 30-pound dumbbell, one of those people will very likely grow faster than the other person because of genetics. That doesn't mean the other person's not going to grow. It just means they're not going to grow at the same rate. But everybody can grow. And I think that's the important thing to take away here, boys. All right, I want to try out the Trident versus Cyborgs. By the way, if anybody's struggling with mental stuff and they think that after everything I said that I could help you out, or physical pain, I think I have a lot of perspective through my own experiences, through psychologies. Yeah, try to improve 1% every day is a perfect way to describe it. Because you're not going to see results. You're going to be flexing that mental pathway 2 weeks in. You're going to be like, this shit ain't working, I'm going to stop. The people that are 2 weeks in for trying to work a physical muscle or a mental muscle, people who are 2 weeks in looking for results are the people that fail. The people that go, well, I'm going to keep trying no matter what it looks like, are the people that actually see results. A lot of people, the vast majority of people, don't have the mental capability to try something for longer than 2 weeks. If they don't see results at 2 weeks, they give up. And that's why people say things don't work. Because the vast majority of people will literally try something for 2 weeks, look for results, and not see any, which it's very rare that you're going to see results 2 weeks in anything, right? It's the people that stick with it without looking for results are the people that see the real results. You got to stick with it, boys. Sometimes it takes anywhere from most things take anywhere from 1 to 3 months to start seeing actual results. Whether it's mental or physical, most things take training for 1 to 3 months. So you can't be looking for results too low in. Do we win that ammo yet? Let's check. That's a damn good question. Am I going to be able to get the new armor without restarting? If I restart, it's going to end my stream.
Aborted.
Ah, we got 30 minutes. How does that make sense? 30 minutes. It's going to end at 3:45? That's a weird time to end a major order. Anyway, we get the new armor in 30 minutes, and I hope I don't got to restart to use it, because I like to try it out. Ah, man, I reset my mission.
Only you can answer, Helldiver.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Mission coordinates locked.
I really hope some of you guys learn something out of here, because I love to teach, and nothing makes me happier than when I say stuff or play like specific games, or just teach you stuff about games or mental health for that matter. If I teach somebody something, they say, wow, I learned a lot here. Like, that's like the best feeling I get. Rooks, you already said that you learned a lot here, so I appreciate you. Thanks for letting me know. But I really hope a lot of y'all have taken away something out of this long-ass story time that I gave y'all here today. Because I feel like I said a lot of good things. Let me turn my fan on. I'm sweating. That conversation got me all sweaty. But yeah, I hope you guys learned something here today. I hope you guys trust my knowledge. I've been through a lot. Not gonna lie, I need to be practicing more art. I want to learn. Art's another thing. You can flex your art muscle. If you practice everyday art, you would grow a neuro link in your, well, not neuro link, a neural pathway. You would definitely grow like if you sucked at art and you just practiced every day, that isn't just you getting randomly better at art. That's literally you growing a neural pathway for that specific thing in your brain so that everything moves faster. So not only will you be better at art by practicing every day, you'll be better at art faster. Like you could not only draw pictures better, but draw them faster because things are gonna be going faster. Everything that you do with your mentality can be practiced to grow that neural pathway to make you better at it. Most people just see this as practice makes perfect, right? That's an easy way to describe it. Talking about neural pathways is just a descriptive way of how practice makes perfect. Not a lot of people know that you're actually flexing, you're actually building brain muscle, which isn't completely accurate. You're building a neural pathway, but it's the same thing as building muscle physically. The more you practice something, the stronger you're building your pathways in your brain, which is why you get better at those things. Not a lot of people actually probably care that that's why you get better, but I found that very intriguing when I learned it.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I heard similar things my whole life, just not in the same context as here.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I heard this before. Like I'm gonna be honest, Jinx, I don't feel like there was any reason to say that. Like, like what was the point of you telling me I already heard all this before? Because you're saying you tried it and it didn't work? I'm assuming that was your point. That was a really weird thing to say, Jinx. I'm gonna be honest. That was a really... Listen, I still love you, but that was weird. Just to go out of your way to tell me I already heard all this before. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. It's okay, though. I love you nonetheless. You're my favorite, Jinx. Alright, I'm gonna run, cyborgs. What are we doing? I'm gonna just run orbitals. I love my orbitals. I don't get to use them a lot because I love the bugs, so I'm gonna run orbitals. Here we go. Hang on. Oh shit, that's not gonna work actually, because that only works if I'm running a Scorcher. I'm gonna have to run a I'm gonna have to change this whole damn setup.
Announcement system test. Freedom.
I'm gonna have to change this whole damn setup. We gotta run an HMG or something, because I need something to deal with possible flying guys.
Manage democracy. Test complete.
AMR. We'll run an AMR. Okay. Which means I don't actually have to change my armor. We can run an AMR with this armor. So let's run an AMR here. I don't want to run an AMR though. Alright, I've talked myself out of using this damn... There's a reason why I use the Scorcher, and that's because the Scorcher can do everything. It can kill heavies, it can kill lights, it can kill flyers. I no longer need to bring like a missile pistol or something to kill flyers, which is important, because I use my ultimatum to kill heavy stuff like the giant dogs. So the Scorcher really brings the whole loadout together. I'm back! Oh damn, you just missed an entire story time. Like 20 minutes of me just talking about pain and mental pain, physical pain, drugs. Holy shit, you missed story time. It's okay though, you can rewind it if you wanted. I'd be interested, Layden. I'd be interested to know if you had any physical or mental pain that you've been struggling to deal with, and I'd be interested to talk to you about that in the Discord. Because I feel like you also fit, you should... You definitely should watch back what we said. I was talking about dopamine boosts and drugs and dealing with mental pain and physical pain. There was so much good stuff. By the way, 30 minutes till we get the new armor. 30 minutes out, boys. We'll get the new armor after this game.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
That was an hour? I talked for an hour? Jesus. Holy shit, we've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Dude, I don't know what's happening right now, but I feel so energetic today. Oh, it's because you're excited for the new shit. I'm also more excited for this new shit than I've been on Helldivers for a while. Like, I feel like, for me personally, maybe not for everybody, but for me personally, I feel like Arrowhead absolutely cooked for this Warbond. They're giving me so much shit that I love. Oh my god. That's confirmed. The MO ends in 30 minutes, so we should get the new armor once the MO ends, is what I'm saying, Leading. I don't know if I can say confirmed. I haven't been keeping that much track of like how the MO stuff goes, but I'm pretty sure they give us the new MO reward after the final MO is completed, right? Is that not accurate? It legit was a great pep talk. That was one needed, hearing it from someone else that isn't a professional. Hearing it from someone else that's not a professional but has dealt with it themselves. I agree. I've dealt with a lot of this stuff, but I'm very, very, very big on figuring shit out for myself, which is really important. Because I've noticed when people deal with all of their situations by taking advice from others, they don't do a lot of learning. They just do a lot of, well, he said it works, so it works, which isn't always accurate. But the fact that I've spent a lot of time researching shit on my own and trying my own shit out and experimenting with myself, I feel like is extra noteworthy. Where professionals just say shit, they don't actually live through the shit. I've lived through shit and tried to fix a lot of shit on my own. And I think if that doesn't exactly, even if that doesn't exactly make my advice the best, I think that makes my advice different. And different is usually something good. Getting the same advice from everybody all the time just because that's what professionals say is like, that shit can get annoying sometimes. Sometimes you just want some different advice. And I feel like my advice is definitely different because I've got nothing but bad advice from professionals, so I forced myself to use to learn how to deal with things on my own. Whenever I'm dealing with professionals for dealing with problems in my life, whether it's mental or physical pain, every single professional tells me to take some sort of different drug. They never really tell you other ways to deal with problems, which I think, in my opinion, that's a problem. If a professional's answer is always, well, take this drug to fix it, that's the wrong damn answer. Drugs fix things temporarily, but you can fix things for life if you do it correctly. I'm not saying drugs is always the bad answer, but drugs are always a temporary fix. And I've learned that more than anything in my fight to get over phantom pains. Can I climb this? Why does this look so damn climbable? Hang on. Nah, we getting up there. Yeah! Yeah, buddy! Damn, them orbitals absolutely cleared this area out. Ain't nothing up here. Everything's dead. It's like a desert up in this mug. Oh shit, I forgot Voxes exist.
Hellbomb arms! Clear the area!
What are phantom pains? Sorry, it's a dumb question. Damn, I want to know a huge description of phantom pains. Listen, Zara, I'll tell you what phantom pains are real quick. But at the very beginning of my lecture that I gave for like 30 minutes straight, I did kind of go in depth about what phantom pains are. So you can rewind it for a better description of what phantom. I went pretty in depth on phantom pains, how to deal with it, and all this stuff. But for a quick description, phantom pains are a pain that you feel, a very real pain that you're getting from what's the word? I don't remember the word. I'm brain farting here. But phantom pains are a really real pain that you're getting in one area, but in your mind, it's happening from a part of your limb that you no longer have. So for me, I'm missing my right hand. I'm getting pains right now, always, actually. I never don't have them. Right now I have them. I get pains in my right hand that I no longer have. Though that pain isn't actually coming from my right hand. It's coming from like my shoulder area. But it feels like it's coming from my right hand. So the pain is very real, but the phantom part is because it feels like it's coming from an area that I no longer have. So that's how I got the name phantom pain. But some people would think just because it's a phantom pain, it's mental only, which is why a lot of people recommend like mirror therapy, which I suppose could possibly work for some people, I guess. I don't know. See, Stevie Pooh said that shit that I hate people saying. That's why I went in such an in-depth explanation there. Phantom pain is absolutely a physical pain. I really, Stevie Pooh, I absolutely hate the way you just described that. I believe Stevie Pooh also called his pain. Was that you, Stevie Pooh, that called your pain phantom pain? Because that is not true at all. You couldn't be wronger with that statement. Phantom pain is absolutely a real pain. It's extremely real. It's extremely real. It's extremely physical. The only thing phantom about it is your brain is telling you it's coming from an area that it's not actually coming from. Yeah, yeah. Whenever you lose a limb, you usually me personally. It's been over 10 years since I lost my arm, and I still feel my entire arm with my hand and everything, and the pain's coming from my hand. It's a very real, very physical pain. Saying my pain is all mental is completely wrong, and I'm gonna be honest. That's really the only offensive thing I've read all day today. That's kind of offensive. I'll get over it, Stevie Pooh. I'll get over it, but like I don't know where you got that information from. That's very wrong information. I'd love to know where you got that information from. Saying the description that Stevie Pooh used, by the way, about phantom pain being not physical and all mental, means that depression could also be called phantom pain, which is not true. Depression is not a phantom pain. In that definition of a phantom pain was extremely inaccurate. Sometimes electrical signals can cross over with nerves that trigger pain sensors. That's what's happening with my eyes. Yeah, no, what I'm experiencing has a lot to do with electrical signals. You are correct. It is a very physical pain. It's just a pain that's coming from this area, but my brain is telling me it's coming from my hand. It's a very real pain. I think the misconception revolving around phantom pains aren't real pain is that to people with phantom pains, it feels like it's coming from a limb that I no longer have, which tells you that can't be real because I don't have that limb. But it's a very, very real pain. It's coming from the nerve that used to run to my hand, but that nerve ends early.
Last reload.
It's just a general term according to modern medicine. If you were listening to me.
It's always up to the individual.
Yo, Stevie Pooh, if you're not missing a limb, Stevie Pooh, I'm gonna be honest, you have no idea what phantom pain is, and it's hard to comment on it. But I do believe, Stevie Pooh, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Stevie Pooh, didn't you have like pain in your leg and you were calling that phantom pain? Could you tell me why you were doing that, by the way? Out of curiosity. Not missing a limb and trying to tell somebody who's missing a limb what phantom pain is wild. Just throwing that out there. But I'm not mad at you. I'm interested in your opinion. Look at someone with missing a whole arm, dead in his eye, and telling him his pain isn't physical is wild. That's wild. All right, just try to throw that out there. At least if you were missing an entire limb too, like we could have a debate about it. Damn.
Fire in the hole.
It's not getting heated, Meep. Yo, don't escalate the situation, Meep. Meep, you be an instigator. Don't be an instigator. Be better than that, Meep. I'm disappointed in your instigation there. You stim for health, I stim for stamina. What's the difference? Are phantom pains? Hang on, what?
I used to gaslight myself. Hang on, what did I just read? Are phantom pains similar to whenever you get a cramp?
Phantom pains affect everybody differently, by the way. Everybody feels it differently. Some people say, some people don't know what they are. And say that phantom pains are all mentally, which is why it affects people differently. But from my extensive research and trial and error from phantom pains myself, I have come to the conclusion it depends on how you lost your limb, and what like ligaments were torn and where they were torn, along with like how your limb that you have hangs, right? I think from my experience, it seems like a lot of my phantom pains come from this shoulder being elevated and this muscle constantly being pulled because it's not being stretched out from the extra weight. I'm like 99% sure that's where a lot of the pains are coming from, which is why it's heavily physical related. And it also explains why everybody who has phantom pains, it affects them differently. Everyone who has phantom pains describes it differently because people are bad at describing stuff, and everyone's missing limbs in different ways, variations, and length adding different weight varieties and different ways ligaments were torn, or how much ligaments were torn, which affects phantom pains. So usually 2 people have phantom pains won't tell you it's the same pain. But all that being said, phantom pains for me specifically feel like somebody smashed my hand in a door and my hand is pulsating from the pain from being smashed. It's a pulsating pain for me specifically. Yeah, I'm still not done talking to who the hell was that? Stevie Pooh? Stevie Pooh. Yo, Stevie Pooh, you ain't ditching me, are you now? I'm not done with our conversation. Stevie Pooh is trying to lecture me on what a phantom pain is, as someone with all his limbs. It's crazy. I'm not done with that conversation, Stevie Pooh. It's not getting heated either. I'm legitimately curious why you think what you think. So keep telling me about what you've learned about phantom pains as someone with all his limbs. I don't know why I'm sorry, I don't mean to word it that way. I just think it's wild that you're gonna look me dead in my eye and tell me that I'm wrong and I'm not in physical pain. Like, that's wild. That's a wild accusation. That's wild. You're gonna look at an amputee straight in his face and tell me, that ain't how phantom pains work. Bitch, I'm experiencing it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you a bitch. I just talk that way sometimes. You still there, Stevie Pooh? You gonna tell me how I experience pain is wild. I'm sorry, I'm still doing it. I'm making it heated. I don't know how to say it another way. I think it's wild that someone can lecture an amputee on phantom pains. I feel like that's so wild. And I'm especially a bad person to lecture on it. I'm especially a bad person to lecture because I've done a lot of research to try to fix how I have phantom pains. I've been doing research for over 10 years. I've been doing research, trial and error, and I know for a fact it's physical and not mental. One, well, because I feel physical pain, obviously. You know the difference between physical and mental pain. It's not made up pain. It's not. Mental pain's very different. But the bigger reason is, well, maybe I'm tricking myself, which is what I think some people think mental pain is. That I'm tricking myself into thinking I'm in pain, which is wild. That you think the brain can do that. I guess it could, to someone of a weak mentality. Maybe that is possible, to trick yourself into thinking you're in physical pain. That seems extremely difficult to do. But the reason I know it's physical is because I can stop the physical pain by putting pressure in certain areas of my shoulder, because I know where the pain is coming from. It's coming from this area, and the area behind, right? There's 3 main areas that the pain is coming from. And I know I can physically stop the physical pain by putting pressure in this area. If it was all mental, I wouldn't be able to stop it at all because the pain feels like it's coming from my hand and I can't physically stop that, right? So even if it was somehow my brain convincing myself that I'm in pain that wasn't real, which is a wild concept, by the way. That's an extremely wild concept. Even if that was real, I wouldn't be able to touch my shoulder knowing that it's coming from my shoulder area and stop the pain. Well, I guess maybe mentally I could. I don't know. If it was me mentally thinking that this isn't a pain in this, the reason I know what I know, it's damaged nerves. I have damaged nerves right here, which is where the majority of the pain is stimulating. But I have 2 types of pain. It's not the same pain. I have nerve pain and I have muscle pain, and both of them feel like they're coming from my hand. The muscle pain is like muscle cramps. But when I'm getting the physical pain of muscle cramps, it's happening in my hand instead of in the muscles for some reason. Because my nerve endings are all messed up. So mentally, my body's telling me that it's coming from a different place than it is. But I know specifically through using massage techniques and stuff that I can massage muscles that are extra tense, and it makes the phantom pains go away. Now, I would have had no mental belief that would actually work, but I've experimented with things and go, holy shit, that actually works? Which is why I know that a lot of my phantom pain is stemming from muscle cramps. And the muscle cramps are happening because this isn't as heavy as this side is, so this side's not being pulled down, so this muscle up here is constantly being flexed. Which is why some doctors use steroids to release tension on this muscle that relieves, and that will relieve pain sometimes. Can confirm, Rooks, though, not a emotion technique. I'm not lecturing you. I'm just mentioning I have actual pain. My nerves get pressed. Yeah, but your actual pain isn't phantom pain unless you're missing a limb. Phantom pain is specifically, I think you could Google that shit. Let me just Google it real quick. Because I think the way this all started out is Stevie Pooh. At one point, I don't think you corrected me yet, Stevie Pooh, that you're the one that said this. Stevie Pooh had pain in his leg, and called it phantom pain, which is where he's got a massive misconception on what phantom pain is. Let me just see how Google, not even Google. Let me just see how phantom pain is described real quick. Define phantom pain. Just out of curiosity, because Stevie Pooh seems to have this belief. No offense, Stevie Pooh. Don't take offense to this. All right, I'm just stating facts. I'm just a fact stater. Stevie Pooh has for some reason seems to believe that phantom pain doesn't have to do with a missing limb, but has something to do with psychology. So let's just see what the actual definition is real quick. Let me just look it up. Out of curiosity, let me read the definition, and we'll go from there. Phantom pain is a sensation of pain that feels as though it's coming from a body part that has been amputated or is no longer present. It goes on, but I think that first paragraph sums it up. Stevie Pooh is talking about phantom pains, but I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Stevie Pooh, you have all of your limbs. And you described yourself as having phantom pains, even though you have all of your limbs. When the number one part of the definition of phantom pain is you have to be missing a limb. So the simple fact that you described yourself as having phantom pains, even though you have all your limbs, right off the bat, just shows that you're wrong about your description of phantom pains, like right off the bat. And don't take offense to this, Stevie Pooh. I do find it interesting that you think this, because there's probably other people that think this too. So I'm actually kind of enjoying this. I have physical pain because my body gets nerve pushed when poo is traveling down my body. What I said was generally saying. Hang on, I can't read that whole thing. What I said was general saying, not my opinion. Yeah, and what I'm saying is the general saying that a phantom pain isn't real pain is wrong. Whether you call it a general saying or an opinion doesn't mean you're not wrong, by the way. You saying that phantom pain isn't real pain is a false statement. It's very false, and I think it gives a bad rap to anybody with phantom pains. I think that's a really negative thing to say about anyone with phantom pains, because by saying that statement, you're implying that anyone with phantom pains is mentally weak, in my opinion, which is why I personally take offense to that. That's the only reason why I feel like I got to go so in-depth with explaining it. Because if somebody said, you're not the first one to say this, and people have this belief that phantom pain isn't a real physical pain, which implies that I'm not mentally strong, and I'd say I'm exceptionally mentally strong, so I feel like I gotta explain how that's wrong, because it makes me sound mentally weak when you say it that way. I never said that. Stop gaslighting me. Can we look back? I don't think we can look back that far. I gotta read what he said now, because he definitely said that. It was the first statement he made. See if it lets me look back that far. Bro, calling me a gaslighter is crazy. Oh, we could look back that far. I can see the first statement. All right, let me read it back. Let me read back word for word what he said. Since he's calling me a gaslighter, we got to go a little more in depth now. Let me blow this up real quick though. I can go back that far though. We can pull up what he said. Calling me a gaslighter is crazy. Yo, you wildin' now. It started out a nice thing where I just trying to pick your brain, but now you name calling. That's wild. Alright, so before I go back, what he's saying I gaslighted him on was that he said phantom pains were a mental pain, not physical pain, is what he said. Now I'm gonna go back and read it. He said he found it. You could type it for us real quick if you find it. I haven't found it, so if you can find it before us. That's been this whole debate, is you said it's a mental pain, not a physical pain, which is not true, and it's not a gaslight. That's literally what you said. Calling me a gaslighter is even more offensive than you making up shit about phantom pains. So we weren't getting heated before, but I'm gonna be admitting that we getting there now. Calling me a gaslighter is wild, sir. Are you gonna read your statement, or do I gotta read it? I can't believe I'm flawless doing an entire debate. This is crazy. Damn, this shit's gonna take forever. Yo, can somebody else find a statement for me? I got shit to do. Can one of my moderators look? I think it's still there. Look at the first thing he said, where he said that phantom pain is psychological and not physical. Can somebody find that? Because that's what he's saying. I'm making up. Phantom pain, psychological but not physical. So he said it word for word. Oh, so I'm gaslighting, saying that you said something word for word with what you said. That's crazy. Can you explain the gaslight part? We weren't heated before. We heated now. You ain't just gonna call me a gaslighter and not have some proof. I need you to explain the gaslighter thing. So I said the thing that I was upset about is you saying that it was a mental pain, which would be psychological. So I'm switching the word mental with psychological. Same thing. Tomato, potato, whatever. Same difference. And you specifically said it's not physical, and you're telling me that I'm gaslighting for saying that when you word for word said that. Can you explain the gaslight part? Like, you can't just call me a gaslighter and not explain that shit. That's a terrible thing to call somebody. You gotta explain that shit now. Don't be running off. Explain the gaslighting part. I am on Cyborg, yeah. We're doing a flawless run. Okay, we can talk about... Oh, so he's changing the subject. No, you can't change the subject, Stevie Pooh. Listen, Stevie Pooh, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to explain yourself, and if you see that you're wrong, your best course of action will be to apologize. But, Stevie Pooh, I'm gonna tell you, if you don't either explain yourself on why you called me a gaslighter, literally quoting you word for word, or apologizing, I gotta be honest, Stevie, I'm never gonna look at you the same again. So we can't just move past that. That's a messed up thing to do to somebody. We can't just move past that. You gotta explain in great detail why you would call me something like that, or just admit you're wrong and apologize, and then we can move past it, Stevie Pooh. I can't, that's not something I can just get over lightly. I provided adequate evidence that the statement was incorrect. And I need to either get your opinion on it, on why my evidence wasn't correct, or I need you to apologize, and then we can move on. You had this shit living rent-free in my head while you said that shit, though. Like, I feel like you only said that shit to be hurtful. Because it wasn't accurate in any way. It was an observation, bro. I'm sorry if it offended you. Chill out. I'm out. So he can't admit he's wrong. Okay. Yeah, that was a terrible apology. That was a terrible apology. Well, Stevie Pooh got to go on a naughty list now. One of my pet peeves that I have, one of my pet peeves is when someone absolutely can never admit and own up to them being wrong. I'm wrong all the time, and if someone proves me wrong, I go, my bad, I'm wrong sometimes, right? I absolutely can't admit when someone blatantly gets proved wrong and they can't admit it, and they keep trying to gaslight into them being right because they have no accountability. I can't stand people with no accountability. I can't stand that shit. So I gotta put Stevie Pooh on a naughty list. That doesn't mean anything's happening to you, Stevie Pooh. I'm not gonna ban you or anything. But with that response, I don't think I can look at you the same anymore. That was a terrible response, Stevie Pooh. That was a defensive response, and it just shows that you have no accountability for saying outlandish shit. Not the naughty list. People on the naughty list, by the way, it's not a big deal being on the naughty list. People on the naughty list, it's just like a list I have in my head when I see people show up, and I typically ignore their comments and stuff because people on the naughty list don't typically have stuff worth reading. So if you made it to the naughty list, you're just pretty much just going to be ignored, or you're borderline. If you do something mean, you're already like on the list that you possibly could get banned. If you do something outlandish another time, you could get banned for it really quickly. Like, most people get extra tries. Most people will say something, like something extremely rude or something, I'll warn them. If you're on the naughty list, you don't get a warning. If you're on the naughty list, I'm very unlikely to actually read your comments, and if you do something outlandish, you just get insta banned without a warning. Besides that, though, naughty list isn't a big deal if you keep it together. But someone that has no accountability when they've been proven wrong multiple times, that absolutely hits the naughty list. That's a pet peeve of mine. I can't stand people with no accountability. I can't stand that shit. I have a feeling that Stevie Pooh is upset enough with how hard we proved him wrong today that he's probably not going to be coming back. I'd be a little embarrassed too if I had no accountability. If I had zero accountability and I couldn't articulate how I was right in a situation because I wasn't, I probably wouldn't come back. So I really don't think we're going to be seeing Stevie Pooh again. But Stevie Pooh, you do have another. I'm not going to ban you or anything. Like, I'm not hating on you or anything. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. And honestly, it's hard to respect somebody with no accountability.
Not enjoying supply pack equals itching their way to my naughty list.
Listen, I got nothing wrong with other people not using a supply pack. I just simply don't enjoy the game without a supply pack. That's a me problem. Y'all can use what you want. Nobody better call my damn supply pack a crutch, though. You call my supply pack a crutch, you're on the naughty list, damn it. I got the opposite problem. I apologize too much. Yeah, you take every comment like it's directed straight towards you, Meep. It is a little bit of an issue, but it's only a little bit. It's a good issue to have. You gotta chill out with all that. Alright, do we have the new armor? Shit, did it say we got the new armor and I didn't see it? Hang on. Can you run Trident now? I wanted to. But I gotta change my whole build for a Trident. Yeah, I could run a Trident for you, Jackson. Okay, so it's over. I might have to restart to get the new armor, which I can't do because I stream directly through PlayStation. So, if I restart, it ends my stream. I'm not gonna be able to restart if I need to for the new armor. Anybody know what the new armor's called, though? I'll never talk about you disability again. Also, your supply pack is definitely a crutch, bro. Holy shit. See, he's on a naughty list, and then I said, I can't stand when people say that. and then he did it, like, specifically. And then he said it specifically to be a dickhead. Damn it, I think we gotta ban him now. Like, he did that shit just because he's pissed about being proven wrong. Ah! That's crazy. I don't think I can let him get away. I literally just got over saying that people entered the naughty list for saying that, and he said it just to be a dick. I don't think I can let him get away with that. I think we gotta ban him now. What do you think, chats? I think I'm a man of my word. I think I gotta ban him. Yeah, I think. By the way, Stevie Boo, just so you know, you are officially permabanned from talk. I didn't do it, by the way. One of my moderators did it. Just so you know, I was still debating it when he did it. But one of my moderators did permaban you. Just so you know, that means that to you it doesn't look like you're banned. So you can still join the streams and stuff. You just can't talk. You're permabanned from talking. Just because I feel like you're not a bad dude. You're just making some really bad decisions for some reason. I want to fill you in. What a permaban looks like on YouTube is it doesn't mean you can't join the stream, doesn't mean you can't still enjoy it. It means you can't talk anymore. But to you, for some reason, when you permaban people on YouTube, it shadow bans. So for you, you can type and it just looks like people are ignoring you. Just so you know for the future, because I think you're a good dude at heart. I think you're just making some really bad. I think you're just really emotional today. Just so you know. Just because I still like, even though you're trying to be a dick for some reason, I still like you. I don't think you meant to be a dickhead. I think you just messed up tonight. It doesn't mean that I can't, it doesn't mean I gotta show lenience. I'm a man of my word, and you did that shit on purpose, so you gotta be permabanned. But, just so you know, when you type, it's gonna be shadow banned. Just between me and you, because I like you, kinda. I don't know, you try to make me not like you. It didn't work for some reason. I'm pretty chill tonight. But I gotta stick by my word, you're still banned. So that means every time you type, it's gonna look like people can see it, but you're shadow banned, which is what happens when you permaban people on YouTube for whatever reason. So people aren't ignoring you, just so you know. It's gonna mess with you mentally. We're not ignoring you. You are shadow banned for pushing some buttons like that. I said it, and then you did it. Gotta be what it is. By the way, Layden, you didn't holify him, did you? Just to make sure. That was you did perm, just to be sure. That was a perma, right? Noobs probably got banned too. I don't remember. I don't really remember people that are bad actors and just like say shit for rage bait and stuff. I typically ban them and move on. I don't really remember names typically. It's permanent. All right. Well, the permanent's not going to be called a hole. It's not going to be called a hole. Just so you know, I was still debating it, but like I literally just got done talking about how if someone's already on the fence and they mess up, they instantly get banned. And then he did it like while I was talking. He did it while I was talking about it. Like I feel like there's no direction I could go. There's no direction we could go but make an example out of him. Anyway, it is what it is. I don't know how someone could be so upset that they got proven wrong that they just become a dickhead, but sometimes it be that way. It is what it is. We're gonna move on. The naughty list. All right, what's the new armor called? Anybody know? I don't think I have it. Do I? Is this it? No. I don't think I have it. I think I got to restart. It's heavy, right? Alright, so I probably got to restart my game. Maybe it's not out. I don't know, whatever. I'm not stressing it. How long have we been streaming for? Almost 6 hours? Yo, doesn't the reward take a bit? I have no idea. I just saw people in the chat saying we're going to get in 30 minutes, so I thought that was true. I have no idea if it takes a bit. I was just trusting chat. Man, I think I'm cooked. I think I need to take a break. Keep in mind,
the struggle for managed democracy.
Man, I really didn't want to end it on some negative shit like banning somebody, but it is what it is. I feel like we handled that situation really. I gave that guy so many chances. It seemed like he got done. I do want to talk about it real quick because I don't want to end on a negative note, so I'm going to talk about that negative note a little bit longer. I feel like I gave him so many chances, and I was explaining in great detail why what he was saying as someone who's not an amputee was wrong, and all he wanted to do was attack my character by calling me a gaslighter and other shit. And I feel like I handled it really well. I never got upset. I'm still not upset. I just don't understand why he had to keep doing that. Like, I was being so patient with him. And the last thing he says is something that I said you shouldn't say. The supply pack's a crutch. By the way, I do want to also talk about that real quick before we head out. The supply pack being a crutch. Some people like to say the supply pack is a crutch. Now, crutch means you're reliant on something and can't win without it. A lot of us like using the supply pack because it opens up other builds where we can use the supply pack to kill a lot of stuff because you got more ammo, more nades, and more stims. The supply pack makes it easier. But making the game easier doesn't make it a crutch. And if I was to use the supply pack every single game and nothing but the supply pack simply because I didn't think I could win without it, or other people like me, because a lot of the people who come and do solo runs use the supply pack, it could be a crutch. But the reason a lot of us do it, use the supply, like me specifically, the reason I use the supply pack is it makes the game funner. I could easily play with a warp pack or a jump pack or a guard dog, and that will give me different play styles. With the warp pack, I'd be playing run diver the whole time. I'd still win. Right? So if the supply pack was a crutch, that would mean I can't win without it, which isn't true, which is why that statement is a naughty statement, right? Because if you say the supply pack, you use the supply pack because of crutch, or you say that in general, you're implying that the Helldivers you're watching can't win a game without the supply pack when you say that. The supply pack just makes the game funner, right? Any one of us, me or my knights, Laden, Rooks, Tank, all of my main divers could win without a supply pack, but they use it all the time because the supply pack just makes the game funner. New armor, rumored to be out in 2 hours. Oh, it's because that's when the next update is? We actually might get, we might be getting that new Warbond here soon as well. But anyway, yeah, calling the supply pack a crutch is just slander. I agree with that too. The word crutch, in most contexts, is slander. And especially on my channel where me and all of my best Helldivers like using the supply pack, it's definitely slander here, right? That doesn't mean y'all can't give your opinions, but to throw the word crutch in there is normally not needed, right? People could say, can you do this without the supply pack? In which case I or any of my Helldivers would be happy to show you how we would beat a game without the supply pack. The problem is, and the reason why we use the supply pack all the time, just so we can get over to slander here, is the supply pack makes the game funner. So when I run a supply pack, I can just hold my ground and take out an entire, I have enough ammo and enough equipment to take out an entire bug breach by just sticking my nuts in it, right? Which is awesome, super fun, and I think it's excellent to watch. If I was to run something like a warp pack or a jump pack, I'm not gonna have the ammo to do something like that unless I run something like a napalm barrage. Now let's just say I did run a warp pack and I ran a napalm barrage. Every time I get a bug breach, instead of pulling out my machine gun and like making it epic as hell to take out a bug breach, I'm just using napalm barrages on bug breach and I'm just running away and I'm just not really playing the game, right? Same thing with a drone. If I use drones, sure, I can hold my ground a little bit, use the drone to kill everything, but the drone's just stealing the glory. I'm not killing everything. The drone's doing 90% of the work. So the fact that we use supply packs all the time, hey, did we just get it? It didn't say new armor. I'm gonna check anyway. I just got the major order win. Hang on. So the fact, it doesn't look like we have extra armors. I don't think we got it. I might have it if I restarted. I'm not gonna restart though, because it'll end my stream. But the fact that we use the supply pack every single game isn't because it's a crutch. It's because it makes the game more fun to play and honestly more fun to watch. You guys really want to see me running around when my drone does everything? That's stupid. You guys really want to see me running away from every fight with a jump pack or a warp pack? It's not fun. And now I'm not saying everybody who runs a warp pack or a jump pack runs away from bug breaches constantly, but if they're playing solo, they probably do because they don't have enough equipment to deal with it, unless they're just throwing napalm barrages at the bug breach and letting that do everything, which is also a viable way to play. But I'm just saying that's how I would play. So I think it's way more entertaining and way funner to play if I use the supply pack. That doesn't make the supply pack a crutch. That makes the game more fun with the supply pack, even though it might seem like it's a crutch. Nonetheless, if somebody was to issue a challenge and say, hey, I don't really want to see supply pack gameplay anymore. Can you play with a drone? First off, I think that's a wild, to me, I would think that'd be a wild statement because you're telling me you're sick of watching me kill everything. You want to watch a drone do the shit for me. First off, wild decision, all right? Also, if you want to see something like a warp pack gameplay or something, somebody actually asked for that the other day, and I did do it. And I came to the conclusion it was extremely boring because I was running away from more bug breaches than I was fighting because I was constantly running out of ammo, which is why I like the supply pack for the ammo. But it's very easy to play Run Diver with a warp pack. I just don't enjoy it. But if you guys ever said, hey, I'm sick of the supply pack, can you run this? I would do it. I would do it for you. Any of my divers would do it for you guys. If the supply pack was a crutch, that wouldn't be the case. I would make excuses and be like, nah, I can't. But I would do it. I have done it. I just don't want to do it. I find it a lot less fun and a lot less immersive to play with a drone killing everything or a supply pack to help me run away. Not a supply pack, a jump pack. That being said, if there wasn't a supply pack in the game, I think the warp pack is the second funnest backpack in the game. The warp pack's super fun. It makes you feel like a superhero. I just can't stand running out of ammo. I can't stand it. Warhammer 40k Space Marine, by the way, is a great game. I would play the shit out of it. But I like to use the dude with the big-ass minigun. Doesn't even have a melee weapon. Got a big-ass minigun. And I'm constantly holding my fire because I don't run out of ammo. Playing Ammo Purgatory Simulator. That's not the right word. I worded that wrong. Anyway, simple fact of the matter is I can't stand playing shooters where I'm worried about ammo. I can't stand it. I want more shooters to have unlimited ammo. Earth Defense Force, by the way, is a great horde shooter that you just have infinite ammo. Just reload. You got to worry about reloads. You don't got to worry about ammo. So good. I think more shooters should just have unlimited ammo. Then we wouldn't be worried about the supply pack bullshit. But yeah, I just think the supply pack makes it more fun. I think using something like a drone takes away fun because the drone just kills shit for you. And calling it a crutch is just slander, and I have none of it. None of that slander shit. All right, boys, check me out. I am going to take a break because I think there's a possibility we're going to get some new content in a few hours. If we do get a content drop in a few hours, I will be back. Big chance either at 5 a.m., 8 a.m., or 10 a.m. my time, which is Eastern time. We're going to get some new content today, whether it be the new Warbond or whether it be some new Illuminate stuff. There's a very big possibility we're going to get some sort of content in a few hours. If that's the case, I will be back to try out the new content. If not, I'll see you guys tonight. All right? But if you guys want more solo, I really think, I'm 99% sure we're getting something today in a few hours. We're getting something. We have never had a Warbond on a Wednesday ever. Bastoon on a different account. Oh, you talk about Mercenary World in Flames? Mercenary 2, World in Flames. If that's what you're talking about, one of the greatest games ever made. Oh my God. Yo, are you talking? Hang on, we're hanging out. We're hanging out. I'm not done. Listen, I'm done playing the game, but I'm not done chatting. So if you guys are just here to chat, I got you guys. Y'all keep chatting. Are you talking about Mercenaries? Like the Mercenaries 2, World in Flames? Oh my God, that game was so good. Oh, I would sell my right arm to play Mercenary 2 again. Oh my God, that game was so... You have no idea how much I want to play that game again. But I only really... Every time a new console comes out, I get rid of the old consoles for various reasons, which I'm not going to get into. So for me to play that game again, I would have to have them remake it on the PlayStation 5. I've never played 1. I've only played 2. I've never played 1, which is why I said 2 specifically, because Mercenaries 2 was the greatest game I ever played at the time of playing it. Obviously, like, I played, like, GTA and shit after, like, later on after that came out. But when it came out, that was I was thinking to myself, this is the greatest game I've ever played in my entire life. Wait, do you still have your right arm somewhere? It's in a jar in the fridge, and I'm looking to set. No, I actually would have if they would have off. Actually, I was actually disappointed when I found out they incinerated my arm. I'm like, damn, y'all didn't even. Because what happened was in my accident, I had a motorcycle accident, and then I never passed out or anything. I remember looking over. I'm giving away too much here today because I'm ruining my story time for when I hit 10K, which I'm gonna talk about all this. But whatever, screw it. Let's continue ruining it. No one's gonna see this shit anyway. Only a couple of people here. I looked over. I didn't feel it, by the way. I had no pain. When I had my accident, I had no pain. The pain came afterwards. But I had no pain. I instantly went into shock, and shock max pain. So I had no idea I lost an arm. So I remember being on the ground, feeling like paralyzed. Like I couldn't really move, but I could move my head. So I looked over, saw my arm laying on the ground. It was attached, by the way, by my tricep. It was laying on the ground, but it was attached by a muscle. Because I would hit the gym all the time, so I had a large tricep. The doctors told me if I didn't have such a big arm, such a big tricep, my fucking arms used to be huge. The doctor said if I didn't have such a big tricep, I would have lost it completely. But it was hanging on there by a tricep. They actually tried to save it. I went through 10 surgeries of them trying to save it. Anyway, when I'm laying on the ground, I didn't feel pain or anything. I didn't know how bad the crash was. I looked over, saw my arm laying on the ground, and I was like, oh shit, and instantly look away. I'm like, I don't want to see that. I don't need to see that. I remember instantly looking away. Anyway, I was awake. I never passed out or anything. I was awake for the entire ambulance ride all the way to the hospital. I was awake until they gave me meds to put me to sleep, which is like on the operation table. And then I woke up and found out that's not true. I was going to say I woke up and found out they'd incinerated my arm, but I actually went through 10 surgeries, which was like a month. It was about a month of surgeries. I had 10 surgeries. They were typically every other day. So 10 times every other day is like 20 days. I went through like 20 days of getting surgeries every other day for them trying to save my arm. And then eventually the doctor came up to me and was like, look, bad news. I think we got to get rid of it. It's killing you. Because I actually rolled across some grass in a median, which got a bunch of dirt in there. And all the surgeons were trying to clean out all of the dirt, which was infecting me. So for that entire month of surgeries, I had like 100 and something degree fever. I had a fever for a month straight. And it was the worst thing in the world. So for that was the worst month of my entire life. I had a fever so bad I couldn't sleep. I was like awake for a month straight. It was crazy. But I had this horrible fever, and when the doctor finally came up to me like 20 days later saying, surgeries aren't working, it's still infected, we got to amputate it, I literally looked at him and said, thank God. Because it was causing me so much pain. I couldn't wait to get rid of that shit. Anyway, when I woke up from surgery and found out they incinerated it, I was like, damn, you didn't ask me if I wanted to keep it or nothing? I would have loved to keep my arm. I don't know, is that weird? That's weird, right? You know how, like, people stuff a dog? How people, like, stuff a dog when the dog passes away? I would have loved to have me a stuffed arm. That's weird, right? I shouldn't have told y'all that. Nah, I probably shouldn't have told y'all that. That's weird as shit. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'll be back if there's an update. I'll be back for the update. I'll see y'all later. That was weird as shit. I'm gonna edit that part out. That was weird. Y'all have a good night.